is presented by Nova Motorsport, FC2, Car System, Solentina Emballage Huntering, Hallgruppen. Season 10 continues in 3, 2, 1.
Since its inception in 2015, RallyX has captivated audiences worldwide with its adrenaline-pumping action. Over the years, it has become the birthplace of numerous stars in the world of rallycross. RallyX has consistently delivered excitement and drama to fans across the globe. Let us extend the legacy of this epic battle for another decade, where heroes will rise, challenges will be met, and the spirit of competition will continue to flourish. Welcome to the 10-year anniversary of RallyX.
Brilliant year to pick up the 2023 Supercar crown in RallyX. A brilliant drive, unbelievable! Welcome to Höghedens in northern Sweden. Älvsbyn is the local town. I've just seen the green light come on just over here. Comes Junior Cross Car. I'm Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge, good to see you, mate. We arrived last night. Hal's been to many rallycross tracks. I've been to quite a few, not quite as many as he has, but neither of us has ever been here. And we took the time last night to walk the track, which is a luxury we often don't have. And it's mega. Like, this is like a flat left kink. Then there's that, which the junior cross cars are coming through on the rev limiter. Then there's like it's a roller coaster.
It is a roller coaster. Compression into a right-hander over a jump and then into a super tight hairpin downhill on tarmac. I love the opportunity to walk these tracks for the first time and discover them. I've watched some onboards in the last couple of weeks, but you never get the same feeling watching an onboard or even watching on television you do walking around, and it's a proper, we say old school a lot, don't we, but it's a proper old-fashioned rallycross track in every sense of the word, and the action I think is going to be really exciting this weekend.
Listen to that, it's mega. So yeah, we love the look of the track. We're not sure how much overtaking there's going to be, but obviously in rallycross, we know that's why the Joker lap was invented. How the Joker lap here comes after turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. There's a drop down, it's off to the right, and it's over a crest.
Yeah, the entry will be slow, but you're already slow through the hairpin, so you just need to continue that rotation into the Joker, over a crest, round a tree, and then the join, you'll be on the outside, but you'll be carrying so much more speed for the Joker merge. I think, it's going to be fascinating, and the competition, especially in cross car junior and the likes, is
Victor. We're going to grab
brilliant.
Victor
Let's
Johansson.
just grab Victor
come
Johansson.
over now.
Hello,
Sorry,
mate. Sorry to drag
interrupt.
you.
He's talking to Andreas Eriksson. We've just basically told Andreas to get lost. We're just talking about the track and how excited we are to be here. This is your local track. I know you've had a lot to do with getting things ready. How's the preparation gone?
Yeah, track-wise, it's gone great. You know, we got a lot of help from everyone around and got everything sorted out. So I had a little time to prepare my car for this event, so we'll see how it goes. But practice felt good, and track is mega.
And your own car, obviously, you say you've had very little time, but you're back to a specification that you would like to be as well.
Yeah, I don't have the Mercedes engine yet, but I changed the gearing in the rear axle to make it work better with the engine I had for this event before this one. So we hope we'll get a little bit better starts. We get a little bit rain now, so we'll see how we manage to get off the line today.
And isn't Simon from up here as well? So this is like a bit of a local battle, isn't it?
I know all of Tigers fans is here and all of my fans is here, so we'll see how it goes up on the grandstands today. But I think I had a little bit advanced before. I raced here before. It's a couple of years ago now, but this is the first time Tiger is here with this type of car. He have drive some local events in folk race, but that's another type of thing here. So.
Yeah, awesome. Right, go on, Karen, you better go and talk to Andreas. We dragged you away.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Thanks,
mate.
Victor. I was just going to ask him, and you look at the amount of fans in the background on the bank. It's
in
already
the rain as well. In the
already
rain.
packed.
So the Joker merge we were talking about, it comes up then into a tight left-hander over a crest on tarmac. Yeah, I mean we're gonna move away from that because it's very, very noisy. Comes up into this tight left, then there's a tight right, then there's a flat left, Hal, on tarmac, which drops away down to the hairpin down here. It's really cool, so stay with us.
And we chatted to Wally Eriksson last night after his first laps here, didn't we? His first 3 laps in the FC2.
Stay here, Peter.
In free practice, and he was blown away, wasn't he? Because there's so many areas on the track where you need massive commitment, and then there's these really technical areas with the small hairpins. So it's not like a track where you need commitment, and it's not a really technical track. It's got those mixes, and I think that is a huge challenge for a driver because you can't get in the same sort of rhythm.
We did also say there's nowhere to chill out. Like there is no point on the circuit at which you lay back. I mean, the rallycross track there often isn't anyway. Nova Motorsport are just behind us. We're going to have Matt Vincent in the studio later on today to talk to us about the tyres, how they're moving the entire plant, aren't they, from Melksham in the UK down to Portugal. This is an old school slick. This is more like the rallycross tyres we use now. I know we did a bit about them last time. Junior cross car, Alex Antila coming in. We're going to go back this way now. The noise has finished. They were grinding some stuff on the FC2, and that's quite significant. Of course, the car is still undergoing its test process before it makes its debut in Nitrocross later this year as the Nitrocross Next Evo. But the chassis is called the FC2, the second car out of first corner after the FC1. And the onboard yesterday with Ollie looked mint.
Yeah, and they've done a lot of work. Kevin Eriksson's led the production process here. He's Kevin Eriksson since two.
Right, mate.
Yeah, I'm good.
We mugged you there, didn't we? Sorry.
No worries. You know, I sent it a little bit too much in turn 1, so I had to go and change one rim. So it started off in this expensive morning, but it feels good, and you know we're in the game. It's P3 now in the qualifying, so and it's more to come. So.
Oh, P3, that's awesome. So of course the car's in with Supercar, and the concept. Well, explain the concept. What's the concept of FC2 for people that don't know?
The concept is that we rebuild the Supercar lights that you have seen, you know, now for more than a decade. Kind of the second tier class in any series it has been. RallyX, Nitrocross, even World RX back in the days. So yeah, we take one of those, do some minor changes, put in a new engine and stuff, and yeah, you upgrade a car from a Supercar light second tier to the top open four-wheel drive.
Minor changes, Hal.
Yeah, and you can tell they're any minor from Ollie's onboard last night. It's a big step up in performance, isn't it? And a very different driving experience from the lights car as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it feels like a supercar. The whole goal is, you know, to get it competitive against the supercars back here in Europe, and obviously in Nitrocross it's a spec class, so they race each other. But here we want to be competitive and show that the car is just as fun to drive as a supercar.
And from a customer point of view, you know, OMSC has been running the Fiestas and the Hondas, and you still supply all of those parts to your customers. Similar to what you do with the lights, so you're really looking at this as being able to deliver a car that you can be supplying parts for to customers, and they can find a potentially more cost-effective way of racing a supercar equivalent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the cost is the biggest issue that today in supercar, especially after COVID. Also, a lot of suppliers stopped doing some parts. It's getting harder and harder and more expensive to get parts. And our whole idea is to work with all the teams and drivers that want to have that experience that you can have in a four-wheel drive car. And it's some of the most fun you can have between the driver's seat and the steering wheel. And we want to make it cheaper.
We know it's under development, and we can tell it's under development because they're drilling and sawing constantly in there. But you've been quite honest about that. We have too. There were problems at Tierp. You've taken a round out, fixed the engine issues, and now we're making a few changes to the rear bumpers. Is that a little bit more airflow or something?
We're trying to let the air out. Actually, for just in the engine bay, because we see the air temperature is too hot, and if the air temperature is too hot, it takes down ignition. So we can find quite a lot of power used to get the temperature down, and obviously a big change from the Supercar lights and the FC2 is the bodywork, and the FC2 has all sealed with wheel arches and everything, versus a Supercar lights, it's just you can see everything. So we kind of learn now that we
kind of blocking the air in the engine bay area, and that air is warm.
Sure.
So we just get warm engine into the air filter. So we're trying to get a good flow there now.
Thank you very much, mate. Go on, we'll let you go and get that rim sorted out. Send it hard later, that's what we want to see. So Kevin talking about the difference between the two cars, how you can see it's very much more open here than it is on the FC2, different cooling package, obviously turbo on the FC2 as well. We're going to head a bit further down into
I love
the
that part of the development.
Look, this is rallycross in northern Sweden. There's a buggy in with all the tools. When kids talk about growing up in the paddock, that's what they mean, isn't it? That's what I'm hoping for Soren, your son. Yeah. That he gets to grow up in the rallycross paddock.
Well, I'm not so sure. It's
Why? You're not going to encourage him to come and do junior cross car?
No,
How old is he?
It's a slippery slope. He's won next week.
Perfect. So when can he start?
We had to have his birthday party last weekend because it's rallycross this weekend and for the next 9 weekends. So there isn't another opportunity.
Poor Soren will only see Hal a couple of times a year. Antila, Hookah, Gotherson, Hookah. We've got a massive entry in cross car and cross car junior again. 30 in cross car. We've got 20 in cross car junior. Cross car out on circuit now. Look at this, Hal. Oh, a white supercar. That's test livery. Tribune Barnen, that's Swedish for grandstands, isn't it, roughly?
Yeah, basically that's
Frank Valla.
Fiesta number 026. You must know.
Look at it. Look at it. You see the drop links for the anti-roll bar in the back there? Oh, it's mega. I just love it.
I love a plain livery supercar.
Looks sick, doesn't it?
In
Sorry,
white.
yeah, you have to forgive us getting all excited. Here's Pace. Pace has got cool stuff. This is cool. Look. I like this. Look. See, they're going all factory team with the decals.
Yeah, the attention to detail is fantastic, isn't it? With the drivers' names on the next post, Tapinen on that side, Ugar here with the TN11. The TN11 is a big step forward, isn't it? Let's grab Jarmo here, head of Pace Motorsport. Hello, mate. How's it going? Good to see you.
See you, mate.
We were just saying that the attention to detail that you put into running this team is a huge effort, isn't it? But it looks fantastic, even walking along the awning outside. All the little sponsor stickers and all the driver areas. You put a lot of effort into this, don't you?
Thank you. What can I say? Yeah, we try. We give our best. But we try to give our best on the track as well. So.
And how's it going?
So far, so good. We won free practice 1 and 2. Not 1, but we're the quickest ones.
Come here, Peter. Come here.
We have a nice
come right
location.
here.
We have a nice location.
This is. Hey guys, how's it going? All right, we're right here. Jimmy Osterberg's here as well. We're right here by literally the start. Is this a good location though, Jarmo? Because we've had commentary boxes before, which are right on the start, and it feels really fun for about 20 minutes.
At first, I was really skeptical, and I told the guys please move the truck. But now I'm quite happy because we can go on the second floor and we can see quite a lot.
We can ask you this again maybe tonight and see when your ears are bleeding.
Let's try it again later on. Right now we are happy.
Okay, let's wait. Let's see. Come on. Where are the lights? What's the hold up? I won't leave here until I see a start. I'm having a protest.
I'm not leaving.
Go on, mate. Crack on. They're gonna. Look. Here we go. Oh, forget it. Right, we'll go somewhere else. This is not going to happen, is it? Round he comes. So yeah, we would take Peter up onto the roof, but climbing a ladder with a camera, that's a no, is it? Here we go. One more try. So what was lovely there? Jimmy was stood here with his foot up and he was watching the lights, and I saw him release the clutch, which a lot of drivers do. They stand, come and have a chat. He was first. That's something a lot of drivers do, isn't it? Visualising the start, looking at the lights.
Yeah, of course. We have so small margins now, so I stand here all the morning.
The clutch foot will be worn out. But yeah, you're actually physically making the move of the clutch release when you're looking at the lights.
Yeah, it's muscle memory. You need to have it.
We started seeing World RX drivers do that several years ago, didn't we? Standing behind pretty good. Imagine they're holding the handbrake on the supercar. It's that repetition, isn't it? Just keep doing it over and over and over, and then you're not really thinking about it so much when you're actually in the car.
No, you need to focus on the light. You cannot sit thinking on the foots. You need to full focus on the light. Automatically go first.
I'm expecting to see P1 in that first start, mate. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Right, let's head out this way. Fantastic setup. Maybe we'll come and watch a bit later here, Hal. Well, when we're not commentating.
We could commentate from here, couldn't we? That would be good fun as well.
you want to see Frank's in here?
Frank Valler
Where is he? Is he in here?
on the far side of the car there.
Frank?
In the door.
We come to get you. He's trying to escape. These are the overalls I borrowed to drive the RX car last year, wasn't it? So thank you for that. You're here in the supercar?
Yes, Supercar.
Excited?
Yeah, really good. It's a nice track, technical, and yeah, it's good. Very good to be here.
Car looks amazing. We noticed you've brought a spare car with you. Is that in case you have a problem with this one?
Yes, of course.
Everybody has a spare supercar. I love it.
Yeah, but it's, when we have all the parts. We have the car, complete car, so we can change car, and so then it's good.
Perfect.
Makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
It does.
No, but the truth is, you want the truth?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. The truth is that I'm going from here, and then we go up to northern Norway to drive this hill climb.
Awesome.
Yes. So I leave all equipment, bus and cars and everything here now, and then I fly up in 2 weeks, and then we go to drive this hill climb with this other car.
And is the other car different specifications? It's set up for the hill climb?
Yeah, it's a little bit less weight because we don't use all these plates under and take off all extra weight. So I think it's 50 kilos something.
And what? Anything with the engine? Take restrictor change or anything? I mean, what have you done?
Nothing so far.
So far.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And
I
the
always
car-
think there is.
Go on, Frank. Yeah.
Something for you in the bus.
Yeah?
Which you left.
Oh, the Riga.
It was not poops.
Yeah. See you, mate. 2 miles. So that's the end of last year.
In Julius.
Holius, Ronald Spaldings gave us a bottle of Riga Black Balsamic, which is the famous Latvian, I believe how they refer to it as a health drink, don't they?
Yeah.
So if you're ill, you take Riga Black Balsamic. It's basically a very hardcore shot, which I once managed to get Travis Pastrana to have a few drinks of in the back of a bus in Florida. He's like, what the hell is this? So we fly hand luggage only, so we couldn't take it home. If we gave it to Frank, I can't believe it's still in the truck.
I can.
Well,
He's
come
that sort
here.
of guy, yeah.
Yeah,
Be there for years.
Well, I
till we
don't,
claim
I
it.
don't mean that you would have stolen it, but I just thought at some point they'd have
No,
gone,
he's diligent.
It's been a bad day. Let's just
He'll
drink
think
the Riga.
about it every time he looks in the cupboard, thinking those swines. The restrictor thing's interesting though, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
the thought process is always take the restrictor out because you'll
Yeah,
go quicker.
but
And I think that's a bit of a myth.
Yeah.
Because these modern supercar open four-wheel drive engines are so finely tuned
Yeah.
to run in that window. Having a load more power is not necessarily the answer.
You just can end up with a load more wheel spin, but also you'd have to remap absolutely everything, wouldn't you?
and
it's-
reliability. And old
yeah.
school supercars were not reliable, were they?
I love the fact that he's taken 50 kilos out of the car. It's fantastic, isn't it? So
Yeah, this is Enland's Motorsport. Is
Morning, all.
Martin around? Let's have a look.
go on,
Hello,
drag
mate.
him round, Hal. Drag him round.
You can't hide down there. Your step up to supercar has been pretty spectacular from where we've been standing. How's it been going from your point of view?
I mean, I've been sliding quite a lot, and it has been called the Senland, so
That's him. But what a great nickname, Senland. And also, mate, we appreciate it. Nobody at home says Liam Doran and Petter Solberg are boring to watch. Yeah? So, like, if you're joining the likes of Doran and Solberg, that's a good place to be in my book.
yeah, for sure, and we're having a blast on the track. And it's super fun to go sideways as well. So, yeah, I mean, maybe not the fastest way, but the most fun for the fans for sure.
Absolutely. And look, I get, in all seriousness, I know you'll be looking at the data and the onboards and going, right, it's fast. And there are places where it will work. And certainly it's raining now. In those conditions, that kind of driving can work. But I guess you're also constantly trying to learn a new discipline.
Yeah, for sure. We have come to the supercar category as well, so it's quite difficult, but we have managed to do it quite well, I believe. And for the team as well, we are doing it all by ourselves, and it's a complicated car to run as well. So in all these aspects, we are quite pleased with the result we have achieved so far.
Awesome.
And then for added complication, you come to a different track with all sorts of different parameters. How are you finding it around this venue?
I mean, today in FP2, I feel like we have been quite good on it. And it is a little bit of a sand track, so I like it.
We look forward to watching that later then.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
There we go. All smiles from Martin Enland. So this is the pre-grid, and it feels like a good place for us to get wrapped up and get you guys into the racing. So we are here for, what are we on, Hal? Rounds 5 and 6?
We are, yeah.
Which is the midpoint in the season. Remember, it's 10 rounds. We've had 4 already. There were 2 at Tierp, one of which was the rally sprint. There were 2 at Coverley. You can go back and watch all of those on YouTube if you'd like to. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And get in the comments today, and we'll try and get back to as many of you as we possibly can. So tomorrow night is going to be halfway point in the season, but that means there's still half the action to come. There's no
Tonight's
class.
halfway point in the season.
Yeah, sorry, yes, tonight. Yeah, there is by no means. There are no categories which are anywhere close to being settled.
No, it's so competitive this year in every single category. Okay, open two-wheel drive. Tigers had a good run, but there's even more competitors this weekend in open two-wheel drive. Denmark and Germany are going to be stacked with open two-wheel drive cars as well. We know that. And every other class, the level is so equal at the top. It's anyone's game every time, and that's fascinating, isn't it?
Stay with us. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend of action. Let's take a look at the track. How we've banged on about it already, but it is a mega place.
Proper old school, and I think we overuse that term sometimes in RallyX, don't we? But this is a track carved into the landscape that already exists. There's the Joker lap flashing in the middle of the lap, which is over a crest and around a tree, as we discussed in the opener. A nice tarmac section to end, and we were lucky enough to go and stand on the outside of the first corner as we worried on board with Ollie Eriksson in the FC2, and we were stood on the outside here. Yeah. This is in free practice 1 yesterday evening, but we stood out there in Heat 1 earlier on, and the commitment is enormous, isn't it? And then down to this really tight technical hairpin. There's 2 very different aspects of this lap, and an onboard never ever does a circuit justice, does it?
This is
oh, you've got a good idea there, don't you? Because you can see the horizon.
He hit that, didn't he? Hit the inside lamp.
Destroyed it, yeah.
Yeah, the lamp.
It was the car, it wasn't him.
Yeah, that's what Rainish said, wasn't it? Yeah, it's never them. This is super committed left-hander. It's really fast. They run out, and then the road drops away, and I mean drops to the right and forward. Then kind of a banked hairpin round to the right. You run out wide, come in tight for the second apex, and that's the start-finish. And this is why off the first corner, or off that last corner, they're so quick into that right-hander, and particularly Kevin and Ollie. That was the first run in the FC2, wasn't it, we saw early on today. They were lit into there, weren't they? Absolutely sideways. And the same with the Crosscar Senior, and then they all disappear in a cloud of dust, and you wait for the dust to sit like, oh, one's in the gravel. Like it was, it's cool. It's very cool.
And there's a lot of spectators on the outside. On the outside here, it's a long time since they've had a major rallycross event. I think 1998 was the last time the Swedish Championship came here with Supercar. European Championship was here in 1994. So there's a lot of goodwill, isn't there? There's lots of people that come up to us and said how much they enjoy watching RallyX. So there's a real passion for the sport here, and the fact they've got their own event is exciting.
I said to somebody else, there's loads of people here, and there's nothing else to do here. So it's like brilliant. He said fishing, watching rallycross. So two perfectly acceptable hobbies.
It's like you working for the local tourist board, is it?
It is. Well, I mean, yeah, not in so many ways. There's loads of beautiful forests, if that's your kind of thing. It is. But no, in all seriousness, just major sporting events are not up here. I mean, this part of the world is... So this is where Race of Champions was on ice for the last couple of years, was literally close to the airport, around an hour from here, and we're talking the sea freezes. That's how cold it is. You said Anton Markman lives 2 hours south of here, doesn't he?
Something like that,
Anton does his start testing in the winter in an old NATO storage tunnel or something, doesn't he? Because the ground is covered in snow for literally, 6-7 months of the year. So there isn't so much to do, and that's why we got a great crowd. It was raining earlier when we filmed the pre-show.
We've got a great crowd because RallyX is amazing.
Oh, it's mint. But it's really, the support's great. It's really good. They're all the way around. And
but there's real passion for it as well, isn't there? For having something that people clearly love back here, which is special. And we've been to some different tracks in RallyX over the last few years, and we were talking earlier that we've been to some new venues in Oulu, Arvika, Grenland last year. And
I loved Grenland.
And here's exactly the same, isn't it? That sort of no holes barred, you'd never get an FIA track inspection done here, but that's not what it's about either.
No, agreed. You would not. I'm just playing with the volumes here on the desk, changing stuff up. Now we've got some talking going on and some cars and things. We get ready for Q3 for open two-wheel drive, for Supercar lights, and for open four-wheel drive, which of course includes Supercar and the FC2 here. We haven't got any electric cars taking part this weekend, because that would also include the RX2E car if there were any competing here. So that's coming up.
And the FC1 could fit in, couldn't it?
Yeah, would it?
Yeah, open two-wheel drive. Open
four-wheel drive, you mean?
Four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive. Same thing, different.
Well, I'm going to bring an FC1 then.
Okay. You do that.
It's 1,000
tomorrow,
horsepower.
I bet if you told Andreas Eriksson, you drive an FC1 tomorrow, they would appear with one.
You reckon?
Yeah, 100%.
Go, hang on a minute, I'll go and tell him.
Get your wallet out.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. Look what happened when I drove the RX2 car. Maybe not. So this is a look back at qualifying from earlier on today, because Crosscar Junior and Crosscar have already done their runs around for Q2, Q1 and for Q2. Standings-wise, at the minute, Hampus Hagström leads for Crosscar Junior from Pauli Terpainen and Georgin Mutik. But if we look at the standings overall, it's Oliver Solli who leads the championship by 3 points from Hagström and Nico Kinnunen. So whereabouts is, I'm just looking to see where Oliver Solli is. Oliver Solli's P8,
overall,
yeah, he had an 8 and a 9. Now, Solly at the previous events, he's won 2 sessions and he's won 3 events. Interesting how, when I was looking at the stats for this, Hagström has taken the TQ by winning 2 of the 3 sessions at all of the last 3 events, bearing in mind that the first one in Tietz was the rally sprint. So he's qualified TQ with 2 out of the 3 sessions, but he's come second in the final every time. So Solly has just edged him when it comes to those final encounters.
But there's been nothing to choose between them, has there? That's what's been so fantastic about the racing in junior cross car. I remember in Kouvola that Hagström was so strong early in the lap, and then Solly was quicker on the loose, and then down to the hairpin in the final section. And yeah, I think there isn't that opportunity here to be good in one part of the lap or the other. Okay, the tarmac's at the end where you can be neat and tidy. There's a nice overtake up the inside, isn't there?
Yeah.
On Pontus Oskarsson. But yeah, the track's quite broken up in terms of rhythm, and I think that means that you can't be great in one area and then, you know, not so great in another. It's going to be a real mix through the lap, which is going to be great for us watching. And you see quite a concertina into both of the hairpins, don't you, too?
Yeah, absolutely. Slightly uphill start, which is, just means you've got to hold it on the handbrake on the way. And this is what we've kind of been calling turn 1. The first corner is actually a kink left, isn't it? And then after the kink left on tarmac, it goes onto the loose. Then it comes up. There is a huge dip and then a jump after on the run into the first of the hairpins. That is... where's that? How that's after the Joker merge at the top of the hill, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that goes around to the left. It is so bright here, it's actually pretty hard to see the monitors, isn't it? I'm glaring at them already. And then, yeah, that's sort of a square left at the top. This is that open hairpin right, and from there, ultra committed on the run down to the hairpin at the far end. And you look at it first, well, how are they going? So the junior cross cars are on the limiter. Oh my God, okay, it's now blowing a gale and all the dust is coming and all the paperwork is gone. Standard RallyX.
Peter, the championship manager, literally looked at you then and raised his eyebrows. Stop moaning,
He's laughing
Coley.
already. But junior cross car are on the limiter from kind of before the checkered flag point, aren't they? All the way up to turn 1. You then hear a slight little lift and then again all the way down that straight towards the hairpin at the end. So yeah, obviously their limiter set way lower. I think it's 9,300 RPM for them, whereas Crosscar Senior is wide open.
You can hear it, but can't you, in the on the program there, just the little...
We've seen a couple of passes. We saw Kevin Eriksson pass somebody at that right-handed hair. Frank Valler actually just walked behind us a minute ago. Frank Valler was he ran slightly wide and Kevin snuck up the inside. Kevin and Ollie didn't get the best start in their first run, so they jokered on lap 1. These are the standings that I mentioned: Hagström, Terpainen, Mutik, Antila, Hupka, Isaksetra, Nielsen, and then Solly down in P8. Remember, it's Solly versus Hagström in the championship fight. Nico Kinnunen and Pauli Terpainen are equal in P3 on 74 points in the championship, but that is more than 30 behind already the top 2. So it's looking like a two-way scrap between Hagström and Solly, but Solly has some work to do if he wants to get himself up where he needs to be. Remember, the top 18 will qualify from Crosscar Junior for 3 semi-finals, and the same in Crosscar, which we're going to take a look at now. So Crosscar Senior, we stood down there for one of the starts. How it's full-on RPM business. This was Osterberg making the cutback. That's that kink left, and then this is into turn 2, which is the right-hander, and it is, as Hal said, mega committed. They then go through the dip crest. I can't wait for you all to see that part of the lap. When it was raining earlier, a few of the drivers were saying they were struggling for visibility from mud on the screen and so on. But I think it's an epic layout. Look, getting out wide is really dirty, particularly if you go through the whole gravel trap on the outside.
Contact into the rear of Yulalami there, wasn't it? And that really upset the car. Got forced incredibly wide, and you lose so much time getting in the gravel there on the outside, because this is a momentum track, isn't it? Apart from the 2 hairpins, you really need to be carrying the speed. There's going to be some action off the line as well, isn't there? That left kink just makes it very interesting on the way up to the big commitment right-hander. Seeing lots of cars have a few touches. Rainis Nittis, the race director. Oh, right up on two wheels Höghedens.
That curb on the inside, several people have clipped that in too tight. So this is the first time me and Hal are seeing this footage along with you guys, just there, and you'll see if they ride it. Actually, no, it's the second one. So you've got this left, and then the next right. The curb is really high, but it looks like it ramps up. And people are passing here. Exit to the Joker is quick, but if you come out the Joker and the other person's on that inside line, which they will be if they've made it there before you, you're going to have to take the outside line. That's over a crest and tighten, so not going to be easy. Hal Yulalami started the year brilliantly, P3 and P2, but then was fourth in the first of the finish encounters and didn't make it out the semis in the second encounter in Kovala. So got some work to do to try and get back in the battle.
But this is a great example of how competitive it is. Look in that last run, you had Hukar and Ekmerstad battling it out. They're currently 11th and 12th overall. So those are two event winners. And the problem in cross car is that any of the top 20 could win the event, realistically.
Well, look, what were you saying about the points?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's so close. To be fair, Romet Cerner with a win and a second is in your TQ position at the minute, and he was looking super happy earlier on today.
You got someone like Lukas Orav, who's down in 20th overall, the Estonian, who's been so quick this year, really stepping up from last season. Ultra competitive, and we always say that, don't we? It's a bit of broken recordy, but
look at that!
It's just a fact.
It is, yeah. For me, this is the class with the most depth this year in terms of competition.
The inside into the penultimate corner. Sorry, Andrew, I cut across you.
No, it's fine.
The cross cars are really that little bit of them being a little bit narrower really opens up the racing, doesn't it? Rather than an open four-wheel drive car, for example, which is just that bit wide to make a last-minute lunge sometimes.
We talked earlier. This is an old rallycross track. An old rallycross track's a bit like old garages. You know, particularly you live in the UK. If you've got a garage, chances are it was designed for a Mini or a Morris Minor.
This was designed for a Ford Escort Mark 1 and a Saab 9.3, wasn't it?
Exactly. It wasn't designed for an FC1 or an FC2 and all the rest of it, which are much wider. So
they're based on current production vehicles, aren't they? Which you just
with
put
the
on a lot of weight.
The arches and stuff.
We're all a bit chubby these days.
So apologies there for the audio. Checkered flag for Cross Car Senior. 30 cars in this category. So fastest first, remember, means that you head down towards the back.
I love seeing the white on Ease Etcetra's gloves there. You can just really see the inputs on the wheel. Massive step up for Ease Etcetera, isn't it, to come from RX3 last year in the European Championship. Just lost out on the crown and has ended up racing in cross car this year in RallyX. And you couldn't get two more different cars, could you? And when you're leaning on the front axle all the while in a Super 600 machine and then full send in a cross car.
Cerner in the TQ at the moment from Elias Svensson and Jimmy Osterberg. So Osterberg's having a good day. Jonathan Yulalami is up in P4. Then it's Martin Ugar. In terms of championship standings, Baldins leads the standings from Svensson, Ekmerstad, Yulalami and Cerner. So Cerner is doing well here. Baldins is down in P8. Ekmerstad is down in P11, but again the top 18 will go through from this. So at the minute our championship regulars are all looking like they're going to qualify. I'm looking at the bottom of the list here to see if there's any of the front runners in trouble. No, they're all okay at the minute. Here we are. We were going to put the lights on, but it turns out that it's nice and sunny in here anyway.
I have put the lights on, there's just a delay.
Yeah, there's a slight delay. Wait for us to be beautifully lit in a sec. There they are. Now we can't see anything at all. But it's absolutely stunning. We are a long way north in Sweden. It's about 25 degrees Celsius today. Looks like it'll be a little bit cooler tomorrow. There was a 65% chance of rain, but I'm pretty sure we've had that this morning. It was quite grey.
Any more stats?
No, I'm working on it. Getting into race mode, Hal. Come on, wakey.
Chances of good racing?
100%.
110.
100. Oh, Solberg business. Ollie Eriksson's going to come and join us later and talk about the FC2. I've asked Andreas Eriksson to come and see us as well, which will be fun. In the meantime, it's time to go with open two-wheel drive. They're on the line. In this first one, right-hand side, you've got at a moment. Sorry, yes, no, open. No, wrong grids, Andrew. That's open four-wheel drive. That's no good. Two-wheel drive open. There it is, an omen. It's at a moment on the inside. Then Victor Johansson, Simon Tiger, Kenneth Conn, and Rasmus Berggren. variety of engines in these wonderful machines. We'll get cracking in a minute. We've already caught up with Victor Johansson. If you watch the pre-show, hasn't quite got where he wants to be with the engine. It's a long old hold for the lights. Is he giving him a thumbs up? Yes, he is. So they've restarted the start procedure. They had a few issues with lane number 1 earlier on today, so they've been down and reset the start in the lunch break, which has just finished here. There's the ready to race light. Wait for the green, there it is. Nice reaction from Victor Johansson, but on the inside, Adam Oman's got a good start. Simon Tiger outpowers them, lifts a wheel in the BMW, gets to the inside line, and he will now accelerate down through the dip. This is what we were talking about for the first time. They go into this dip and then up and over it. That's the crest, in fact, on the exit, and up into the braking and the hairpin for here. So you don't see the dip, Hal, do you, on the TV in the same way? Great move by Johansson. Got the nose in through turn, I don't know, what do you call that, turn 3 through the dip. Kept his position on the inside through the hairpin to get ahead of Oman. Very strong move there from Johansson, who hasn't got the engine he wants in the car for this weekend. Has changed the gearing, had the rear axle in bits this week, just to try and get the car to work better on this track, because it's very different to Kouvola and Chur from the start of the season. But Simon Tiger, who hasn't raced this car here before, is on a massive mission. Adam Oman was applying a bit of pressure to Johansson in the background there as well. Let's get into the lap a little bit. No one's sitting their way around here, so this is, say, kind of turn 2. The dip, Hal, here that you just don't really see on the TV, but it's pronounced, and then so's that crest. Yeah, you don't see it at all, do you? It's mad, isn't it? Johansson right on the back of Tiger at the start of this second lap. I'd expect Adam Oman to joker here if Johansson doesn't. Is he gone? Especially as Kong and Berggren have done in the background, yeah. Absolutely the correct choice. Kong's got him though. Will you get the undercut though into the left-hander? Choke emerge is great, isn't it, straight away? I hope you're all enjoying how much we're banging on about the track, because we get to a new track and we get excited, and then we're not sure, and then we see some racing, and yeah, I'm loving it basically. I think it looks good, but how much passing there is with it being a little narrow, as we say that. Oman has a look. Just that bit more difficult, as we said during the cross-car highlights, in a car, isn't it, as Kong runs wide on the exit, because you can cover off the inside that little bit more. So Tiger and Johansson, we have no idea what the delta is yet. I didn't see what the gap was back to Kong on the previous lap. Him and Oman just a tenth apart, but they're both going in now. So these guys were 4.4 and 3.4 up the road. So 3.4 for Johansson. Johansson gets in the rear of Tiger into the left-hander. This is the most convincing performance from Victor Johansson this season, I think, relative to reigning champion Tiger. The gravel coming out the rear of Tiger's car, that is effectively shock blasted the whole of the front of Johansson's car. They're on the last lap. Johansson locks a wheel in the background. Adam Oman had a look at Kenneth Kong. I get the feeling Oman had better speed here, but wasn't able to make the pass. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Look at the black marks that Tiger left. Tiger takes it corner from Johansson. Adam Oman almost got alongside Kong. I wonder if Tiger had an issue there. Say again? I wonder if Tiger had an issue. I don't know, he got a good start. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but they were close all race. This was the start. It could be track specific, couldn't it? That you can't stretch the legs of the BMW in the same way that you can with longer straights and a more open track. Nowhere to rest, is there? Is there a straight? Yeah, I suppose the hairpin, it's not straight, that's the point though, isn't it? And it's multi-surface. That was Adam Oman. See, I felt Oman had good pace here, but when he jokered, it was just a little bit too late, and he ended up behind Kenneth Kong. Very fair to Kong on the merge. Could have been a bit more aggressive. And then the gravel here, we can't emphasise enough. We did a little track walk yesterday, which that's still on mine and Hal's, and also the official Instagram. I think it's proper gravel, isn't it? It's deep, and we expect it to develop. They'll probably shovel it back in at the end of the day. 2:36.5. How does that compare to earlier? No idea. Significantly slower. Lost the 2:31.9 Adam Oman did in Q1. So yeah, with track development, we are expecting to be. But they've had time to move the loose around, haven't they, over the lunch break? So. Correct. Yes, true. And of course, it was a bit wetter earlier, but I don't really remember who it was. It never got wet, did it? It was never. It was probably wet enough to bind the loose together a bit more than it being ultra. It's almost like a sort of very loose, gravelly sand, isn't it, rather than a. And then with a good muddy surface, firm surface underneath it. There they are, Andrew. That's it. There's the results you were looking for right from the start. You muppet. Eric Lidman, Ossian Stenball. Lucas Gabrielsen and Linus Westman in this. Gabrielsen is in the little starlet, but he's been beaten down to turn 1 by, is it Lidman, I think it is?
Yeah, Westman leads. Westman was the driver that got taken out in, actually, if you look at both of our Instagrams,
yes,
there's a moment off the line where Westman's on the inside and just gets taken out by the pack moving across on him, turning him square right and retiring a couple of corners later.
Luckily, I don't think you hear what I actually said at the start when I turned around.
You don't know, I checked.
Did you check? You did, yes.
You said, oh, dearie me.
Yes, dear goodness me. So I was looking for Gabrielsen's results from Finland because, yeah, P3 in the little starlet. So Gabrielsen was P3 at round 4.
Great having more Finns come over to different events in RallyX, isn't it? We don't see the Finns travel so much in the open two-wheel drive category.
And you were saying you're expecting the entry to be bigger, aren't you? Denmark and Germany.
Yeah,
there's been close. And this is a long. Okay, we looked at the drive in case the flight gets cancelled tomorrow. And
you looked at the drive in case the flight.
It's 10 hours, isn't it?
I'm not going on holiday, mate. So
I will. I'll drive if I have to. It's 10 hours from here to Stockholm, to Stockholm. So we're 10 hours north of Stockholm. So some of the teams were saying, look, we've been trucking for 13 hours to get here. Bearing in mind, a lot of the entry is from the Nordic region, but we will see, I'm sure, some of the European drivers.
Yeah, so there's some Irish drivers going to do the last couple. It also helps, a bit like old school European Championship, where the events are a week apart, so you can convince all your mates or team colleagues to go to Denmark and then travel over to Germany, which isn't so far away. I think the difference is probably, I don't know, is it 6 hours in a truck or something? It's not far, it's not far at all, yeah.
Oh, in a truck, yeah, the car is 4, it's less than 4 in the car.
So, yeah, great, and there'll be some Belgian and Dutch drivers doing the last couple of rounds, so I think open two-wheel drive just needs a bit of a break.
Running wide, gets past.
Just needs a bit of a break, doesn't it? And if you can get more entries consistently, I think that'll breed more entries again.
You also need to see, I hate to say it, we need Derek Tohill to come across and be right on the pace, because then that says to other people, I can do it. Now, Derek's an exceptional peddler, maybe he's not the right example, but at the minute, you're looking at Tiger and Johansson, the level is very high between them, isn't it? Nobody else has won the series in the last 4 years, 3 years, sorry. So you know, you want to see someone come in with a car, equal them, and go, yeah, you know what?
But that's also the reason for having open two-wheel drive Pro and open two-wheel drive AM this year. There's an engine capacity split within that as well, and that's so just like in open four-wheel drive, so you can, you know, have your glory even if you can't beat the headline act. You know, an open four-wheel drive, if Jan Kristoffersson turns up, I know he's not unbeatable, but he is the class of the field, and it's unlikely that he's not going to win. Whereas, that's the same with Victor Johansson and Simon Tiger.
There's an element, isn't there, of in all these classes of do you want them to be there or not? And I always remember when there was the talk of whether or not Subaru were going to come to Lydden Hill with Nitrocross, yeah, and the likes of Johan were like, if they come, I'll enter my supercar, because he wanted to beat the factory Subarus, but then everyone else was like, well, if they come, I'm not going to enter because I don't want to get beaten by the Subarus. And that's a similar thing, isn't it, with Johan, as you say. Like, I remember when Fraz first entered, he was so stoked that Johan was here because it was an opportunity to measure himself against the best in the world. So, yeah. But hopefully more entries in all categories as the year goes on. We're moving on to Supercar Lights. Standings at the minute, Casper Janssen ahead of Olofsson. Meunier's in P3. In this one you can see Janssen, Olofsson, Meunier and Darbach. Thumbs up from the marshal across the grid. Kevin Darbach P5, but with only 12 cars. Was it 13? No, 11 cars, yeah, so Kevin Darbach will be in the next one. Tobias Darbach on the outside with an absolutely brilliant reaction time. He's going to get Janssen on the run down to the first corner. Did he guess it?
It was pretty similar to Janssen on the inside, wasn't it? But just got the perfect launch. So hard to make a difference in these lights cars when they're all the same. Really been impressed by both of the Darbachs this year, and outstarting Olofsson and Janssen in a lights race is no mean feat at all.
Now, when the fastest go first, which remember we do in qualifying here, that does mean who's going to go inside. That's brilliant from Janssen. So Janssen jokers and comes back in. Meunier runs a tiny bit wide. That's perfect, Hal. But what I was going to say is everybody's quick in this race, so you can joker early anyway.
You can, but Julian Meunier's also got his brother Damien on the radio as a spotter, super experienced supercar driver in France in many other categories. So they've also given him the information that Janssen's coming, don't cut back in, because the last thing you want to do is run into A, your teammate, but B, arguably the fastest driver in the field or one of the fastest drivers in the field. You want to get on the back of Janssen and follow him round to try and get that bit more pace, don't you? So hard for Meunier to come to such a Scandinavian circuit.
Olofsson was 1.1 in front of Janssen at the line, and Janssen's got him. So we know that the Joker is longer than 1.1 and shorter than 3.4. That's the data we've got so far. So what do you reckon, 2.5? I reckon 2 maybe. Good
maths. Yeah, some time in between that somewhere.
A guess, a cracking guess. Around 2, I reckon. Around 2.
Darback's got a wriggle on here.
Yeah, let's see the gap. It was 0.8 on the previous lap, but that was from Olofsson. Janssen was plus 1.9.
It's hard with the short race distances because we don't get a true comparison of lap time.
He's taken 6/10 off him. So Janssen's closed down to 1.3 off the back of Darback. I think that will be enough. Looking at it visually now as well, I'd say he's eating him alive on that braking zone. But Hal, there is a big concertina there.
There is, and
Olofsson's off on the inside, over rotates, it goes through the ditch at the bottom of the hill, and Darback holds on. So we are wrong, and 1.3 seconds was enough for him to hold on.
How close was Olofsson to Janssen, though? They were only a second apart, weren't they? So did they maybe have a bit of contact that over-rotated Olofsson and forced him onto the inside?
In which case Janssen would have lost time too.
Yeah,
so
and only a bit, but that made all the difference. And Janssen's gone, look. Janssen's got problems. They must have had contact. Yeah, broken right rear, sorry. So I think Olofsson's got into the rear of Janssen.
Darback's taken this. Meunier looks to cross over past Janssen at the line, and he got him. So Meunier got Janssen by 81 hundredths of a second at the line. Janssen drops from what looked like a certain win. We have no idea what the Joker Delta was because we thought it was between 1.3 and 3.5 and it wasn't enough, but there was contact.
You know when you play dirt rallycross in Norway and you go to the left-hand side in hell going up the hill and you can jump the car miles into the air.
Yes.
A little bit concerned for Meunier then because running to the outside over the line.
Over the finish line.
So this is the first Joker merge.
Lovely stuff by both.
Yeah,
Respect
and you saw
Meunier
move out the way, so brilliant. Is this the... Yeah,
yes,
there you go.
It is. So Janssen's got the problem, hasn't he? Then Olofsson, I reckon Janssen's had the problem before.
No, yeah, I think Janssen's just run deep. Look, he's run deep. Where's this now? This is the end of the lap, once it's already broken.
Yeah, look at the rear right.
Hopefully our director can show... This is Meunier going for the boonies. Wonder if our director can show us that again before we go to the next race.
I don't know if we'll have time, but I'd love to see it, and if not, we'll try and maybe see it at the end.
So I think Janssen's made a mistake, run deep, and then Olofsson's just come steaming in and, you know, not being able to miss him.
Darback, so is it Tobias Darback's debut year with us? It is, isn't it, in lights?
In lights it is, yeah. He's done... He's 7-time cross-car champion in Denmark.
That could be, Hal. That could be his first session win. He hasn't, if nobody goes quicker in this one. So, looking at the entry with respect, I think
we've got Lucas Anderson to come in the last race.
Yes, well, Anderson had a problem in Q1. Yeah. Okay, so Anderson then, Anderson could definitely stop that. But at the minute, Tobias Darback leads the qualifying session. So, it would be a first Q win for him if he can hold on. Kevin Darback, Anton Soderholm, Ida Tornholt and Erik Berget. Massive three-way squeeze over the line. Darback gets spun as a result of that. Rainer Snitches will have something to say about it because he was just talking to us at lunch and saying, do not cross the white lines before, you know, changing lane. Having said that, with that angle, I don't know whether they were out of the white lines or not at that point.
Soderholm gets up the inside of Ida Tornholt. Kastman in the run up to turn 4. Must get on top of the corner numbers. Soderholm making his debut here in lights. Got the car a few weeks ago. Great to see drivers moving up into the category. There's a Swedish Championship race at Höghedens next week with some new drivers in the lights cars as well on the Friday of Magic Weekend.
To World RX, isn't it?
Yes, on the Friday as part of the Rally Sprint as well.
You said good entry though, didn't you?
A really good entry. Yeah. So I think the lights class is having a bit of a resurgence at the moment, which is brilliant. It'd be fantastic to have more cars and to mix it up a little bit at the front.
Well, we know there's so many out there, Hal. I was fascinated by your spreadsheets yesterday, where they all are and what they're all doing. Like, but it's hard to keep track, and some are coming back that haven't been seen since 2018, was it, or 2019? What was
16 and 17, and some of them have started dormant. So, and the good thing is, apart from a few little updates, that they're largely the same. Soderholm right on the rear of Berget.
I guess the damper upgrade would be the biggest one, wouldn't it, if you hadn't run the car since then?
Berg gets really sideways there. Soderholm looks to the inside again, but you can't get the traction when you're so slow through that corner, moving the car around. Yeah, there's been a few chassis updates, Andrew, sorry to interrupt, but there's nothing major. There's been a couple of engine things as well, I think, from Manchun, but you know, over that period, but they're nothing that you can't put on in a few days.
It's not the work of much time, is it? The upgrade to the FC2 is a much bigger affair than the little upgrades that have happened through the...
Yeah, and that's only because you need some structural changes to the chassis to accommodate the different
engine, different suspension travel. What was the damper change? They went to R53, didn't they?
Yeah,
But not how many years ago was that?
Both into the Joker on the final lap. It's going to harm Soderholm's time. He's been impressive here. R53 came in 2 years ago, I want to say,
Yeah. Oh, still getting pushed around here. So Berget under enormous pressure, but Soderholm can't find a way through. So,
I think there's a misfire. Is that a classic lights misfire?
Bowden's had some issues earlier, didn't he, with the misfiring cross car?
I don't mean a classic lights misfire. I mean classic trying to work out from a lights car whether it's misfiring or not when you're hearing track sounds. It's often difficult.
We have microphones in various different places. At one point during the start of the show, someone was warming up an engine via one of their microphones, which is trackside. And I'm looking at it thinking, why is the sound of a different engine in junior cross car? It's like, no, that's somebody at the side of the track. So Berget takes the checkered flag. The time, though, is a 2:33, which is 2 seconds off the pace of Tobias Darbach. So this now is all about this final count. Now watch this off the line, okay? So this is Darbach inside, then Soderholm in the blue and Castman with white. I reckon Darbach crosses the white line to come out, Hal. Not by much, but cross lines, I think, only a bit.
Yeah, so difficult, isn't it, off the line? And what is really difficult, and you can never appreciate it unless you've been a driver, is that you can't really tell where the car 2 over from you is.
No.
So you can only see what's directly next to you.
Not unless you do the whole thing of looking left and right, don't you? Like frantically sometimes.
But if you've made an equal start, you can't see through the next car. That's where the spotters are so important.
Yeah.
Difficult to see also from the spotters area here.
And you've got the hand device, remember, which can limit your rotation.
Massively, yeah.
So you just can't look 90 degrees to the left and right. So yeah,
But you've still got to attribute blame somewhere as well, haven't you?
I do think 50 metres off the start line, you're highly unlikely to be in front of absolutely everybody. You may be in your mind that I reckon I am. But
and you've got to be very willing to make calls, and that's why Reynes is the perfect person for this job.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that because I like Reynes. It's because even this morning he said, I don't see any names, I just see car numbers, because he's not interested in who it was or what their history is. Has car 23 pushed car 16 off?
Yes,
that's fine. It doesn't matter who's driving them.
Yeah, interesting. He was saying as well, wasn't he? It's either 3 seconds, 5 seconds, or black flag. He doesn't necessarily need, any warning to give a black flag. It's just like you've done something bad, you're getting one. So Lars-Erik Haug with the blue on the car, Nils Christian Haug with the orange, and Lucas Anderson on the outside. Anderson needs a better start here, gets it, and will be inside on the run to the first corner. And this is perfect for Lucas Anderson. So Anderson leads the standings with 3 wins. He didn't make it through to the final in the previous round in Kouvola.
Oh, right off the ground over the jump through the right-hander there, runs right to the outside. That's where Janssen was, but you can get away with that when you're on your own and you're not considering jokering as well. And you can just tell from the attitude of the car, Anderson, is on a big push here, isn't he?
He's having a proper go there. I'm going to have to turn you up, Hal, and turn the cars down a bit. I couldn't hear you there, Anderson. The lights are probably the noisiest thing out there, aren't they?
I didn't say anything of any use anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it, mate.
That's us for 6 hours a day, isn't it, for the next 2 days? Give us a shout if you're on the YouTube comments. Hal has them open. We are about 20 seconds in front of you, I think, in real life, but we do try and reply to some if we can.
Always ahead.
Yes, indeed. FTD for us. And obviously you can get us on Instagram as well, Andrew_Coley and HowRidgeRX.
HowRidgeRX.
Yeah. Oh, everybody knows the app, don't they?
Do they?
It's a bit like saying www.how. Do you remember that? They used to do on the radio.
HTTP. Semicolon /
www.radio1.com/competition. You're like, what? I might as well send a postcard in at this point. Yeah, it's not like that anymore. So yeah, give us a shout, drop us a DM. We don't tend to get
What was
to
it
those
like when the internet was created?
I don't know, mate. I think, I can remember that actually. I've had another birthday recently, which is pretty shocking in terms of how quickly it's all going by. Ooh, that sounds like somebody launching our supercar into the pre-grid.
Sounds like an Audi to me, yeah.
So this is what I mean about the FX bikes. They're around the track and they pick up the cars that are not on track necessarily. So Cat Anderson here, Lucas Anderson out front.
He's very similar to Jansen's best lap time in the previous race on a 46.7, I think.
I think he's been quite wild in this, I would say. But
I
that
think
doesn't mean
Jansen
it's
has done
not
a 46.6 from memory, but we don't have that in front of us.
You know what I mean by wild, though? Anderson's having a big push here, which is fine.
But it's reasonably controlled, and I think you get away with it here as long as the track's clean enough off the line. I think this is a track where you can push super hard.
Target time 2:31.081. So keep an eye on that bottom left of your screen. I think he's going to get this by some margin. Hauck made some mistake and sticks it out in the ditch. Lars Erik Anderson comes up over the line and he has absolutely smashed it. 2:28.8. He goes. What's that, Hal? 2.2 seconds faster than Tobias Darbach. So Darbach is denied the session win. Lucas Anderson is back in form.
Good run from Haug as well. Look on a 2:32.
Well, without the mistake,
that's going to
Hal,
put him third.
Without the mistake in the last corner, running out into the ditch. That's what you were saying earlier about following somebody quick.
Yeah. And Haug also obviously coming back from that massive crash in Kovala.
Hal pointed out to me, which I'm very relieved about, so I suck when the cars look the same. I just can't do it. I complain at the top teams on social media and in person. I've just seen the Hanson's livery for World RX, mate. Best of luck with that. Yeah, but it says Timmy and Kevin on the grill. Nobody can see the grill in turn one. It's got to be the roof. It's got to be the mirrors. It's got to be the rear wing. If you're designing the team livery, send us an email and we'll give you the list of requirements to definitely get mentioned. It needs to be really obvious and different colours. That's how it works. Having said that, Hanson's great livery. Looks mint.
You've completely gone off piste here.
That's
because
fine.
you were about to congratulate Lars Erik Haug for having blue on his car rather than orange.
Yes.
So this is the Jansen and Olofsson incident.
Back on piste. Well done.
The truck in Stockholm's managed to get us this incident. So Jansen's just run super wide. The car's not broken at that stage, is it? And here comes Olofsson.
Oh yeah.
Olofsson's nothing he can do there. Like Jansen's come in hot and then got stopped, and
Olofsson's had to go proper off road.
Maybe Simon could have come in. The question will be, could Simon have made the corner in his normal way had he not carried so much speed in? But he won't have expected Jansen to be stopped in the corner when he got there.
For that.
No, nor do I. But that's what broke the car. So, yeah, unlucky for Casper, but hasn't done that badly. Where was he overall? 8th overall at the end.
Okay, on to open four-wheel drive then. On the inside, Mats Oman, who won Q1 with a brilliant drive. Next to him, Martin Enlund, Joni Tapainen, Kevin Eriksson in the FC2. The Nitrocross Next Evo, and Frank Valla on the outside. So 4 supercars and 1 FC2. What can Kevin do here? And can Mats Oman win this event outright? Because at the moment, he's favourite to do so. Sendland in P2. Spoke to him earlier, he's all smiles. It's a good start by Sendland as well. Kevin Eriksson's lost out here, drops back a little bit. Frank Valla on the inside, it's Tapainen sideways. Enlund just holds on. Valla's going to spin round almost. Mats Oman ended up P5. On Tapainen to the inside line, and Kevin Eriksson comes through to P2 in all that carnage.
Kevin using all of his experience there as Enlund gets super wide on the exit of the hairpin. Oman in the background has got going again. Tapainen into the Joker, but Kevin's so aware in the first couple of corners of where to place the car to gain the positions as others made mistakes.
I think as well we would expect the supercar to win the start over the FC2. The FC2's what? They reckon 550 here. It'd be slightly less than Nitrocross. And it's not a supercar. I mean, it's got more CCs. I mean, this is what they wanted, isn't it? To prove that the FC2 as a concept would be capable of keeping up with supercars.
Valla sideways into the bottom of the lap. Wonder if he's got something broken on the rear of the car there, because he's all out of shape.
Laid down some massive black lines, didn't he? Kevin Eriksson, there's that rotation angle, Hal. We're looking in terms of driving style too, between the two different vehicles.
I tell you what, I bet Kevin is loving being in there, in a car that you've been involved in the development with so closely, all over the back of a supercar.
Goes Joker up over the crest. Can he get back in front of Tapainen? Tapainen's going to be there, but he might go inside line. That's why we like that Joker merge. Tapainen takes the standard line. Kevin Eriksson sneaks up the inside. That's brilliant from Eriksson.
Oh, gets a shove in the rear, does Kevin, because he ran wide into Tapainen, pulled the front bumper off on the Fiesta, the M Sport built Fiesta. Didn't see if there was any damage to the front corner. They're quite strong cars, the Fiestas. But then gave Eriksson a good old shove in the rear. And actually, almost you'll be pleased to get that bit of contact in this development phase, because they need to know how the car's going to react.
Yeah, but it's not just going to break. So the gap was 2.4, Hal, between Tapainen and Eriksson on the previous lap. And Tapinen was in front of him. Ericsson snuck underneath him. So it's 2.5. This might be enough of a mistake. Enland goes into the joke lap. Watch for Kevin Ericsson on the inside line. He was 3.2 back. Here comes Ericsson. Enland holds on. Sendland sends it around the outside. Even with a mistake, he's still there. Ericsson smokes up the tyres on the FC2. There's that big curb on the inside line. But Martin Enland right out front. Great job.
I don't know if it was actually that much of a mistake on the way into the Joker. You just had to get a lot of rotation done into the throttle early to drive at the Joker section, and then big commitment over the crest.
Enland is coming round here. He hasn't won a session this year. His best qualifying has been P3, but he might well win this one. Crosses the line, and by that I mean the session. He takes the race, but can he hold on with Maiko Tam and Oliver Eriksson in the next one? 2
tenths faster than his best time, or his race time from Q1 earlier on, where he did a 2:25.5. It's a 2:25.3 this time. Matt Oman had done a 24.7 to go fastest in Q1.
Didn't see what happened to Oman other than when he lost. So Kevin
kind of poor start, and then got forced wide by Val.
And it's the gravel too. So what? So look at this. So Oman's dropped back, Kevin's dropped back. Now we're 3 wide. Vala's up the inside here of Tapinen. This is what I wanted to see. Enland chucks it in. That is brave from Enland. Vala and Tapinen get together. Look at Oman now. He's got absolutely zero visibility. Then suddenly that.
So he wasn't forced wide. He was just in that sort of.
And look at the dust from
on
Tapinen
that route
too.
To the outside. Yeah.
It's filth, isn't it? If you're down in P5, it's pure filth. That was Ericsson going Joker. Tidy run. That's 2 good runs now for the FC2, and I think there will be some relief there because they were having reliability issues into Yep.
This is where Kevin just runs that bit wide on the exit into Tapinen. I think you could be frustrated by that as the driver on the outside, and there is Tapinen getting a bit frustrated, venting his frustration. But I don't think it's wholly wrong. You can't get the car totally straight.
Enland takes it with a 2:25.3 from Kevin Eriksson and Joni Tapinen. Frank Vala comes back behind us with the bumper missing. That's fine. He's got a whole spare car here. He can take bits off if he wants. We'll have a little chat with you about that in a while. Actually, no, you would have seen it if you've watched the pre-show, and how dare you if you didn't. Maiko Tam and Oliver Eriksson, Philip Toren, Marcis Martinovs and Philip Martinson. Remember, Martinson took the win outside line here in the Clio. Martinson took the win in Finland at the second event and was over the moon, wasn't he? Absolutely over the moon. Yeah. Bit of carnage around him, but it was a good effort. Right.
Frank Val didn't do practice yesterday evening because he wanted to watch what everyone else was doing and learn from them. To do practice this morning, yeah.
Interesting. Would you have done that?
No.
I want extra laps. Hal wants to drive a supercar around here. I'll take anything. Hal's become a supercar snob. Maiko Tam versus Eriksson on the inside. But we've got fast starters in there elsewhere, and it's Marcis Martinovs who gets a good start in the 208. Not enough of a good start, though. Oliver Eriksson is being very forceful here, almost alongside Maiko Tam. Now going to try and get up the inside. Great start from Eriksson, forcing Tam wide, but Tam gets back online and will hold on to it up into the hairpin.
You know what? I think Ollie might help Maiko a little bit there by getting some more rotation in the car. Ollie's going to joker on the first lap. Based on the pace of the other drivers in this race, I think that's brave. But they do need to get racing under the belt of the FC2 as well. So being stuck in traffic, it'd be wonderful for them if they win the event. Going to get the inside of Toren.
And he's got him. Gets around Toren. So he passes Toren. That's where Kevin passed somebody earlier on today. It was Frank Val, actually, wasn't it, who he passed. Now he's up behind Martinovs in the 208. Bowdens runs at 208. Martinovs is a bit too sideways, not getting the traction, but Maiko Tam's getting away.
Good old send there from Tam through turn 3. Ollie Eriksson stuck right behind the Andy Scott liveried Peugeot 208.
Go on, Andy. We keep saying it, don't we? 3 different drivers. Jack Thorpe's used it, and now he's still on this. It was a good livery, definitely.
Ollie Eriksson looks at the inside.
He's done it. No, nicely. Showing his class there. I must admit, I was watching earlier, and Martinovs is a little bit shy in the and he spins over the dip crest on the far side. Just doesn't have the confidence, I think, to carry that rotation through to the hairpin, where someone like Eriksson clearly does.
But I do think they need to run the FC2 in traffic, don't they? That's what I was trying to get at before. It'd be wonderful to finish 1-2 in the event. Does it really make any difference to the life of Kevin and Ollie Eriksson? Probably not. Martinson's retired there on the inside. Really what they need to do is battle in the traffic a bit, find out where the car gets too hot. They're going to America with these things where it's going to be this hot most of the event. So I actually don't think it's bad to be in the traffic.
2.7 was the gap, Hal, between Tam and Ericsson. Let's see if we've got any better idea. Ericsson is inside, Maiko Tam. Oh, he's gone in hot. He puts over the curb on the inside. He's hit Tam quite hard there. I think he's come in trying to do the block pass. Now he looks to the inside again. Maiko Tam's got a problem, probably from that contact.
Maiko's in the ditch on the outside.
In the FC2. So this is going to be a first ever heat race victory for the FC2, but will he hold on to it after Rayleigh Snitch has had a look at things? And say it was an attempt at a block pass on the way into the Joker merge. Ericsson comes up over the crest and through the left-hander. The FC2 takes its first ever heat race win. The Nitrocross Next Evo. We'll have a look at the replays in a moment. Hal, that was quite an impact. I think it's fair to say the FC2 is strong enough.
The handbrake works, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes. And Ollie still has the kahunas which are necessary. 2 beautiful passes in that race. And then, you know, say an attempt at a block pass. We'll get Ollie in a minute and see what he thinks. Here's a look at the replays.
I'm looking forward to seeing turn 2 and or 3 or whatever we're calling it, the gravel corner, because Ollie gets right in the rear of Tam and just helps that rotation a bit. It really helped the Estonian
well, he helped
reigning
when you've got nearly 600 horsepower, he helped.
Yeah.
And four-wheel drive.
Very kind of him.
So this is that one of the 2 big curbs. Yeah, that is the big one actually. So he just rides that and gets inside, gets better traction. Leaning on that rear. Here's Tam at the merge. Oh no! You know what? I don't know. I don't know. Had he half spun already?
Oh no! He's taken out the light again, Ollie.
That's twice he's got that. You get a bill from Chronomoto. I don't know what I think about that, Hal, because he was in front of Tam.
I'd like to see it again.
But he's well, we'll see it again. Let's see if the truck can show us that. We just want to see that bit again, slower from all angles. If you're listening in the truck in Stockholm, please. We'll see if we can have a goose at that in a second. There is the start grid, which we'll be waiting for Q3 to line up shortly. Oliver Eriksson takes that one from Philip Tor and Maiko Tam. There was contact between Eriksson and Tam. Martinson a DNF. Martinovs with a little spin and dropping down the order a bit.
I think we're going to see it again. Okay. We are from the drone.
Look, so at this point, Kevin is there, but is Kevin still rotating at that point? Sorry, Oliver, sorry. I don't know, you know, mate.
I think you've got to, that's a racing incident, isn't it, I think? And Tam's immediately got either broken steering or a puncture.
Oh, mate. So can we see the other angle, the trackside angle again?
Immediate puncture there for Tam. Look, the front left's gone down.
So can we see the trackside angle as well of the first incident? Yeah, I wasn't sure at first. I felt Kevin had come in and gone in really hot, Hal, in an attempt to block past. But when you see it from the drone, I don't think he has.
I think it's on its way, all the way from Stockholm.
Loading. There's a man frantically operating a replay machine in a building in Stockholm. Just because me and Hal have been a bit difficult and said, can we see it, please? This is it from the other angle. So Tam coming out of the Joker
as well, yes.
Watch Ollie on the inside. So here's Ollie. He's got the rotation on the car. He's on his inside line. Is Tam turning into him, or is he?
I think Ollie has gone in a bit hot, hasn't he? But
yeah,
he is using. I think he is using the line he would do if someone wasn't there.
I think he would have made the corner. Here he is. I think he would have made the corner.
Him off quick.
Take it off. Right, Ollie's joined us in the studio. So actually, I'll tell you what. Come and see Ollie, and then show him the replays, because I know he'll want to see it. Ollie, let me give you this to put on. So when we saw it at first, I was like, block pass, he's coming hot, you know, and then had he come in too hot. When we saw it from the drone, it looks like you're well in front of Tam as it comes in. Can we have a look at the replays again for Ollie?
From inside, like I had no problem. I entered the corner like normal.
Yeah,
we go out a little bit to get the exit right.
And then to get the top right.
Yeah, but they told me to keep tight, so I felt I had a little bit tighter line than I normally have as well.
Well, let's have a look. We're going to look at it with Ollie now. I'll say that, I'll be honest, the first time I thought you'd come in too hot. That was what we said. Okay. So this was the angle we saw the first time. So you're coming in here. From this angle, you'll see that it looks like you're almost over, but I can see you're aiming for the apex, then he gets into you. But when you see it from the drone, it looks different. So if we've got the drone guys, line that up for Ollie. Oh, by the way, that's the second time you've hit that.
I hit it again. I thought I avoided it this time.
You legend. By the way, though, mate, first race win for the FC2. Here's the drone angle. Tam on the outside, and to me, you're in front there. So the two angles are quite different.
I think, in my opinion, you know, I try to make my corner. I try to do it as quick as I can, so we're racing on time. Obviously, I come from normal line. I try to keep it. I know he's there, but I don't want to like block him, block him. But the exit is what it is there. We come from a bit different angles.
So the other take on this, mate, is where you've come in hot there. The pass you made earlier on in the race is when someone comes in hot and you go inside them. So in theory, Tam could lift, let you run wide and go up the inside there. So
well, my spotter said that directly from his point of view. It looked like he tried to undercut, but didn't stop. He didn't estimate me to come there.
And historically, the Joker has to give way to the standard lap.
True.
But no,
so, come on, what's the verdict? What do we reckon?
For me, it's what it is. It's a race incident. You know, the exit there is what it is. You know, we both tangled up a bit. We both lost on it. So, yeah, for me, it is racing. You know.
Right. So
I hope it's no damage on his car. I had some cosmetics.
I think he had a puncture, didn't he? From the
puncture. Yeah.
So,
it's a good race. You know, I enjoyed it. I love this track. It's awesome.
It's wicked, isn't it?
Yeah, racing cars like this is what we're here for.
So, in that case, mate, high five. First race win for the FC2.
Thank you, guys.
And Rainis, don't look. It's fine. You heard, it's fine. He's made a good explanation of himself. That's going to be it, I think, from us. We'll be back with you very shortly for Q3 and get Stoke back in. Well done, mate. Stoke is real.
I have so much fun today.
Yeah,
you know, we're developing, we're working like our asses off like that. But as soon as you get in the car, it's like, oh, this is going to be fun again.
I know the disappointment in Tjerp. You know, it wasn't quite where you wanted it to be. We've seen you still cutting holes in stuff, trying to make more cooling. That's development, but it must be so nice to go, it works, and it's on the pace of the supercars.
Yeah, it's the pace.
In your hands. In my hands, I don't think it would be.
For me and Kevin, like, we're a bit surprised. We're like, oh, we can win this. You know?
Let's go.
The race horns came out now. So, but we're here for the development and stuff. But we're not lifted, as you see. Obviously, it's Q2 and we're already in it. You know.
All right.
So we're not holding back at all.
Well, there you go. Then you got 15 minutes. Go make a cup of tea, get a beer, whatever it is you're going to do, and we'll be back for Q3. We'll see you then.
welcome back to Älvsbyn. I'm not going to try and say the track name because I butcher it every time, but Andrew Coley joins me and is able to do just that ahead of
Höghedens,
Q3 for Crosscar Junior.
Somebody messaged me last night because I said it really slowly on Instagram. I was like, Höghedens, and they were like, yes, this is correct, but it's slow. So I sent them a voice note this morning. He said, yes, very good.
Höghedens.
Höghedens. There you go. Barnen, by the way, is track. If you haven't figured it out by now, is that a jump start or not? Because, say, they have had some issues with slot number 1. These are the fastest first, remember. At the moment, Hagström leads the standings from Terpainen, Mutik and Tila Hukar. Oliver Solly is down in P8. And indeed, Solly is not in this quick race either. So is this where Hagström is going to start to make a difference to the standings? These guys sit right on the limit, and now the reason for that is they're limited to 9.3. Hagström on the inside. Has he got a good enough start? No, going to be beaten down to turn 1. The outside, but holds on, commits to it, and almost goes round, gets nudged back. That's ultra lucky. Hampus Hagström was on the lock stops there and looked like he was going round. They've watered the track. The grip level is completely different, and Halley got the golden touch there. That's champion's luck.
Yeah, and Svedlund makes a mistake then in the hairpin. Svedlund having been the black car on the inside that got sent sideways when Hagström was oh so sideways, as you say, Andrew.
That was wild.
You have that sort of luck, don't you, when you're arriving at a crest of a wave, and yeah, you need that sometimes, don't you?
Yeah,
I paused because Peter, our championship manager,
you an E for the. Hang on a minute, I better explain that. He's given you the letter E for your keyboard. Where did you get that from?
I don't think it blew over to the other side of the studio.
Oh, I thought you'd lost it. So he's found Hal's key. That's how windy it is here. Buttons are coming off Hal's MacBook. Luckily, it's the old one, isn't it, Hal?
Yeah,
2016, isn't it? That one's been in service.
Yeah, until last couple of weeks, but used here because I don't really want to get my new laptop absolutely brimful of dust.
They bought an air duster over a minute ago to dust off all the technical stuff.
Did they?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
That's very clean in here, actually.
Yeah, no, well, I think they were slightly concerned. Yeah,
and they've watered the paddock.
Yeah, anyway,
Lovely.
back to it. Hagström leading from Nielsen, Svedlund, Terpainen and Isak Setra. Say Hagström is at the top of the standings and is how many points clear? 12 points clear. So a decent result here is going to see Hagström straight into the TQ spot. And just that turn 2.
And that's so important for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, massively. Massively. 16 championship points, remember. So if you're not, yeah, actually, that's a good point. If you're not familiar with how it works, 3 qualifying sessions each day, because it's a double header, so we'll have a winner today and a winner tomorrow in each category. You get points in the qualifying sessions which put you in order. So, you know, there's 4 heats of junior cross car. They compare the times across those heats. So if you're fastest of the 20 drivers in the 4 heats, you get top points, which is 50. We add those points up, that gives us the qualifying standings. At the end of Q3, the top 18 qualify for the semi-finals, but the top 16 get championship points. Now, TQ is worth 16 points. Oliver Solly at the minute down in P8 would be another 8 points back, so it would extend Hagström's, it would close the lead by 8 points. What is the gap at the minute at the top of the standings? Coming around on the last lap. We'll take a look at that moment from Hagström in just a few seconds. Yeah, Solly leads the standings by 3 points. So if he takes the TQ and Solly doesn't recover massively, which I don't think he will in this session, what's Hagström's time? 2:41.5. How's that compare, Hal? Let's have a look. 5 seconds slower, but the track's been wetted.
Svedlund with the fastest lap of the race on the final tour as well. So
have a look at this. Have a look at this. Number 7, inside line, Hampus Hagström, the blue car. So at this point, you're thinking, oh, he's lost out here. He now braves it out and chucks it in from the outside. 3 cars wide, no contact. He's on the lock stops and he's going round. He's just about going to hang on, and he gets the tiniest nudge there from Carl Svedlund in the black 333, and it straightens him out, Hal. Wow.
Perfect.
Mega. What a lucky boy. Is that a big mozzie? Yeah, it was. Ouch. The mozzies up here are pretty unreal. What was it you said about one? It was like a bird. One got you earlier. There was a sparrow sitting on Hal's head, having a munch. I found one in my room this morning. I think that's what got me on the ankles overnight. Yeah,
could have been worse.
Got the bugger. Yeah, I could actually. Yeah, actually, it really could. Yeah. It was a hot night. So yeah, he got splatted on the window, I'm afraid. The same window that I climbed in through last night.
Don't forget your room key.
Yeah, don't forget your room key, and thanks Chip Pankow for getting the wheelie bin for me. General Manager Nitrocross, wheelie bin extraordinaire wheeler, allowed me to get back in. Andreas.
He's busy.
He's ignored us, isn't he? He's deliberately ignored us.
No, they've got an ECU issue, I think, with Burgett's car, so they're helping.
Right, fair enough. We'll grab him later for a quick catch-up. No penalty, by the way, for Ollie Eriksson if you're just rejoining us. So he has taken the first ever win for the FC2 in terms of a heat race. I didn't actually see the session results. Into the lead goes Oliver Solly in the 195. Spin in the background behind him just after a bit of contact. So Solly doing exactly what he needs to do. He has now, Hal, got to take the fastest time here. Bearing in mind this is going to dry and it is fastest first, so they're in the trickiest conditions.
Best time.
He's got to nail it on.
It's been an 8th so far today for Solly as well, so he hasn't had the pace that he's enjoyed at other events so far this season, and indeed last season.
No.
Oliver Solly been at this game a while now, hasn't he? So really experienced in junior cross car. Sometimes you have those days where it's just not quite working out for you. Championships are won and lost on those sorts of days as well, aren't they? Championship's not about winning every event, it's about making the most of your worst days, isn't it? And if he can make a great time here and get back in the semis and end up on the podium this afternoon, you say that was brilliant damage limitation.
Absolutely, yeah. Keep yeah, you lose 5 points in qualifying, don't let it knock your confidence and lose another 10 tomorrow and then don't make the final or whatever. So yeah, basically what he needs to do is he's got to qualify now for the semis as high as he can. Ideally, if he can drag himself up from 8th to 6th, he'll be on the front row, which will make a big difference because there's 3 semis. So if he can get onto the front row, that'll make a difference for a start. He was 8th, yeah. So that's overall. And he gets out of the Joker into the lead. Tidily done. They're avoiding that curve on the right there. It's really harsh, that curve. What turn number is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5. Should we make a map after this session?
I've asked for one.
Have you?
Yeah.
Glad. Well done. Who from Reynes?
Oscarson's, I asked Reynes, all sorts of people. Reynes, Dubernard, Peter.
Everybody who has a printer that works. I think there could be another printer being launched into a skip tonight, by the way. If you followed the series for a while, you'll know if we were a fighter plane, we have 3 printers on the side of the plane already. I think one was lost, one got launched in Tierp, and this one is getting fairly close to getting launched here. So Oscarson goes into the Joker. Let's follow through here with Viggo Koch, our fantastic drone pilot.
Solid Joker on lap 2, so we haven't been able to see an ultimate lap time. His best lap's a 51.0. Hagström did a 50.6, Fedlin did a 50.4, but because he Jokers on lap 2, there hasn't been a direct comparison. Arvid Carlson in the background's done a 50.5, fastest lap of the race, so I would say the track's not improving massively at the moment. Solly
going to come around and take this. 2:41.5 is the target time, which he should comfortably beat, looking at where the clock is right now. 2:40.6, not quite as comfortable as I thought, but comfortable enough, particularly because it's over Hampus Hagström, his rival in the championship. So that is going to...
Delete what I just said about track evolution.
Yeah, he changed his mind. Oh, now the paperwork's on the floor. Is that from the last session or this session?
That one I just screwed up was Q1.
Gale force wind blows through. Is that what we're doing? That's a good idea, Hal. Well done. Should we start we're starting a little bin on the floor there, are we? But that's where all the paperwork ends up anyway, isn't it? So we might as well
end it. So look at some YouTube comments.
Look at that. Go on, yeah, hit us. What's going on? I gather somebody wants you and me to have a head-to-head. We did one on a quad bike. Hal thrashed me. But Hal, what's the head-to-head this time? Make sure you say it nice and loud so Andreas Eriksson can hear.
Scroll. There's lots of comments. Lots of debate about the Ollie Eriksson incident.
Stewards.
Race horns, yeah.
So basically, one of you said you want to see me and Hal.
Give me a minute.
Come on, you're reading all of them.
So Lee Macklin says, put Hal and Coley against each other in FC2 for a super lap banter.
Yes, that's what we want. I think Hal should do it in each of the... Here comes Andreas again. He's marching. Look, he's not going to stop, is he? I was going to challenge him to it there. There he goes, mate. He's definitely got... But he's got a bit of paper in his hand as well. Oh, we've got a recovery going on, have we?
What else is... are we saying?
Looks like they're recovering the quad bike there for a minute.
How would so Kane Douglas says, how would you let Coley race your rallycross car when it's finished? Someone asked me that on Instagram, actually. I haven't replied to them yet.
It's a no, I reckon. Which, by the way, I fully respect.
Thing is, I could only lend my car to someone I either fully trusted or know can pay for it. And I'd probably both, to be fair.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can definitely pay for it. And I'd probably trust you.
Spend all my money on radio control cars, Hal. Can't get hurt in those. Well, you can actually get twatted in the head by one doing 40 mile an hour. You definitely can get hurt, but it's yeah, it's
that would hurt a lot.
Yeah, it would. It would.
I miss my radio control car. I mean, I never.
You need to come down.
Never did it like you did. But
yeah.
Well, when I was a teenager and was racing a lot, you'd feel really aggrieved to spending £100 on a motor or something.
Yeah.
And now that is just a dream.
So this is my favourite thing about it. Basically,
£100 on an engine, yes, please.
I've got a car that could win the world championship because it's cost less than £1,000. When I was a paperboy, that was utterly unachievable. The difference is now I have neither the reactions nor the eyesight to win with it. So, but I like trying. Can I have my pen back? I'll get you another one out of the car. Run down to the first corner. It is in the lead. 2-1-4. P2 Matalamaki. And right behind the brilliantly limited P2 Pira. Now, P2 Pira last time out did a brilliant job. P2 Pira was on the podium in the second round at Kubler. Didn't come to Tierp at the start of the year, so the Finns are coming. And in fact, yeah, P2 Pira has made a pass on Matalamaki there. Matalamaki, that is just a brilliant rallycross name.
Running side by side through both of those corners, and again the switchback in the third of the hairpins, if we can call it that, in this very technical but committed lap. So much respect between these cross-car junior drivers, isn't there, to be able to race wheel to wheel like that, and in cross-car, and not get tangled together.
Look at that. What did we say last time? How big numbers on the front of the car? It's a yes from us.
Yeah,
this is the livery show, it appears to be this week.
Certainly helps, doesn't it?
It does.
I'm all for a new livery.
Yeah, me too.
I always feel a bit disappointed that television doesn't do justice to the cross-car liveries, because some of them have got some great designs, but you don't really see it, although we are seeing it there.
They're so small, aren't they? We see it off the drone, just the only one that gets close enough. He's been shot down once already, by the way, Vigo Koch, if you're wondering. Frank Vadler shot him down with the Supercar, so he loses normally has a drone shot down per weekend, but because look at the gravel here coming off the back of the cross cars, gives you an idea it's proper loose gravel, which I love, really love. We don't see it enough in any rallycross series. So, but unfortunately, I imagine Vigo is thinking it's not something I love.
Yeah, but he agrees to spectacular action, doesn't it? And he's a realist, isn't he? So I think he probably enjoys. Fortunately, drones aren't that expensive to fix either.
Although his one is quite tech.
It is, yeah.
The carbon chassis that he designed that he's now not happy with, wants to redesign it. I love it. We should do a whole feature on it. We have done before, but yeah, we'll look at
it's about time to do it again.
Here comes it. There's a man with a machine here. Hal, look going behind us. Look, that's good.
Jump pack. Yeah, they've obviously got issues down in STSRX with Birgit's car.
Good to see all the teams chipping in to try and help. There is still that atmosphere here in the background.
Muchik has a look to the inside. Was brilliant earlier on. Pace Motorsport was so delighted that he was right at the front of the Q1 times. Third fastest, I think, Muchik ended up. Let's have a look.
Yeah, sitting in P3 at the minute.
Yeah, then
P2 and a P11.
11th in the second one. So
didn't go quite according to plan. The second one
needs a good time here.
The road,
Will we get 3 semis in junior with 19 cars?
I don't know if we will. We should.
Don't think so.
You don't.
Well,
What's the limit?
Can't remember off the
three semis.
Can't remember what we never
never have more than 20. So surely we do.
We are 3 semis then.
Yeah, we know because they're limited to 20. The cross-car classes here. If you want to compete, by the way, you better get your name down because there's a waiting list for them. We have to have a limit because otherwise we can't get all the racing in the day. It's as simple as that. Look at this. Loads of big inputs. I love that curb on the inside. The curb's harsh when you see it up close. This was the pass up in the corner. And look, terminal understeer. So Matalamaki, once he got out wide, because these cars are steered so much from the rear, he just could not get it turned in. And then he gets eaten up on the exit. So it was a good drive from Pete Dupira, going quickest as well. So Pete Dupira has gone ahead of Oliver Solly by 0.3 of a second, using my binoculars to read the timing screen, which is covered in dust on the floor. Maybe my eyesight isn't quite as bad as I thought. Nearly eyes of a bat. Not quite. Fastest time. I imagine Pete Dupira is going to be thinking, I wish I'd come to Tierp at the start of the season. right in the mix with the very top runners in cross car. So Nico Kinnunen, Hugo Lundgren, Jere Hukar and Loritz Hume in this. Nico Kinnunen is in P3 in the standings, as in the championship standings, but at the minute he's only in P13. So this Hagström here, I'm keen to see the points after this, because obviously this is the end of qualifying, and see what a march Hagström has had in terms of standings over his competitors, Solly and Kinnunen, although Kinnunen, to be fair, is 30 back, so Kinnunen's in a bit of a battle with Pauli Tapainen and Alex Antila. So Kinnunen inside, gets a good start, that's the right-hand side of your screen, and moves across, going to claim the whole shot, I think. Loritz Hume trying to look inside, bit of contact between Hume and Hukar. Hukar runs out wide, that might cost them both on the run through. That's the dip, there's the crest, and you just saw a wheel being lifted and positions changing twice. That's lovely stuff through that long sweeping right-hander. A decent battle going on between Hume and Lundgren, but it is Nico Kinnunen with the whole shot.
You could really see the difference in the track conditions from that drone shot as well, couldn't you? The line is very, very dry now and clean. There's still water on the inside. It's hot here, isn't it? So the water's evaporating off the track, but they obviously put a lot down on the inside of the loose surface section, and you don't want to go wide because that's where all the loose gravel's being pushed all the time, isn't it? So yeah, a real mixture of conditions on the back of the loose section.
It's kind of perfect right now, is that point where there's still enough dampness to kill the dust, but not so much, you know, that there's only one line.
Kinnunen on a massive charge here.
Needs to be.
A 50.7 best lap last time around.
How's that compare?
Which was the first lap, wasn't it? If they only completed one lap, yeah. So a 50.7 on the first lap is a massive time.
I love the start, Hal. Really, you know, assertive off the start. Good start, took the lead, held on for the whole shot. Oh, Hukar, that is as close as it gets on the merge. Oh, and Hukar goes round, that's a shame. Hukar and him, there was no contact there, but he's maybe had to live to avoid it.
Paper thin contact, wasn't there? And sometimes that's just enough to upset the balance.
We were talking earlier, sorry I forgot to get round to it. So these guys sit on the limiter, Hal, at the start, particularly because it's an uphill start. They've only, I say only, they're limited to 9,300 RPM. Now originally they were only limited to 9,000, but they were struggling in the start, so they gave them an extra 300 RPM. With it being uphill, they sit on the limiter, whereas the cross cars, senior cross cars, they're more torque, aren't they? And they're just a little bit lower. I always think it's harder to judge. But I think some of them use rev limiters.
Go on, last time around, so the lap times are there. The track is clearly improving now. Nice and a massive margin actually out of the Joker, isn't it, for Kinnunen? So this could trouble Pera at the top of the timesheets. This is not particularly ideal for Hampus Hagström because he's already
P3
third, and this is why Andreas Eriksson loves this fastest first concept. And while that's a bit of a Marmite subject, isn't it? I think this scenario where the track improves allows people who have not such a good day or not such a good previous session, allows them to catch back up. So
2:39.5, Hal, it is quickest. So Kinnunen goes quickest. Loritz Hume with a 2:44.7 won't dislodge Hagström. So we've got our three top championship runners in the top four in this session. Solly and Kinnunen both had good results. Pera is in between them, but Pera, of course, not in the championship fight, having missed the first two. So they've done what they needed to do, dragged themselves up. We'll have a look in a minute and see if they're inside the top six or not, because if they are, that puts them on the front rows in the semis, and we've got a fight back on our hands. Particularly Solly we're keen to see versus Hagström. And I say that the championship lead was 3 points to the advantage of Solly. There was contact, you're right, and it was tiny, wasn't it? Mud flap to mud flap. So yeah, I get Andreas's idea of fastest first. For me, Hal, the problem is the conditions don't happen often enough. It's pretty rare, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then if it rains, you lose out if you're later in the session, which is unusual too. But yeah, it doesn't happen quite often enough. Nico Kinnunen takes it 2:39.588. That is the fastest time of this session, so he will win Q3 in any minute now. We should have the standings for you at the end of the session. I'll tell you where they sit. There it is. Hampus Hagström takes the TQ. Nico Kinnunen, that result pulls Kinnunen up from P13 into P2. That's outrageous. Solly moves up into P3. So the top 3 in the championship will be the 3 pole sitters in the semi-finals.
There's only 2 semis for today.
Are there?
There are, yeah. Rainus Nitters has messaged me. 2 semis. Kovler was 20 cars, so 3 semis. Chirp 21, 3 semis.
Wow, so
20
is the cut-off point.
19 we're on.
So the one missing driver. Wow, so that actually...
And that's going to have a big impact on the...
So Kinnunen really needed that, because Kinnunen was outside the 2 semis and moves up inside them. So they're all on the front rows basically. But
and changes your points game potential as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So in fact, where was Solly in that? I can't remember. Second or third?
Second.
No, I think
third. Kinnunen.
Yeah, so
already forgot.
They might be equal on points going into it.
I've got it on the YouTube screen. Kinnunen was second. Solly was third.
So what's the difference in points? 16, 15, 14, 2. So no. Solly will still lead by 1 point. On to Crosscar Senior. Elias Svensson on the inside line gets an absolutely brilliant start behind him. There's 3 wide contact, just about holding on. Nobody runs too wide. It's Romet Cerner who is in P2 for Pace Motorsport with the yellow and red livery. Cerner's having an absolutely brilliant time, currently sitting, I think, in the TQ spot.
He is, yeah. Bowden's dropped right to the back of that pack, ran wide on the exit of the first loose corner and had 2 cars come up the inside of him into the Joker for the first time. We're asking for ease, etc. Svensson, one of the most spectacular drivers in all of RallyX at the front of this field. That's Osterberg in third, I think, isn't it? Looking from here, yes it is.
Listen to the RPM through there and you get a wonderful idea of how they rotate in the car. It tightens up a bit, you hear the RPM come up, just slide the rear a bit wide, pulling the nose into the apex. And then the commitment at the end of the straight, Hal, in these things, they're absolutely rapid. And that right-hander, we're seeing people turn in 10 metres different. It's crazy.
And look at the lap time difference as well. The first lap of a 45.9. Bear in mind the Crosscar Juniors were doing a 50 dead-ish, a 49.9 on their fastest laps, and that's a great marker as just to how fast these Crosscar Seniors are. We often talk about it being sped up, don't we? It's like watching it in fast forward after you've watched the last of the junior races and then come into Crosscar. And these drivers are absolutely on the limit. Watch their really positive singular inputs, aren't they? There's no soaring away at the wheel. It's bang in, bang oversteer, bang on the throttle, bang on the brakes. It's
a modulation through the sweepers, but I mean, yeah, it's wonderful.
But the inputs are to get the car rotated. You give it a big throw in with the, through that corner,
commit,
load of right-hand lock, and then you're immediately on the opposite lock on the exit. There's no time for dilly-dallying. There's no time for trying to wonder what's going to happen. You've got to be so committed.
You have to know the car's underneath you, don't you? You've got to know that it's going to do what you've told it to do. As in the background there, Osterberg gets up on 2 wheels.
Carried a lot of speed though, didn't he, by taking a lot of that curb. And it's not aggressive. The curbs here are properly old-fashioned rallycross curbs, made up of lumps of concrete and manipulated into the ground, but they're not really upsetting the cars too badly.
Osterberg's having a good day here, Hal. He's sitting in P3 at the minute with a 4th and a 3rd in the previous sessions. So far this year, has only made the final once. He was and in fact, that was in Tierp on the time trial. So Osterberg didn't make the semis at Tierp 2, didn't make it out of the semis in the 2 Kuvala rounds. So Osterberg doing well here. This one goes to Svensson from Cerner and Osterberg. And they are your top 3 in the overall standings already.
This is Bowden's getting forced wide, had that bit of contact, got back in the throttle, washes out wide, etc. And Osterberg actually made hay there, didn't he, getting up the inside to them. I would liken Jimmy Osterberg to Simon Olofsson, and that's not unfair to either of them, but they've both got potential to be the fastest drivers in RallyX in any category.
Yeah.
But they also both have days where it just doesn't work for them. That's not because they're no good or they've done something wrong. It's just that things don't click, and I think the reason that those 2 guys are similar is because they both do have that potential to be right at the top in any of the classes, but just sometimes it's not working out, and Osterberg quite often finds himself in the middle of the pack.
And you need, unfortunately, if you're going to win the series, you have to have that consistency all year long. So, yeah, at the minute, Osterberg hasn't had the greatest start.
And arguably, Osterberg's in the hardest category to win.
Oh, yeah, he really is. So, yeah, it's when you look at our stats, which we have in front of us over the course of a season, basically the top 3 in any of the categories are full of little coloured blocks, which we make for P1, P2, and P3. So I have gold, silver, and bronze within a spreadsheet, which shows you where they finished. And consistently, your champions obviously are normally in the final at every round, and more often than not, they're on the podium everywhere. You can afford one bad round. We do a drop score, don't we? So, which helps. but you can't really have two. Inside line, Rasmus Persson. Not quite got as good a start as Yulilami. Yulilami looks to the inside line, flicks the car sideways and holds on as he goes through turn 1. Beautifully done by Yulilami. And in fact, Persson's been dumped back into P4 and maybe going to go back another position as well as Noel Eliasson looks up the inside. Yeah, he does. So Eliasson, and then Elias spins on the exit. Yeah, go on, style it out. That's better.
Persson took a big old cut through turn 1, the left-hander up the hill, right on the curb, right next to the Armco, off the line.
Good move to go Joker, Howell. He's already just seen Eliasson spin in front of him. Goes Joker, comes out in front of him. He's now got clear track and nobody in between.
I think you've probably already committed by that stage, to be fair, because you lose too much time by changing your mind here, because it's such a slow entry.
Throttle, wouldn't you? Yeah, correct. Yeah, you'd be on the throttle, wouldn't you, for the straight line? So Yulilami. Yulilami is, where I understand it's P4. There's 95 points is what Bowden's on, 92, 81 and 68 is the top 4 in terms of championship points. Yulilami here in qualifying is in P4, so right in the mix. Good result here, we'll see him move up, and it will be 3 semis for these guys, Hal, at least.
Yeah, it was ever thus.
Yeah, 30 cars, it was ever thus.
How would you rate Yulilami's season so far, Andrew?
Stellar to start with, you know, coming in with a P3 and a P2 immediately, and but then Kobler didn't go his way, and interestingly, I think it was Kobler where the wheels came off Junior last year. No, I'm completely wrong. It was a double win in Kobler last year. It was Uito whose wheels came off, not literally. So yeah, really, I'm just always impressed when the trouble is we think of Crosscar Junior, we think of them all being 12, and they're not. You know, some of them are 15 coming on 16. You have to be 16, don't you, to step up into senior cross car.
Unless you get dispensation from an ASN like Oliver Solberg did, for example, to drive in, or Lucas Anderson did last year to drive in a
category ahead of time.
Yeah.
You have to have good results for that, which he has had. But yeah, so I think Mega really helped, to be honest. I want to see him. I'd love to see that battle go down to the last round with 3 or 4 cars. We've seen it before. Yulilami does a 2:25.7, so not as quick as Svensson. Cerner's on a 2:25.7 as well, a quicker one, so he goes into P3. My God, it is close, isn't it?
So look at the cut here that a person takes off the line.
Bit of contact there. Oh, on the inside, Yulilami actually ran out wide, almost into Eliasson. But look at the angle on Yulilami's car here, Hal, and just holding it on.
I love this first corner.
So do I. It's brilliant.
Wait, second corner, third.
That's fine. Whatever.
It is.
Yeah, the dirty, good one sideways. I reckon Persson would have had time to change his mind there because he had to avoid Eliasson. But either way, didn't work out for him. Gets P3. There's a burger stall right opposite us. It does look good, doesn't it?
There is a lot of fans here, I have to say, for a Saturday.
Yeah.
They're so pleased to have top-class rallycross back in the region, and fantastic to be here.
Yeah, I was going to say we're pleased to be here too. We love a new track. What's that, Hal? It's another box and some more leads came past. Oh my goodness me, they've got is that out of the back of the OMSC spares truck?
Yeah.
So there's OMSC will be sending some invoices later. Right, Pasi Penttinen, Oliver Lucas Jensen, Eric Nilsson, Martin Newgart and Kalle Gotherson.
You can have worse problems, can't you?
Than what?
Being too busy sending invoices.
Oh yeah, no, they're having a good day. The team that's making the orders, not so good. So Penttinen and Newgart are both out of pace here, P1 and P4 on the grid. It is a very long hold. Lucas Jensen gets swallowed up back into the pack. Oh, on the front row though. Fantastic job to move into the lead by Pasi Penttinen. And in fact, it's Newgart that comes through as well. So Martin Newgart managed to sneak through. I wouldn't say it was carnage in turn 2, but has got through that little exciting area. Eric Nilsson, 34, goes Joker. So Penttinen leads from Martin Newgart.
Load of curb there for Nilsson on the Joker exit. An early Joker at that, to be fair, wasn't it? In the pack. And I think that can work for you. You can get some clean air on the exit.
I love that. Just the noise through there again of the throttle control. Then look at the angles through turn 1. You really that high-speed right-hander is follow on. Okay, that's the first time you guys almost seen that crest out properly, isn't it? We see the odd lifted wheel.
More camera angles, but more shots from that camera angle, because that is a great indication as just how much the cars are moving around as well.
And that's what I was saying earlier in Supercar. You have to have the confidence. If you're going to come over that crest with angle on, you've got to know you can hold that angle. So as we look at another angle there, 2 wheels up, bicycling just for a moment for Gotherson.
Well, I was just chatting to Martin Enlund between these sessions. I actually went down to find out what's going on with Timmy Ennen's Lights car, and why we haven't seen him so far today. But we'll come back to that later. Martin was just saying that while this track is brilliant and he loves it, it's really hard to read because you don't really know where the ruts and undulations are going to be, and that makes it a massive challenge. He wasn't saying that's a bad thing, he was just saying it's just a third dimension you really have to be on top of.
Because of the regrading between sessions, I guess it moves around a bit.
And because it's on side, you know, through the compression over the crest, you can't really see where the rut might be. So on the first lap, it's a big commitment without full knowledge.
I like it. Oh, half spin, coming in too hot in the background. Didn't see who it was in the dust. And there goes Gotherson over the inside.
Broken suspension on the front right, yeah.
So Ugar is right up on Penton now. Ugar must have had a hell of a lap. They're coming round. It is the last lap. Looks to the inside line. Ugar's come off the throttle a couple of times, so it looks like he's got better pace, but Penton is going to take it. Is it going to be quicker than the overall time? It is not. 2:26.1, 2 seconds slower. Ugar did well there. He closed down what was a fair gap to Penton at the start of the session. People wheeling big piles of slick tyres around behind us.
What did I just say? Ultimate commitment without full knowledge.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, that's right across in a nutshell, isn't it?
It is, mate. Yes, actually, yes, it is. You should write. Actually, that could be the next book title, can't it? Ultimate commitment without full knowledge. A bit like me and my career, really. I mean, you could call it. Can you call it? I don't know. 10 years clinging to the wreckage.
What commitment?
You savage, absolutely savage. I'll take it. It's fine. It's fine. We've been mates a decade, isn't it? I think. Yeah, it is.
Feels like
God. Yeah, every weekend.
This is my
Oi! No, that was proper. So we saw the other angle, didn't we? We didn't see that on the exit. Oh, okay. Wow. Did you see that? That was unbelievable. I want to see that again. If we are really, that was mega.
That was huge, wasn't it? We were saying in the previous race how Osterberg was making the most of clipping the curbs, but that's taking it to a whole new level.
Wild stuff. So Penton and Ugar, Jensen, Nilsson and Gotherson, but that is the bicycling heat of the year thanks to the various curbs around this circuit. Some serious risks being taken. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Look. Up on 2 wheels, epic stuff from Pasi Penttinen. And then wait for it, here's Ugar. In the background's the half spin. Watch for Gotherson in the yellow and black. Here he comes, avoids the car on the inside, takes a bit more curve than he thinks and goes. That, folks, is the limit. He did actually break the steering to get it back down, but he'd be very glad he didn't put it over on its roof. Brilliantly held, even if it did cost him a little bit of damage. It cost him a lot less than if he'd rolled. Wowzers. So 4-car races for the rest of cross car. We always try and fill as many races with 5 cars as we can before you move on to it. Doing the 4 cars and the 3 cars, that is. So Ig Merstad, Hukar, Kong and Naomi. I think the fact you got Ig Merstad and Hukar in this is a good indicator of how competitive it is. Hukar gets a wheelie off the line. Might not be enough to beat Ig Merstad down to turn 1. Ig Merstad does get there first. Hukar's going to be in second. Kong runs a little bit wide in the aim. He makes a pass on the inside. There's that crest, look up and over it. Oh, and Hukar getting sideways. But a nice lead and a good hole shot from Thomas Ig Merstad.
These two are some way down the order, aren't they? They were, where were they in Q2 times? Ig Merstad 16th, Hukar 17th, 11th and 12th overall in the intermediate classification. It's a great indication as to how competitive it is here, and most of these drivers are learning this track for the very first time. We think about where we normally go. We either go to new tracks for RallyX or existing tracks for RallyX, but when we go to new tracks for RallyX, generally they're tracks that people have driven on in the Swedish Championship or the Finnish Championship, whereas here it's pretty new for everyone, and I think it's a real indication as to those who are getting up to speed quickly.
That's a great point, Hal. Yeah, it really is. As you say, it's new to pretty much everyone. except open two-wheel drive. Simon Tiger and Victor Johansson.
But Simon Tiger hasn't driven here much in this type of car. He's driven here in folk racing stuff.
Yeah, but still,
Matt Simon hasn't driven here much because he doesn't really like it. You know, it's not his favourite track to drive at. So even the locals aren't necessarily well at home with it because it's not been regularly on a calendar.
Yeah.
You know, you go and test at the track you like, don't you? You don't necessarily go and test at the track you can't get a good river map.
When you probably should. You should really go to the track you hate.
Well, you should go testing in the rain all the time, but people don't like to do that, do they? It's not very nice.
Smoking up the tyres, Car. What was it the sticker said on the back of the car last year? Life's too short for boring cars or something, wasn't it? Good luck.
Something like that, yeah. He's right.
Yeah, agreed. Pete Merstad is third in the standings, behind Bowdens and Svensson. We know Bowdens and Svensson, actually Bowdens P8 after a not good Q1. When we went down there, didn't we, after Q1, he had all the air intakes off, they were looking at the filters. There's some really trick bits on Bowdens' cross car. Nothing untoward, he's just gone, I'm gonna go to the nth degree on this and take every advantage I can.
So small things like on the airbox for the engine, they've put a bit of polycarbonate in the end of it and sealed it all up. And there's all sorts of banter about why that's there, but the ultimate reason is there is so they can see into the airbox to see if there's any dust in it before they unclip anything and risk getting more dust in there to see if it needs cleaning.
Really clever.
Just
really clever.
Massive attention to detail.
Yeah, two big air scoops on the side, kind of an underfloor covering off the guards.
2:23 for Mercer, I think is going to put him fastest. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's 2:24. So could that be track conditions though?
Yeah, I think the track is definitely improving still, isn't it?
Got a little wheelie from Car there.
Loves a wheelie, doesn't he?
Good drive from Mick Merstad though. And much less bicycling in this one. Stay with us, 2 more races to come in cross car. Merstad goes quickest, 2:23.8. Terrapin, Lukas Orav, Erland Stenison and Noah Jorgensen in this one. Left on the line is Erland Stenison. That's an absolute disaster of a start. Lukas Orav gets the better of Tanel Terrapin down to turn 1. Terrapin now side by side but gets away from Jorgensen. So it's Lukas Orav in the green car out front. Orav actually had a podium earlier this year.
Yeah, let's discuss Lukas Orav because he's been brilliant this year. Even people in the YouTube comments have asked why all of a sudden he's been much better. Look back at your last year's stats, 20...
so Orav was, nowhere. Didn't score a single point all season. Best qualifying was Q21, P21 in qualifying. Then this year, Hal, 4th, 3rd in the semis, 4th in the semis. He didn't make the final in Kovler, but he won a session in Kovler as well. He won one of the qualifying sessions.
But then look here, today... Hang on, I've lost my...
Page 2, mate, that's the problem. I don't have a page
15th and 21st.
Yeah.
So, a massive drop down the order compared to where he's been so far this year. Now, track conditions could potentially help Orav here and can pull him right back up, as we saw in Cross Car Junior. Best thing about Lukas Orav is the massive number 70 on the side of the green machine. Not only has he got distinctive colour, but also the biggest number I've ever seen on a cross car.
That's right.
Ruins the livery, but makes a massive difference to commentary.
Yeah, it does. I was just about to say, actually, who was it that two-wheeled massively? Gotherson's mega with the Rewalt down the side of the car. That looks sick. To get the words that big on a cross car, which is such weird angles as well. Whoever did that livery, hat tip to you, sir or madam. Jolly good job.
All out of shape for Turbering.
Yeah.
Down the bottom of the hill. Really hard in a cross car to get that continuous flow through 2 tight corners, isn't it? Because you've just got to lean on the outside tyre wall, or the wall of the tyre rather than the tyre wall on the perimeter of the track as Orav goes into the Joker. around the tree, down the hill, got plenty of margin. Did a 45.9 last time around. Not the fastest lap we've seen in this session, but a nice, clean and tidy run. And this could be troubling right the top of the order. 2:23.8 is the target time, bottom left of your screen, as we go through the final couple of corners. This is where the mistake was made last time around, not by Orv, who again absolutely nails the exit.
Orv going to take it.
2:25.6, so that's going to be good enough for fourth fastest, and that could make a massive difference to his result today.
Yeah, where was he overall, Hal, before?
He was 20th, so he was outside the semis.
Yeah, so that'll drag him into the semis.
So he had 52 qualifying points. Then, for example, 14th had 57, so that's definitely going to pull him into the semis.
Top 18. Is it going to see him second row, third row? That'll be a huge relief, won't it? And now it's exactly what you said earlier. Limit the damage. Limit the damage today and come out punching tomorrow morning. Yeah, get it done tomorrow. Couple of messages. Adam Anderson says, loving the track, watching from the sunny southwest of the UK. Adam, how's it going? What else are we seeing? Johannes Schiller saying it's crazy seeing the different angle of the car. Can influence the way one would see the situation so much. And that he's talking there about the incident between Ollie Eriksson earlier on. And who was it who he's had the contact with?
Michael Tam.
It was Tam, yeah. So you were saying they had the two different shots. And that's what we felt when we first saw it. Thought, oh, Ollie's guilty. And then the second time round you saw it, it was pretty clear, I thought, from the drone that it was the other way. Rainer Snitty said no action taken. Drones have really transformed that for me, the whole stewards thing. If you've got a drone above a situation, you just get such a different
the first
angle.
time we saw it from Vigo really was in the All-Star Magic weekend, wasn't it, in 2020, and it just transformed the way you see the attitude of a car, especially a supercar, moving around, because sometimes you just can't see because the car to one side where the camera is shielding your view of what's actually gone on.
Final race in cross car for qualifying today. Alexander Hume, actually, Hal, what is Hume doing all the way down here? Gets the whole shot. He's pitting literally right behind us. Well, at least we'll go and find out what did go wrong. So Alexander Hume in the standings is in P6. His best result is 5th this year and he's won a session, but has always been a sender.
This could be a fastest time here, given the track conditions and the clean start.
He was 5th in Q1, 26th in Q2, so clearly an issue there, because there's only 20... that might be last. What's the entry?
27 is the entry.
Yeah, so I reckon that... So was it a DNF? Let me see. No, it wasn't. It was 2:37, so he did finish. Well, it can be anything. Whatever it was a shocker, but he's not having a shocker now. Now he's having a big old tyre-smoking session as he comes around the hairpin. Yes, look at the hands on the wheel and the big old flick in. I love it. There's that crest again. I love seeing. Look at that. You slide the car all the way through. I reckon you could slide it right onto the tarmac there, your Estering style turn 1. And all the way through, and you'd come out feeling like an absolute weapon. Whether you could repeat it every lap is another thing. My money would be that Saltberg could, Petter, Liam, Patrick O'Donovan potentially, looking at his recent exploits at the Estering. There's plenty of people that could do it once or twice. Could you do it, Hal?
I could do it once, yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah.
On purpose or by accident?
That's up for debate, isn't it? But anyone could have a go once. You've just got to be brave enough to grab the wand and stamp on the throttle and hope for the best, haven't you?
What's the saying there? By the grace of God go I. Hal's like, that was brilliant, thank you. I'm still alive and not in the trees. He's actually a very talented driver, Mr. Ridge. We're probably doing him dirty, but that's fine. That's what this show's
You've used that word a lot today, haven't you?
What, filth?
Dirty. In all sorts of different contexts. Like you have, like the track, a move someone made on track, doing me the dirty. I don't even know what that means, to be honest, but I think it means you're not being very kind.
Doing you bad, mate, yeah, doing you bad.
I'm not up with the kids' lingo.
No, I know.
Sorry,
mate, it's fine. Despite the fact I think I'm nearly a decade older than you, it's...
We don't think that, we know that.
So we had a little gathering as Hume's coming round. Let's see the time. What is the time? Is he going to get it? Hume takes the checker flag. Has he done it? No. But he's going to go P3, yeah. So we had a little gathering after the Isle of Man TT for the TV, like everyone was having a few beers, and I sat on the floor with some kids and was playing with a toy car. And in the WhatsApp group immediately appeared a picture of me with a warm can of Stella in my hand, playing cards with children on the floor, and it said something along the lines of, finally he's found someone with his energy and his IQ. And then somebody else replied saying, what a wonderful role model, warm can of Stella in hand. But it was the after party, it is allowed. But yeah, on that occasion, Hal, I was literally down with the kids, as in sitting on the floor. Not going to sit on the floor. Hal, just so you know, is at the minute dusting the timing screen and the big screen. So our screens are, I don't know what are they, 38-inch tellies probably we have here, which is great because we can see roughly what you can. We have a couple of repeater monitors on the desk, the ones you can see in the studio, and they have a matte finish to them, so you can see even when the sun's shining. But the big glossy ones, they get dust all over them, and yeah, so Hal's just having a little dust session. You can do these as well. Get effort, mate. You better do that old laptop too. My phone's only been sitting on the... Oh, no, that's disgusting. That's literally my face he's just dusted. It was only a minute ago that I managed to get bug spray in my left eye, which is why I look a bit emotional. It was an hour in Kovala. I put it in my eye when we had an hour of the show to go. Thumbs up from Hume, who pulls in behind us. Standings, Romet Cerner takes the TQ. Let me have a look, because I think that's Turner's first ever TQ. It is. So Romet Cerner takes his first ever TQ here for the Pace Motorsport squad from Elias Svensson, Jimmy Osterberg, also with Pace Motorsport, and Thomas Ik Merstad. Jonathan Yulalami is in P5. So they are your championship front runners. Turner was P5 in the standings. Yulalami, Merstad P3. Yulalami's P4. Svensson was P2. Runnels Bowdens. Where's Bowdens? P12, so Bowden's the championship leader. He's going to lose the lead in the championship with those points. I don't know if Cerner or Svensson will take it. We'd have to get them added up, and I can't do it quickly enough. But yeah, there we go. Could not be tighter at the top of Crosscar, and this is why it's tight, because there are 27 cars here this weekend. Normally 30. Where's our man? Trying to look and see where Alex Hume ended up. Must have made it onto page 1, so didn't see that. How far up he went, but yeah, Alex Hume was sitting way down the order. He was sitting in P14. There was somebody else, wasn't there, in the preview? It was Orav, sorry, that I wanted to see. So we'll have a look in a second. Hal, where's Orav? Up to P13. Yeah, so Orav gets up to P13 from being almost out of it. Right, open two-wheel drive. No hanging about here. Westman on the inside. Won the last session. I'll have a look at the point session points in a minute, because that might be a first as well. I think it is. In open two-wheel drive, that's an interesting noise on the start line, isn't it? Simon Tiger going to try and outpower him, but he can't. Tiger gets into P2. It's a brilliant start by Linus Westman. In the background, Kenneth Kong bullies his way through past. In the background is Gabrielson in the Starlet. Starlet looks tiny, doesn't it, compared to everything else on the grid. Everything else is bus length, and then there's the Starlet. Looks like a smart car among them.
It doesn't. It just looks like the car in the hotel car park this morning, doesn't it? The bright pink tiny thing we saw.
I'll post that. I'd forgotten. I've got a brilliant picture of Hal with his best car ever.
This is a brilliant return for Westman, isn't it? I haven't seen him for a couple of years. Was doing Supercar for a while with various different teams. Raced with Per Eklund in a Saab at Stranghouse a few years ago, till he got fired off by Eric Farron in the Joker entry where the Joker used to be. I'm sure Eric doesn't agree with that at all, sorry mate. But yeah, then most recently raced the car that Martin Enland's driving now, the Ford Fiesta in Supercar, and yeah, has won Swedish Championships in two-wheel drive cars, raced an Arvika a couple of years ago in this BMW, and has now come back for this weekend, and clearly he's lost none of the talent.
And also,
you never forget, do you?
No, but it's also, you know, the car against the competition here.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Really impressive.
I mean, we know Johansson's not at ultimate capacity, but Tiger is an absolute machine. Tiger had a problem yesterday in practice, didn't find out what it was, but had some issues yesterday evening in the 3-lap free practice session. But normally you would expect Tiger to be right on the back of whoever was leading a heat race, and that's clearly not the case, with a 2.4 nearly second advantage for Westman last time over the line.
So talking to Viggo Koch earlier on, our drone pilot, he's come up with him. We were talking ultimate open two-wheel drive builds last time, if you were watching in Finland. And Viggo House said he wants to do a Z3, but the shooting brake, you know, so the estate Z3.
The wagon.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty rad idea, to be honest. The arches look good on that car anyway.
Yeah,
what do you reckon?
all BMWs of a certain era look good, don't they? Not necessarily so much anymore, but that's
the latest
a personal opinion.
Debate, aren't they?
Oh, big commitment through the Joker for Westman. Clips the curb on the inside.
Peter Hellman has just come back from grooming the track or whatever job he's been doing to try and fix the printer, but we did actually put that in the WhatsApp group 2 hours ago. If that's how busy he is, bless him, I'm just giving him a thumbs up. No, mate, we fixed it. Keeps paper jamming. But Peter, it might want to go in the skip later, mate. Yeah, he's not listening.
Doesn't care.
No, doesn't care. It's fine, as long as we're still talking in the background, he's a happy boy. So everybody's joking coming round. His checker flag has gone to Westman. The time is a 2:30.0, and that compares it's the fastest time of the weekend.
Yeah, 5 seconds or 5.5 seconds up the road from what he did in Q2. But I think the track's quicker now, isn't it? Because they've worked on the track. The track team have worked on the track in the lunch break, and it's now dried nicely. Had a whole session of Crosscar Junior and Crosscar over it, but it hasn't had the supercars to rot it up at all. So the track's probably in its perfect window at the moment, I would say.
I was looking, Hal, to try and see who'd won sessions this year. So Simon Tiger won them all in Tjerp, both days. He won them all on the second day in Kubler. He won one on the first day. Johansson won one, and Lucas Gabrielsen won one. So the fact that Westman, won the session last time out. He's only the 4th different winner of a qualifying session this year in open two-wheel drive, so it's been very dominant. The nice thing for Tiger, of course, is really he's only got to keep his eye on Victor Johansson, because they're 30 points clear of Rasmus Berggren, who is where is Berggren? He's on the grid here in P2. So it's a 2-horse race at the top. He does need to close down the gap a little bit. So he's been part of the team have been getting everything ready here up at Höghedens.
There's a good debate going on in the YouTube comments about
a WhatsApp group with regular viewers, Hal. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
Go on.
Just about debating about the best open two-wheel drive car.
Go on.
Shamil comments that an M Coupe is very expensive. Now, the ultimate open two-wheel drive car has got nothing to do with cost.
Oh yeah, that's irrelevant. You can spend as much as you want in this conversation.
Oh.
It's theoretical.
Adam Oman moved before the lights, but didn't jump the start, seemingly.
It's Eric Lidman who's on the inside line into turn 1, gets his elbows out. Adam Oman goes a little bit sideways and slots into P2. Got to just keep it together now, keep the door shut on the way into the hairpin. Nobody going too mentally sideways there, and that is Rasmus Berggren, as we said. Berggren goes off standard lap as Adam Oman goes into the Joker.
In the Lexus, another different make this weekend for the open two-wheel drive division.
I still think who's got the CLK? Marcus Norman, who should be here. Marcus, we're so good. So Marcus Norman has got some evil engine. Can you remember what it is he's put in the car?
No, some rotary monster, isn't it?
It's livid, and he said they ran it up this weekend. He said it sounded so good. I can't remember what emojis he sent me and Hal a long message, bless him, saying how he desperately wished he was here, but they found a problem and they just don't have time to solve it. He has promised us that the CLK will be back in Denmark, and he promised, like super promised, and he's got another 5 weeks or something now, hasn't he, I think, because there's another big gap between
they've worked hard to try and get here.
Yeah, so he's got another 5 weeks to try and get it done in time to be with us in Denmark and Germany. Remember, Denmark and Germany are back-to-back. If you've ever wanted to go on a rallycross road trip, now's your chance. Up to Denmark, there's a bar on the outside of turn 3, and it's I love Denmark.
And there's a bar on the outside of turn 1 in Germany as well. Not that bars are the be-all and end-all, but have you not?
Is it the hospitality area?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been up there. That was only built in recent years, wasn't it? Well, I think maybe there's been a bar there a long time. But anyway, I'm looking forward to Estring. You've been back there recently with World, and I haven't been there for a long time. Great track. So yeah, if you fancy a bit of a rallycross road trip, that's the one. You go to Denmark, you have a little cheeky little road trip down, and then you go to the Estring as well. Top prizes for people who do both. Maybe you can go in that WhatsApp group we're making. We're not going to make it, really. Well, maybe. Half glaring at me isn't enough, but actually, how many WhatsApp groups do you reckon you're in?
I'm not glaring at you.
Oh, mate, honestly,
it's the sun.
I am in an obscene number of WhatsApp groups.
Oh, Berggren right in the rear of Oman, coming out of the third of the hairpins. Look at the bodywork now missing on the back of the Lexus, coming down the hill. Will there be a lunge now? A bit of a lock-up from the front left tyre.
Target time, look, 2:30.0. Not going to get to that, unfortunately. Oman, though, crosses the line to stop the clocks with a 2:34.0. So, yeah, considerably, 4 seconds slower. Still nicely done.
Someone in the comments, Lee Malkin says, a Mark II Granada estate with a 2.8 V6 for open two-wheel drive.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry I can't read all the comments because there's lots and we're trying to do lots of different things here, but that is a good one. I am the drum and bass farmer, regular viewer, open two-wheel drive NSX. Good idea, like the Lexuses and the VX220s in the British Championship, but I'm not sure an NSX would deal with the jumps in Scandinavia.
You reckon?
Quite as well.
I'd have a crack at it.
Yeah.
You have a crack at it?
Yeah.
Trying to think what else. I want something really savagely outrageous. Alternatively, I'd quite like a fun one-make class, Hal. Was it Italy that they tried to do the smart cars, was it? As a rallycross class? I can't remember. In recent years.
Oh, I don't know. Actually don't know.
Where else? There was the truck racing category, wasn't there, in Belgium? Remember the pickup trucks?
Portugal has actual truck racing, which is exciting. Westman TQ.
Nicely done. So Westman does take the TQ. So far this year, Simon Tiger has taken them all, but he's been beaten by 2 points here. More importantly, he is 2 points clear of Victor Johansson in terms of championship points. So that will extend his lead in the series from 16 to 18 points. So it's a good day to be Simon Tiger, although obviously a whole nother day's races to go and the finals later today as well. Will they do semis with 9 cars? I don't think they will, but I might be wrong. We'll text Rainis Nitish.
He'll be listening.
Yeah, he will actually.
Let me know,
Rainis.
Rainis.
Let us know, Rainis, please. Race car, can you let us know what's going on? That one cable really gets my nerves, makes the desk move around, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh well.
It's an off-air conversation, isn't it? Really. I've already retaped them all. The one guy at the back here, Hal, with the number 3 twizzle stick. He loves it. He's always spinning the stick around a minute ago. He looked like he's doing some sort of kung fu with it.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Beep, beep, beep. They're going to be fighting in turn 1. Oh, Lucas Anderson, Tobias Darback, Lars-Erik Howden, and Eric Birgit. Contact on the outside between Birgit and Haug. Oh, Darback gets a little clip twice,
and again
gets sent sideways, but it's helped him into turn 1. But it's Lucas Anderson who leads.
This is fight back time again for Lucas Anderson, isn't it? At the front diff go earlier on in Q1, and that's why he started so low in the Q2 session and was able to get in there all those lap times to make his way up to P1 in the session. 83 qualifying points. Casper Janssen, who retired or didn't retire but was slowed by that damage in Q2, has 86 qualifying points. Tobias Darback has 85. So this is really winner takes all from the fastest in this session. Now, where Anderson lucks out a little bit is that while he's beating Tobias Darback, he can't do anything about Casper Janssen, who comes in the next race. So all Lucas Anderson can try and do now is nail the lap, set the fastest time, and hope that Olofsson and Janssen get involved in a bit of a race and slow each other down.
Indeed, he has a 5-point advantage. So fastest time in the session is 50, P2 is 42, P3 is 40, and then it goes 39, 38, 37. So there is a big advantage
42, isn't it?
P1 or P2. Yeah, 50, 45, 42.
And what's the gap in the championship from Anderson?
Anderson and...
Anderson off the lead, I mean.
Anderson leads by 9. No, yes, 9. So Anderson's on 105,
yeah, so
Jansson's on 96.
Yeah, Anderson's 9 down then. Sorry, Janssen. Janssen is 9 down off Anderson. Janssen.
That would be pretty. He'd be very fast, wouldn't he, Janssen?
Imagine an amalgamation of 2 of the fastest drivers in the sport.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing where they go. I'm keen to see. Now, come on, this is the one. That was the one that I thought would hold it all the way to the apex. Who's going to get the golden? What are we going to give them the Golden Rod Award, because they'll use the handbrake hopefully on the way in.
The golden wand.
Yeah, Golden Wand or Golden Rod you get to be if you go sideways.
What sort of rod are you going to give them? Like a drainage rod?
I don't know. Do you remember we gave Andreas Backer that golden broom, didn't we? Which is basically a crap broom spray painted gold in Argentina.
A golden wand to be the one.
I don't think he took that home either. You know, I think it ended up left in the bar in Argentina at the end of season party.
Classic Andreas, never knows where his own stuff is, does he?
No, same one that Sebastian Loeb got Rookie of the Year. Another highlight.
He was less delighted about that, Seb, than Andreas was about the broom.
9-time World Rally. I think he did smile though, he did get it.
He smiled, yeah, but he wasn't that bothered.
No. Anderson's taken it. So yeah, Anderson has gone, where's he gone? Has he gone quickest 2:28.2? Yes, he has. Cause
that's a massive time.
So how does that
We did a 2:28.6. Sorry, 28.8 in the last one,
And
so it's 6 tenths
28.5
quicker now.
That's that's session winning times. Anderson was 28.5 in Q1, 28.8 in Q2.
That's what I mean. Yeah, so he's gone 6 quicker.
Interestingly,
Significant.
the consistency in this category, Hal, is a lot more than the previous ones, and I'm guessing that's because by the time the lights cars come out, the track has done the development it's going to do within that session, isn't it?
Yeah.
Within 6 tenths, the 3 winning qualifying times. That is assuming, of
But
course.
I think the track's quicker now than it was. Oh, that was like the car's basically done a nosedive there over the lip there. And the rear stepped out because you've got no control of the rear once it's dropped into that loose on the outside. He did brilliantly to hold on to that.
Nearly dropped into the ditch, which is why he couldn't get the Golden Rod Award on this occasion, unfortunately.
I'm calling it a wand. But
no, I like a Golden Rod Award. It's quite a lot at home, basically. Usually describing one of my brothers when my parents have favoured them over me. Oh, he's Golden Rod, is he? Cheers.
Southerners.
I know. You got siblings, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you the favourite or not?
We didn't have favourites.
Mate, that's a lie. I reckon parents who've got more than one definitely have a favourite. I love one. I always get my parents' cards like from your favourite son, that kind of thing. My brother got me a brilliant birthday card, which is highly unsuitable for on air. I'll tell you about it later. It wasn't even that rude, to be honest, but it was just funny. It did make me laugh. Soderholm on the inside. Olofsson, Mounier and Casper Janssen. So Janssen, Hal, outside line of the grid, what's your feeling about that position? You know, you've got quite a long way to go around the people on the other side of the grid to get a whole shot.
If you can nail it, then you've got the line into the most important corner, haven't you?
The next one. Oh, and he hasn't nailed it. Janssen has to dip the clutch. He saw the nose of the car come up and down. Janssen slides backwards into P4. Simon Olofsson gets the lead from Mounier and Soderholm P3. So now Janssen's got a bit of a job to do here. Sitting in the TQ at the minute, and he might lose it, Hal.
But Olofsson's on the same qualifying points as Anderson, so now this is a battle between Olofsson and Anderson to take not only the fastest time in Q3, but also potentially to take the TQ away from Casper Janssen.
Let's see if Janssen's gone in the Joker in the background. He has, so Casper Janssen comes out of the Joker. Yeah, but a nice line all the way through the left-hander. Oh, contact there, so Mounier, Soderholm gets up the inside of Mounier.
Soderholm must have got up the inside through the hairpin while we were watching Janssen, on the exit of the Joker. Mounier's been really good this year. I've been impressed by the young French driver.
Yeah, me too.
But Soderholm, on his debut in lights, his experience in cross car, but not in these lights cars, has tested at Arvika recently. But to be so close to a category expert in Simon Olofsson after a first lap in this qualifying race is pretty impressive.
Very impressive indeed.
So, Mounier gets on the inside of Soderholm. Mounier has to Joker this time around. Absolutely does, because you don't want to get forced out wide where they are at the moment and lose a lot of time.
Where's Janssen compared to Mounier? Janssen comes in. That's what Ericsson was hoping to get done earlier.
Mounier was very, very fair. They're both run out of the OMSE team there. He stood on the brakes to avoid the contact. I think you could probably have been a little bit more brave and stayed in the throttle around the outside. Oh, and now he's trying to go around the outside of Janssen down the hill.
This one's a tightening right-hander, so you come in here, look, the second apex is tighter than the first, and then carry as much speed as you can onto the start-finish straight. You see Janssen avoids the curbs completely. Olofsson and Soderholm, what's the gap as they come round? The gap is 0.6. So what is it between Soderholm to, it's 2.5 between Soderholm and Janssen. Let's see if we can finally nail this Joker time, Hal.
Olofsson goes wide there, but it's actually the right line to drive into the Joker. They're both going to get out ahead of Janssen, I think. Yes, they are just.
So 2.5 then is enough, isn't it? So what, 2.3 maybe?
And this is all about Olofsson nailing these last few corners, because if he can beat Lucas Andersson's time from the first race, I think this will be
5 points
Olofsson into the TQ position.
But he's got to win the session. He's got to win the session, I think, to do it. So, what was the time? It is a 2:28.2. Has he got it or not? No. 2:29.4.
So Andersson's going to be TQ, I think.
Andersson was quickest, wasn't he? Yeah, because he was on 83, so he'll take the 50 points. And Janssen's further back, isn't he? Janssen's P3 here. Yep.
So both Darback and Janssen got beaten. Janssen moved fine there on the outside, and then it died as if did it bulge or he got too much wheel spin and kicked the clutch. I can't imagine it would be the latter. So,
what was the problem in the previous one?
for Janssen.
Yeah.
He got clattered by Olofsson, didn't he, on the exit of the corner before the Joker?
Is there still damage? Hard to tell. I mean, it doesn't look terrible out on track, does it?
Or Mounier just got too sideways, didn't he? And Soderholm got the inside. Nice tidy move from Soderholm.
Looks like Olofsson got too wide as well. Olofsson, I think, was in the ditch. Yeah, go on, lad.
Like Irish rallying.
Kilda style. Yeah.
See the car move as Mounier jumps on the brakes and the front moved over.
No point risking it. What's the point?
Too fair though, I think.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think if you're going to compete at the front in these categories, you've got to.
But I don't think it held the position anyway.
No, for sure.
So then you know, at that point, if you know you won't take the position, why take the damage? I do see your point, but I think
you wouldn't see Johan Kristoffersson or Timmy Hansen do that ever.
You think they'd take the contact?
I think they'd try it around the outside because you never know whether the person on the inside is going to spin or not.
True. Or maybe look for the inside, but Janssen was nailed onto those apexes.
I think maybe you would lift earlier. A more experienced driver would get out the throttle earlier in the Joker, wait for that driver to move wide and then dive to the inside.
Straight line.
But I think you would very rarely see a really experienced driver jump on the brakes like that. They take nothing away from Mounier. He's young and he's learning.
It's clever.
And it's also his teammate. But I think
and it's his budget.
Your experience would have you treat that scenario in a different way, I think.
So Tornholt, Haug and Kevin Darback. We've got, how many cars we got in? Timmy Enland. Oh, Hal, Timmy Enland. Good time for an Enland update because he hasn't started any of the sessions.
Yeah, so he did practice yesterday. They're actually using a car owned by Matt Soman, chassis 42, I think, off the top of my head.
There's a book about that.
But they've got a bit of a problem with vibration in the engine or something they felt in free practice yesterday. They've borrowed the car to try and support the event. Matt Soman, a massive supporter of this championship, massive supporter of Rallycross in general.
And a legend.
And local to here, so he wanted to support the event. The Enlands were willing to run the car for Timmy, who drives a BMW, doesn't he, in open two-wheel drive sometimes in the Swedish Championship. But small problem with the car. They had a lot of work to do on the Focus, the Fiesta Supercar, open two-wheel drive. For Martin as Darback has a look to the inside in the final corner, can't quite get the move done on Haug. Yeah, basically there's a problem with the car, and they had to focus on the Fiesta last night. But tonight they're going to try and get the lights car sorted so Timmy can drive tomorrow.
Be nice to see him in. That would give us 12 cars, so they'll all make the semis anyway, but it's always good to see an extra car out on the grid.
Lots of chat about the good old days on the YouTube comments, but one that stands out, Chris Hossey says, God, these drone shots are absolutely epic. Every championship should have these. Imagine if F1 had drone shots. Imagine if every motorsport championship had a Vigo Koch.
It's getting there, isn't it? The more and more series are doing it.
Yeah, but Vigo is spectacularly
very good pilot. Yeah, he's very, very good. I do see some and I'm like, yeah. But, you know, I'm also not knocking him because they've got to start somewhere, and I imagine Vigo started somewhere, but he is a very experienced pilot, as Hal said. He's also flying today in high wind with gravel machine gun flying around him at all times and doing a good job of hanging on. Ida Tornholt leads this. Message in here from Toby Arlfeld. Just watching the stream from
Davey Layson's car, nice.
Yeah, I've heard the dream of Vigo. Davey Layson from Belgium driving an M Coupe Rallycross Supernational since the beginning of the year. Looks mega, doesn't it?
Drove at Valkenswaard a couple of weeks ago. I was annoyed actually by the panel gaps around the headlights.
Well, yeah.
And like onto the front bumper, but it looks much better there, so maybe they've done a bit more attaching.
There you go. I love that. Thanks for your message, Toby. Much appreciated. Like I say, you can get hold of us via
That is a great shout for a good open two-wheel drive car.
That's what, yeah. That's you know, but what about the shooting brake, the wagon?
That's a coupe, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to see that. He wants to do the Z3 wagon, doesn't he? Or more wagons.
It's a novelty, but it's not my thing, really. Although I am an estate fan.
Oman's got one, hasn't he? One of the Omans has got a red Volvo estate.
What am I talking about? The BMW E90 330D. I had one.
Yeah?
It was the fastest. When it worked, and that wasn't often, it was the fastest thing ever.
Is this your road car?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But it was forever in limp mode. The amount of times I drove to Mete or Maasmechelen with it in, I was going to swear then, limp mode. Blooming limp mode.
Well,
but when it worked, I think I picked you up at British Championship Awards Day one day and you said, golly, this is fast, when we were driving from the hotel or something.
Golly, this is fast. I imagine that's the exact words I used, Hal.
So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. For next year, I'm going to build a 330D open two-wheel drive. Forget the Fiesta. No.
Diesel category, maybe? I want desperate to start a new category. I want something.
No, we don't. This is the problem. Everyone wants to build new categories.
I want something entry level that people can afford.
motorsport, mate. It's
Okay, Lucas Anderson.
What a comeback from front diff failure
in Q1 and 2 session wins sees him top qualifier. That is
the drive of a champion.
Yeah, it is, and it's exactly what Hal said earlier. Limit the damage on a bad day. He hasn't got himself all stressed out. He's got the job done. Olofsson, Darback, and Janssen. The standings are Anderson, Janssen, Olofsson. So it is those top drivers who are right up there in the mix again. They'll all be on front rows for their semi-finals later on today. Stay with us, of course. You'll see that in a bit. Meanwhile, on the grid, oh, this will be fun. What was it we were saying about liveries?
Cheers, Kevin.
Kevin.
Oliver says Helmier on the front there.
Kevin! So Martin Enland on the inside, then Kevin Eriksson, Tapainen, Ollie Eriksson and Toren. And as Hal said, Ollie is the Helmier car. 2 FC2s, the Nitrocross Next Evo. There's the little switches flicked for the anti-lag. Now you hear the revs come up to where they want the launch to be. On to the handbrake. Watch for the ready to race light to go out. Good start by Kevin Eriksson. Enland gets better. He gets squeezed between him and Tapainen. Tapainen on the inside line. Ollie Eriksson slots into P4. Kevin up the inside of Enland. Ollie's going to go with him. Tapainen's front wide. Kevin got 2 sideways. Just going to hold on. Tapainen spins. Eriksson avoids him. Tapainen backwards towards the trees. Holds on to the ditch. Kevin Eriksson, I think, is going to come out of a wild. No, Enland gets the whole shot. And then it's Kevin Eriksson followed by Ollie Eriksson. Enland spins. So it's a 1-2 for the FC2 by turn 3. Now the Eriksson's got to put on a show.
And now it's Philip Turenne in the driving seat because he's taken the joker on this first lap with a margin ahead of him. The 2 Eriksson brothers need to not get tangled up with each other and set some good lap times. Oh, Kevin runs wide coming down the hill.
Put a wheel in the ditch for the lads. That is proper, isn't it? Kevin Eriksson on full send mode. He said us earlier today, what do you do with that trolley, mate? I sent it too hard in turn 1. I'm about to replace a wheel. The angles those 2 boys used through that right-hander up in turn 2 are just epic. We stood there for a whole session. Oh my God, look at the dust coming into the commentary box. That's their fault.
Tapainen's car's still on the outside of the circuit, on the exit of the gravel section. Now Ollie Eriksson takes the joker. This is in part to cover off Turenne and in the other part to try and close down on his brother and get some clear air. Kevin Eriksson runs wide. There's Martin Enland retired on the left-hand side. This is a massive race of attrition, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a huge black line all the way there, so one of his wheels is completely locked to the point where he's pulled off because he can't have locked it from that far back on the brakes. So he's broken something on one of the corners. So Kevin Eriksson from Ollie Eriksson from Turenne. And it's about Kevin and his joker lap. Here we go. Look at the angle in that corner. That's a backwards entry for Kevin.
Mirrored by Ollie in the background.
Fantastic. Is that going to be enough, though, to hold on to the position? Tapainen is still parked outside.
Tapainen sent it way too hard in the first corner, didn't he? Pitched it in and ran right to the outside, then got spun. This is Kevin Eriksson in the joker.
Over the crest, watch Ollie on the inside line. He's going to nail it to the inside line. Kevin's going to look up the inside of him. Over the curve, door to door, the Erikssons. Absolutely brilliant from the pair of them. He slots up. Oh, no! They're stopped! Toren round the outside! Kevin reverses! Toren's in the ditch! Ollie Eriksson spins around. That is a nightmare! It's gone from dream to
Is it broken
nightmare.
the front left suspension, or is it just the bodywork hanging down over the front?
Toren is trying to hang on to what is left of the Polo in a carnage encounter. Toren runs wide.
Oh, there's cars everywhere.
So the FC2's damaged. There's contact between the Eriksson brothers. Unfortunately, that is not what they wanted. And it is Philip Toren who takes the win. That was the wildest race we've seen this year. Who's got going? Kevin's got going. Kevin Eriksson has got going. He's going to come round for P2, but that is a bit of a disaster.
Peter Hellman, the championship manager, who obviously works with OMSC as well, he's got his head in his hands because that was broken rear suspension for Kevin Eriksson. Do you know what? Before they came together there, and we've seen that concertina quite a lot. I was about to say they executed the joker merge perfectly, and that's what the sort of thing Mounier will learn from drivers of this ability. Kevin had clearly come out of the throttle there to get back up the inside, and he did that brilliantly. Ollie knew he was coming, gave him just enough room, because that's what you do when you're brothers and teammates, and then they fell over each other. And there's nothing There's nothing funnier than two brothers crashing into each other in a rallycross race.
Also, can I say, I love the fact that they are willing to race each other that hard.
Of
I feel the
course.
same way about when Kevin and Timmy went at it at Hollius, absolutely smashing the doors off each other.
So this is Tapine and running wide. Could easily have rolled there.
Look at Kevin holding on. So Kevin has somehow held on. I suspect Ollie's had to back off, looking in front of him, thinking, what is going on here?
Unlucky Tapine
gets a contact from Enland, who I think had a contact from Kevin.
I think if he could have got it down enough gears, he could have kept his foot in the throttle there, but he's 15 and not that experienced in Supercar.
Is he stuck or broken? It might be beached there. Look, rear
I think
right.
it's
Does he try and get out?
I think it's probably...
No, he does try and get it out. So is it broken then? So Terpinen gets away. Yeah, okay. So here's the merge.
So watch Kevin, the car on the right. He does everything right here.
And Ollie has backed off how to keep it in at the apex, and he gets across him. And I think something's broken on Kevin's car here. I think the rear right, I think it goes there. You see the jerk as it goes into the right-hander. And then Ollie hits him again. And now they're stuck. And now Kevin, look, reverses, but as Ollie's trying to go forward. And Torrent comes around the outside. I mean, there will be a debrief and some unhappy people, but likewise, go on, lads.
But it also doesn't matter, does it?
No.
Like, for them, it doesn't matter. They're here testing.
And it is good testing, Hal.
Testing it, because these cars are going to have contact, aren't they? But
should we get them both in here together?
I mean, I think they'll laugh it off, won't they? They'll be frustrated. But
well, Torrent's car's just come in with everything hanging off it past the commentary position.
Do you remember when Kevin Hansen won RX Lights in 2015, went to Argentina in the OMSE Fiesta to do the prize drive? Or two finishes, Kevin Eriksson plus 35 seconds.
Wild.
And
thank you, Peter.
I can't remember who spun. I think Timmy span in that first chicane in Rosario in Argentina, and Kevin hit him head on, or it was the other way around.
Was it in the dust though?
Yeah, Kevin was due to finish on the podium on his debut. And
let's see. I'll tell you what, Hal, do us a favour, see if you can get Kevin. I'll wait here. I don't know if he'll come or not. We're going to try. At least we're going to have a chat with him. We might have to come back to the studio for a moment. Hal's just going to run next door, see if we can get Kevin to come and join us. Ollie, as you can see, is still out. Okay, Ollie's laughing. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. Yeah, championship's on the line here. As we said, it is valuable testing as well. Wow. Going through some of the comments on YouTube here, just having a look to see what you guys are saying. But there are a lot of comments. Yeah, one of the craziest heats I've ever seen. Yeah, disaster for the FC2s, etc., etc. Hal, you'll have to cross that over there, mate. No, that's it. There you go. There we go. And we'll come back in here. Did you find Kevin?
He's MIA. But I did just kill a mosquito on your back, so that was good.
I wonder what that was. Thanks, mate.
I wasn't saying hello.
Whether he would have bitten me through the shirt. What about Andreas? He would be a good
He's
guest.
not pleased.
Should we get him in here? I'd like to.
So would I, but I don't think he's particularly willing at the moment. He's very busy. There's a lot of rushing going on.
Okay, we won't.
Oh, there's Martin Enland's car.
Martin's just cut. Yeah,
broken front right suspension there.
Chip Panko's coming from Nitrocross. Do you think he wants to join us?
Here's Andreas. Grab him. I'll get him.
Go on. Andreas. Come on. He's coming. Right. Okay, prepare yourselves at home. I think he'll be fine. Right, Andreas, we spoke earlier on today about whether or not we should get you in here when things weren't going too well. He's got a smile on his face as he knows. So earlier on today, Ollie, here goes Chip from Nitrocross. Chip, he knows what this interview is going to be like. Your boy is there. Brilliant. Some great racing. Say, Ollie took the first ever win for the FC2.
Forget that. What happened down there?
How's it going?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea.
I'll tell you what, let's see it. Can we run a replay, please, for Eriksson Senior to see what happened? We've got it on several monitors. Let me dust this one off for you, Andreas. And then we'll get a replay in. Look, it's, I can yeah, there's a little bit. I guess you're not that pleased, are you? Here we go. Okay, so up on the screen. So here you go.
That's Ollie in the lead.
Yeah,
Kevin out of the Joker.
So
this is a great move, by the way.
Look, so it's good to there. I think. What do you think? Come on.
That's okay. And then why?
I think Kevin's car's broken from that contact. Yeah. I think here, look, as he goes round there, Ollie gets into the side of him. Now Ollie then ends up facing this way, and as he goes forward, Kevin reverses because he's trying to get out. So it's kind of I know it's not funny, but it's a kind of a comedy of errors in terms of... we did say as well, we love to see the boys racing.
Yeah, they raced, but I think it was... I need to see this in this angle as well. Oliver's coming in there. He could have gone wide and give Kevin the room there, but then he
loses out.
He just spins and is in his way. Kevin have nowhere to go, I see that. So if he just was sliding longer, he would give it the space and it would look nice. They know they were there, like Oliver knew. But this, I don't know, after here is kind of what happened here.
Well, I wondered if it was broken by that point, but we'd need to speak to the boys, obviously. We will do at some point.
Anyway, it is what it is. It could have looked good, and now it looked less good.
It was going to be a less good is a great qualification of it. The huge machine is here, bringing back one of the two cars.
Now here's something about some steering, so probably something hit there. I mean, the first hit is quite hard.
Okay, well look, we're gonna go racing again. I think now we've got the track clear. Mate, thanks for joining us, especially in a situation like that. We do appreciate it. He's a good sport. He's a good sport. Right, give us those. Go on, off you go. He's a good sport, to be fair, to come and do that at that point. What did Howley said? It could have been good, and it's less good.
And then it wasn't, yeah.
Less good.
That's not what he was shouting in the awning.
No. Oh, really? What was was he really? Brilliant.
Yeah, I'll tell you off air.
That's one for the WhatsApp group. I've just had a thought how we could monetize the WhatsApp group. How about that? Do you have to pay to join it, and then we can tell people stuff off air? What do you think?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
I mean,
now we're interested. Here we go. This should be good. Matt Soman on the inside. Maiko Tam over gets a good start. Tam has got one as well. Round the outside, Frank Valler's got the best start. He gets into Oman, but then he runs wide. Oman's in the gravel. Valler goes over, and he's in the wall. Frank Valler's rolled and hits the wall on the outside line. That might be a red flag. Let's wait and see. Maiko Tam is leading up into the hairpin as he goes to the right-hander. And it is a red flag. Red flag.
Valler carried so much speed there on the inside.
Red lights are flashing out on the, you can see out in the various areas. So that is, this has been a bit of a, considering these drivers are the ones with the most experience in the best cars, you sometimes think they could do with taking a leaf out of the Crosscar Junior book, don't you?
Yes,
I'm going to pick up my paperwork, it's blown all over the floor, back in a minute.
And that's brilliant to see. Frank climbs out of the Fiesta that's on its side. The marshals are going to push the car back onto its wheels in the gravel trap now. That won't have done the car any harm at all because it's a nice soft landing there. Fantastic that Frank was able to climb out so strong, these supercars, but he did roll right into the fence. You can see a bit of damage on the roof there.
Going to depend, obviously the cage is the most important thing, Hal, but also they will have to inspect they'll have a quick look at the guardrail.
Well, Frank doesn't have a massive team. He's absolutely a privateer doing this with his mates, so...
but he has got 3 of those cars.
Yeah, but you can't use a different car today, so he needs to be able to get that car back out. Let's have a look back at it. A great start from Val, to be fair. Squeezes Tam.
Who's got nowhere to go because of Oman. So then when Tam backs out, and I think he's released Valor. Do you see what I mean? As he, but then he does come in.
I don't really know what's gone on here.
Well, his rears are locked completely. And so is he on the bar, or is he just completely...
And it
goes
dives
in, just
up.
digs in.
Oman's gone with him. Oman's lucky not to get stuck in the fence as well. Oman did drive. I wonder if we've got a different angle of that because it's
yeah, we have.
So let's. So there is the yellow car coming into the fence. He's started. Oh, so he's rolled in the gravel. It's hit the fence and then it's bounced back out. It hasn't. I don't think it's gone over fully, has it? It's sort of rolled into the fence and then bounced back out again.
And I think it hit the fence with the door. I think it was on its roof as it hit the fence. So I think the roof has gone into the dirt. Let's see it again from both angles.
So Valor makes a great start, as does Oman, and they squeeze Tam. Tam's got in the brakes there, hasn't he?
Yeah. Out he goes, and that releases Val. So now he's coming. Now the weight transfer comes the other way.
So we'll look at Val's wheels.
Yeah. Now he locks.
They're not locked yet.
Gas. Wait for the handbrake. Now, too late.
I don't know.
But also how
there's a lot of momentum there, isn't
there? It won't rotate because it's up against Oman's car. So if you ever tried to do a handbrake turn, if you drive in a straight line and pull the handbrake, it'll only go straight. If you put the lock on and pull the handbrake, it will rotate. But if there's a car that's stopping it rotating, you've just got locked wheels.
You're right in that it hit the door.
So the car should be okay, shouldn't it? Is what we're saying.
I think so, yeah.
I've been bitten on the elbow. These mozzies are making me livid.
Oh, the windscreen's squashed, but that won't be. The roof is also squashed, but it doesn't look terribly damaged.
Well, I don't know, mate. Above the left door.
No, I think it'll be okay. It looks pretty soft to me, that. Now, he will be out tomorrow because he's got
another car,
but he doesn't want to use that car because he's planning to do a hill climb with it in a couple of weeks.
So we're
But I did wonder if for a moment if there was a stuck throttle or something there, because you could have locked the rears with a stuck throttle and the front.
Oh, how look at that now. Looks more significant, but as you say, cage damage looks
well, you can
like...
see, maybe you can even see where the cage is. You can see the diagonal across the roof.
diagonal across the roof. Yeah.
I still think it'll be okay, but there is a lot more damage than I thought. It was a fast crash there, wasn't it? And on the rear quarter.
You know what, though, as you said a moment ago, the most important thing, the point of that cage, and yeah, we're going, is he going to race later or not? The point of it all is to keep the driver safe.
100%, yeah. And
if the car's out, you know, Frank is in a position where he's a successful businessman, and while he'd be disappointed, it's not going to ruin his season. He is now missing from the grid, and that gives Maiko Tam an absolutely brilliant opportunity here to do something special off the start. Tam is currently sitting in P7. He can now move right, and that's so effectively he can straight line and not turn in on Oman. He's got to beat Martinovs and Martinson in the start, but you know, history would say that he will. He's got to get it right, and this is a second start, so now warmer tyres. So you maybe have to up the RPM a bit. It's all,
most complicated point of Matt's race, isn't it? The start procedure, because it's also difficult to adjust the parameters. But based on previous form, you'd have to say if Matt can get the start here, he should win this race.
Matt, remember, has, what is it that he has in his mouth for the start? Is it the rev limiter? I can't remember. There's something that he has in his mouth. He's paralysing the chest down. I know we talk about him a lot. If you don't like it, it's tough because he's a proper legend. He won Q1, didn't he, earlier today?
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. So Tam has a bad reaction time. Oman gets a brilliant start, but Martinson and Martinovs around the outside have got good starts as well. Wants to lift and get that turned in. Maiko Tam has done exactly that. He lifts and gets underneath them. Oman loses the rear bumper. Oh, Martinovs is in. Sorry, it's Martinson has lost it and gone completely off track. And that means Maiko Tam leads after what was definitely not a good start. Oman, go on, go Joker, go Joker. He does. So Matt's only got a Jardine problem. Looks like it, doesn't it?
Could have just missed a gear or something, or... Yeah, it looks like it's fine now, doesn't it? You can hear the Audi's got a very distinctive sound from its Lehman engine.
Well, we can hear it, couldn't we?
Yeah, from the hotel, from in practice this morning.
So this is how lovely and small this town is. We were joking last night. We went out for a couple of beers and we've been told there was a bar. We went out the hotel. It's literally 100 metres from the hotel. We went to the bar lady and said, are there other bars? She was like, no, this is it. So literally this morning I wake up and I think, how cool, what a lovely little town. I'm like, what is that noise in the distance? And it's this rallycross track that I can hear from breakfast this morning doing morning warm-up. I mean, it's just brilliant, isn't it? I want that in my hometown. I suspect my neighbours would all complain. Oh, it's too noisy.
Yeah, very British.
Yeah.
What they would actually do is move next to a racetrack and then complain about the noise every second weekend.
Do that, don't they? They should be forced to go and watch all the motorsport that year. If they don't like it, move. Funny enough, your house was a bit cheaper because it's under Heathrow's flight path, so you can't really complain about Heathrow's flight path, but that's the way it is. Oman looks to try and find a way past Martinovs.
He's an absolute gentleman, Oman, because he'll have so much more pace than Martinovs based on their previous experience. Goes for a move on the inside, runs wide.
On the bar, on the throttle, the brilliant move.
Yeah, but he was patient, he didn't force the issue. Lots of people would have battled their way past before then, and now he's on a big charge. This is going to be advantage Tam, though, isn't it? As one of only 3 pro drivers here, barring any disaster in the next couple of corners, this is guaranteed to be the fastest time based on the issues that everyone else had in the previous race.
Yeah, good shout. Matt Simon did a good job there. Actually, I wonder how, looking at it, what was the time? Torren was a 2:35. It could be. I reckon Oman's going to go P2 here. Look at it. They've got 20 seconds to get to the finish line. So Matt Simon is probably going to go P2 here. Is that going to see him TQ? Where's Enland? What happened to Enland?
He retired.
He DNF'd. So I think Oman's going to get the TQ. So Matt Simon gets P2 in this one, but it's going to be enough because he does a 2:30.5. He's 5 seconds quicker than Philip Toran after the carnage in the first one. That's a P2, which is 45 points. Enland was a DNF. I think Matt Simon is the top qualifier.
Yeah, without doubt, because he was on 88 points and Endland was on 95.
So Oman, look, he gets a good start, but not good enough, unfortunately, to get to turn 1 first. So he has to wait to turn in, and then he's out in the dirt on the outside, so he can't get it done. Drops down a couple of positions, and then ends up going joker, as Hal said, maybe missed a gear or something. If you've not seen the inside of his car, you need to go and find a video about it. It's fantastic, the amount of work the team have put in. It's actually, thinking about it, it's saved on my Insta, you know, what's the little circles at the top, like your favourites. So you can go and have a look there. His daughter talks us through how the hand controls work. There's a mouthpiece he uses as well to launch the car. I mean, amazing. He really
it's an evolving project as well, isn't it? Ever
Yeah.
since he started using this system, he's constantly working on improving it, and he's a massive anorak for this sport and for trying to make his concept as user-friendly as possible.
And
so
when he wins, Hal, the crowd go mad.
Yeah, it gives me goosebumps every time.
Yeah, they went mad at Holliers. They'll have gone mad here. The return road here is down the side of the track, which I love, very like Lowiak, where you see the cars come back down. Same at Glen Helen. Anywhere where the cars return from the race past the fans is brilliant. Here we go, intermediate standings, and Mats Oman is your top qualifier from Martin Enlund, Maiko Tam, Kevin Eriksson, Philip Toron, Joni Tapainen, Marcis Martinovs, Oliver Eriksson, Frank Val and Philip Martinson. So they'll all go through to the semi-finals. Right, Mega, hand signals there as we try to decide what we're doing at the end of this show. Lights aren't on, Hal, flick the light switch, go on. I don't think we'll be here long enough for them to come on. A couple of people in the background here, how's it going? Right, thumbs up. They've disappeared off now, they've realised. Wild, that was a pretty wild session.
It was, yeah, massively open four-wheel drive, sorry, especially.
Yeah.
How many cars finished? 6 cars got a time. Kevin Eriksson was about half an hour off the pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, mad, and I want to have a go around the paddock and see what's going on, and we'll be back soon for the semi-finals. We
will, indeed. So, yeah, stay with us. Who's going to take the win? Matt Oman, TQ in open four-wheel drive. What a legend. See you shortly. Cheers, guys.
Hero.
we go then. It is semi-final time for Cross Car Junior, and for the first time this year, they only have 2 semi-finals. This one features on the front row our 2 championship protagonists. On the right side of your screen with the number 7 on his car is Hampus Hagström. And in the middle of your screen, 195 blue, is Oliver Solly. Behind them, it is Georg Genor Mutik in the Pace Motorsport TN11. I've just been down there and had a good chat with them about engines. Pete Tupera is on the outside in the number 16 with one of our favourite liveries. Back row is Pontus Oskarsson in the 11, and on the outside, Jere Hukkar. Semi's about to start. So we're seeing a jump start for slot number 3, if that's the case. The red lights are on, lads, so you can come off the revs now. One of them hasn't realised how. That's it, finally. There we go. Steady now. Steady on. Right, look through my grids. You know, you can talk amongst yourselves while they reline these cars up. That's good. What we got? Cross car. Oh, tell you what, Hal, you've been on it here, mate. That printer's worth
Someone's got to be.
Yeah, I know. Did you go and see Frank?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. What did he tell you?
He didn't know what had happened.
Right, let's crack on with this. We'll talk about Frank when we get to Supercar. Hagström versus Solly on the front row. These two are the title protagonists. Great start by both, but Hagström looks to have edged it. Immediately has edged it comfortably out in front, and in the background, got to watch out here. Pete Tupera is up the inside of Oliver Solly. Solly manages to get good traction, but might get eaten up here on the right-hand side. They'll all be up on the rev limiters. Solly gets into the apex and will hold on to P2. But brilliant start by Hagström. Remember, Hagström has been beaten in the last 3 finals by Oliver Solly. Solly has just got it done when Hagström has done the job in qualifying. Will he change that round today?
Hukkar well in the rear of Pontus Oskarsson at the hairpin, the first of the hairpins. Oskarsson joking for the first time of asking in the black machine. Solly did well there to make the most of being in a 3-way fight to be second. That could have been anyone's in the run through the compression and up the hill, but came out on top. That'll be important for him.
Hukkar off in the background, so Hukkar drops from P4 down to P6 with a little mistake. That's a shame for Jere. So Hagström, where's the qualifying results? Let's see. Hagström was the TQ with a 3rd, a 1st and a 4th. Solly had an 8th, a 9th and a 3rd. So Solly's pace has come on at the end of the day. Hagström with those 2 extra points was 1 point behind. Yeah, so we think it's 100 and... oh no, I don't know what the scores are actually, because it's plus 15, plus 16. I can't do that in my head. Either way, they're only a point apart at the moment in favour of Oliver Solly. If he finishes like this, Hagström will take the championship lead back. Oh no, that's a disaster. So Pira gets climbed all over by Pontus Oskarsson. Luckily, they don't get hooked up. That gives Jere Hukkar the chance to get back up the inside.
And here it actually makes a difference, doesn't it? Because if someone makes a mistake ahead, then you're going to squeeze through.
Oh, another mistake. That's Mutik.
That's exactly what I mean. If someone like Mutik makes a mistake and drops ground, all of a sudden fighting for those positions is going to get you through to the final this afternoon, because there's 3 going through from each semi. When there's 3 semis and only 2 going up, if you're fighting over 5th, then you know, you're gone, aren't you? But when there's 3 going up, it makes such a big difference to the race.
Well, she's great for Pira. So the problems that have been had in front of made Pira has jokered and is in P2. Both the leaders have gone now, Hagström and Solly. So the top 3, remember, will go through because there's only 2 semi-finals. Everybody else jokers now with 3 laps to go. It's 5 laps for the semis. And, Hukkar's got all sorts of problems. Hagström's not shown as jokered, Hal. Maybe Hagström didn't joke on that last one.
No, I think it was just Solly.
Yeah, looking at the gap, I'd say you're right.
Solly came out behind Pira. Did he? No, I don't think he did. I think he had the gap.
I think this is a big enough gap. What was it? It was 2.3 is what we reckon it is.
Yeah, so he did get well out ahead of Pira. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, 3.4. So this should be a foregone conclusion. Look how wet it is for these guys. We've said it a lot, Hal, but they're the youngest drivers, in theory, with the least experience, and they often get the hardest track conditions.
So it happens in almost every rallycross championship, because the juniors usually go first. Happens in the UK all the time. It's just suck it up and
get on with it.
But it's great for learning the conditions as well, isn't it?
Amazing. Hagström comes out of the joker nicely in front of Solly with 2 laps to go, making this look quite easy. Hagström is looking very, very strong this weekend. 2 semis, it'd be disappointing, wouldn't it? For a lot of the drivers who are normally used to making maybe the back of the semis and perhaps having a chance of making it through. But I guess that just goes to show you've got to up your game in qualifying. And the other thing we're not seeing, of course, which we often used to see in this, is the spread of speed across the semi, because when it's only the top 12, you're missing some of those people who don't quite have the pace of the top drivers.
I probably would have come here and tested, if I was taking this championship seriously.
As a junior, or just generally?
Just generally.
Yeah, but because tricky?
Because no one's been here.
Yeah.
Imagine you did 2 days driving here, you'd have such an advantage. That's why Oman, take nothing away from Matt, but that's why Matt went quickest in FP1, FP2 and Q1, because he just had all of that track knowledge, even if he doesn't drive here very often.
No. Agreed. P2 Pira with the wheel spin there in the number 16. Last lap, comes through that very fast left-hander, not quite so committed in a junior cross car as it is in everything else. But coming up to take their turn, not checking flag, of course they're on to their last lap now, is the leader. There is Hagström. How far back is Solly? Follow with the drone look, this is the dip, so he's over the line, that's what I thought. Yeah, his checkered flag's come out. The graphic was late there, but it is Hagström who takes it. I thought they had another lap to go. So Hagström takes it from Solly. Nothing spectacular, but that is the championship lead back in Hagström's favour. And it is also, remember, Hagström, let me check actually, I bet he's done the same today. No,
amazing start from Hagström, looking at the start there from the drone shot. Solly comes over to try and cover off Pira. Pira's got such a run into the first corner that Solly makes way. Pira then runs wide and Solly just sinks it back up the inside. Oskarsson comes in for a bit of a go at the party as well.
I thought Oskarsson might get in from the whole of the back.
Well, Oskarsson then gets collected by Huka. Huka had a bit of a wild ride, just like his brother. Riku's prone to the odd wild day, isn't he?
Sandy McSanderson.
That was Oskarsson into the rear of Pira, as you said, during the race. Pira, they recovered to make it through. Hagström, though, is in emphatic form, isn't he, today?
Really good. So Hagström will take the lead in the standings with this win for 19.7. He's 1.9 seconds up the road from Solly. Solly, though, has had a strong end to his day. Of course, it's not a win overall, it's semi-final, isn't it? So it's only going through to there. I was just trying to figure out, so Solly can still beat him later on with the top three through from that.
Being very childish, I always want to say I'm very Solly. I think about that every race.
I'm very Solly?
Yeah, like sorry.
It's feeling like a long day already, isn't it, mate? Clouding, is it clouding? No, it's not clouding up, it's just a cloud. So Nico Kinnunen, Alex Antila, Pauli Tapainen, Jonas Nilsson, Carl Svedlund and Theo Johansson. Kinnunen is third in the standings. Pauli Tapainen on that second row is fourth in the standings. Kinnunen gets a good start, but is beaten towards turn one by Alex Antila. Kinnunen actually drops from P1 to P4, and if he's not careful, it could be even further. So that's not ideal. Remember, only the top three are going through. Oh, steady on now, come on, it's right in front of you, you can see it. That's getting a bit silly. Jonas Nilsson there, and Kinnunen's really struggling now. Kinnunen's gone down to P6.
This semi could be a day for some of these young drivers to capitalise and make it through to the final when they perhaps don't often do that. Especially, the thing with the three semi-finals is, yes, it does give more opportunity to more drivers, that's undeniable, but when you have the six fastest in the front row positions, it's very hard to beat a Hagström or a Solly or a Kinnunen on a good day, because they're already holding those positions. When there's two semis and it's one mistake, or there's three going up by one mistake, I mean one mistake with one of the quick guys or a puncture or whatever, it actually opens up a bit more. So that there's various ways of doing the same job.
So Johansson has joked at the back. Kinnunen is only 1.3 in front of Johansson. Or mistake for the leader, and Tila runs wide. That closes the gap up for everybody. So where's
Nilsson
Kinnunen?
was massively committed over the jump in the background.
Kinnunen's gone Joker out and he's going to drop behind Johansson. So that's, I might have waited at that point, but he's gone Joker and drops himself back into P6. So Kinnunen here, who's third in the standings. Where's Tapainen? Sitting P2 at the moment here, the white car in the middle of your picture. Pauli Tapainen is equal on points with Nico Kinnunen.
Svedlund closed massively on the brakes down the bottom of the hill on the tarmac. Clearly got very good feeling in the middle pedal just to brake so hard without locking up. On
the limiter all the way down over the crest through the right-hander. Tapinen holding on from Spedland. Who's going to go Joker? Spedland, surely, if Tapinen does. Good
Great
choice.
decision.
Yeah, good choice not to go when the car in front
If
does.
you've got the option not to follow, then don't.
Yeah, you must give yourself an opportunity to do something different. That Joker exit's really nice, isn't it? I feel like you've got the chance to do a good rest of the lap because your entry into that left-hander at the top of the hill, Hal, is easier once you come off the Joker. You're a bit wider anyway.
Yeah. I like the Joker merge, I do. It's I love the over-under scenario.
Me too. But I think you can create that, and it annoys me when more championships don't look at what do you do to push the exit of the Joker wide. You know, look at Latvia. Last corner at Latvia, you go wide or you hold it tight. Either way, you risk getting over or undercut. It's brilliant. It's a pretty simple thing to do in terms of track design.
We were talking about track design last night, weren't we? There's not been many terrible rallycross tracks, but there's certainly
there's a few turkeys out there.
I think Turkey was quite good.
No, we talked about that with Halid Apacic earlier on today, saying it was, 2014 and 15. I think it was a great little track.
You were talking turkeys as in?
I was talking Turkey as in, a turkey.
Oh, and a spin in the background for Nilsson. That's going to end
all the RPM to try
any hopes.
Yeah. So who's that going to put through?
Well, Tapinen was already ahead.
Yeah.
But, should anyone have a problem up front, Nilsson now won't be the one to capitalise.
Did you come on the bike ride around the F1 track at Turkey?
I rode a bike around. I borrowed Kenneth Hansen's bike. This was pre-worked Peugeot support, and Kenneth Hansen's bike was an absolute dog.
Was it a turkey?
It was
a
awful,
turkey.
Yeah. So
Kenneth Hansen. That's shocking preparation from Hansen.
I was stuck in some horrible gear, and it was a long, hard endurance.
Tapinen gets through to P2.
IMG had some electric bikes at that stage, didn't they? So there was all sorts of people
lapping
me, and I was just like sweating my
it's really
athletic
hilly. That
figure.
was what I was getting to actually, was Turkey is really hilly. Now the bit we used for the rallycross track was not, that was flat.
But it was brilliant, I love the rallycross track.
It was a great place. Would love to go back there. Antila coming round on the last lap, going to take the win here. Alex Antila made it through to the final twice this year.
Great.
Tapinen gets P2, Spedland P3. Kinnunen doesn't go through. So Kinnunen, who's third in the standings, Tapinen is going to go through, and that is going to mean that he's going to lead the standings from Kinnunen. Where did they qualify? I'm trying to see.
Svedland's made a couple of final appearances, hasn't he, I think, with the JC squad so far this year. So again through today.
Well, it is windy, isn't it, Al? It really is. You can see the amount of objects on the desk to try to desperately hold onto the grids and things. Cross car coming up, stay with us. So me and Hal have stood in the service park, and Kinnunen is just over the way from us. Looks very disappointed, taking off the gloves. But Kinnunen is also no taller than the cross car. And to give you an idea of how tall a cross car is, how what is it? Chest height for us? No, yeah, between waist and chest.
And equally, Jero Hookar has just gone zooming past on a little electric scooter and lost the cap in the wind, so had to do a
is that the one that did the big skid out?
No, cap's on backwards now. Great.
What a legend. That's great hair as well. Right, Romet Cerna on the pole with his first ever TQ. Thomas Eek Merstad alongside, Riku Hukar, Oliver Jensen, Lucas Orav and Isaac Eganson. Jump start for 4. Now actually, have we seen penalty jokers? Because we've had a few start issues. It hasn't affected anybody that we've noticed, have we? As in not somebody who's far enough up the order to have be of note.
Pressure now for Cerna, isn't there?
Yeah, because you want to convert. Yeah, you take TQ, you want to convert. Yeah, true. Yeah, 3 semi-finals for these guys.
To mess a start up.
Also pressure, Hal, on Orav. Only P8 in the standings, but But yeah, of course, yeah.
Because you can only gain from here. If you've
True.
qualified on pole, you can only go one way.
But nice rescue to get in, you know, and at
Yeah,
that point you
100%,
want to
yeah.
go, come on, let's go. But yeah, I think it'd be tough with Merstad out front as well. That's disqualification. If that's a jump for 4 again, that's a DQ, because you can't jump the start twice. And it was slot number 4 last time. Faulty timekeeping we're hearing, so we have got some issues here, I'm afraid, with the wind and the dust triggering the... they use light sensors here rather than the mechanical triggers. Could be a long afternoon. Luckily, the sun won't set till midnight, so that'll be fine.
And even then, it'll be broad daylight. So.
Yeah. How'd you sleep last night, Hal?
Amazingly. I really enjoyed my room being daylight all night with no curtain.
What was it Peter just said to you?
Close your eyes.
Get dark. That's what he said, literally. Close your eyes, get dark. Peter Hellman explaining how eyelids work to Hal. Fantastic stuff. Right, ready to race. Come on, third time lucky. No more false triggers, please. This time we get away, but as Hal said, massive pressure on Cerner. He has to do the start 3 times, and he slots in. Riku Hukar gets up to P3. Orav gets up to P4, but it is Thomas Merstad who leads as we blast down through that dip and up to the crest. Looking inside Cerner. Going to hold on to P2. Who's going to go Joker? I reckon Hukar.
Orav would definitely go Joker. He'd already touched it to the inside and started to get the rotation done. Hukar was too committed, I think, in the back of the Pace Motorsport machine. Orav's done a great job there to get in and out of the Joker.
Into P5,
gain that space.
Now it's just a case of whether he gets held up by whoever it was that was in front. Didn't see who went in front of him.
Hukar gets 2 sideways through the super fast left-hander down the hill. Cerner's going with...
Look at the difference there. Do you see the smoke? But the wheel's been losing time. You can see immediately that Cerner was closing the gap.
Big commitment through the first of the big gravel corners. Merstad's on a mission here.
And a really good chat with Jimmy Osterberg. So the TN11 as standard comes with the Yamaha engine. The Suzuki engine has an extra 4,000 RPM, but the penalty is 20 or 30, I think it's 35 kilos. The Yamaha engine has 20 Newton meters more torque, but what Osterberg explained to me, he said is because you can hold on to each gear for 4,000 RPM longer, the one thing he hasn't got his head around in the TN11 is the starts. And Pasi Penttinen has switched to the Suzuki engine in his TN11, and apparently the TN11 comes with the Yamaha, there isn't an option for the Suzuki. Interesting, but then he said as well, Bowdens has been using the Yamaha engine for 3 years, and Bowdens got his start now, and he said, I asked him, but Ronalds won't tell me. Which is great, isn't it? We were saying how much effort Ronalds has put into his car. So yeah, lots of stuff about cross-car starts in the break. Oh, Hukar, half spin for Hukar, that's a disaster. Was in P3 having jokered, was hoping to try and get the overlap there on Cerner.
That's Cerner's lifeline though, isn't it? Having lost the lead off the start, that's a move through to the final barring disaster for the Estonian, and yeah, exactly what he needed, because Merstad is pulling away out front.
Lots of people jokering early, Hal. You know, all the semis so far, people have responded very quickly. I suppose if you know you want to cover someone off and you're safe, you try to do it, but you know, no one's held on and seen if they can nail in 3 quick laps with a bit of air.
I think it's sensible at this stage of the day, isn't it? I always think if you've got the margin and it's not going to be super close and you risk putting yourself into traffic, then you should do it, because you never know what's going to happen to you. And I know we say that every time we go on air, but I think it's a pretty basic principle of the Joker.
Cover it off, you can cover it off, yeah.
Because if you have a problem and you've still got the Joker, then you're gone, aren't you?
These two still racing hard. You're looking at Hukar and Orav. Orav over that curve completely. That's a great line.
Almost hooked the wheel on the inside. You used to be able to do that at Croft in the UK through the hairpin towards the end of the lap. There was the
one on the dirt.
There was a little like a rut off the edge of the concrete that was in that corner, and you used to be able to, in a front-wheel drive car at least, you could just stick the inside wheel in, and it would drag you around beautifully. And it's almost like he's done that there in the hairpin, just stuck the inside wheel, and it's just helped grip up and rotate the rear of the car.
Yeah, it works nicely.
The reflection on this screen is absolutely awful, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I have to say, mate, yeah, well, I'm struggling, and unfortunately the 2 screens which we've got next to us are now completely exposed to the sun, because the sun has moved a little bit in the sky. It won't move much more for another 2 or 3 hours, because it won't set until after midnight. Sunset last night was, yeah, midnight 04, I think it was.
You hadn't mentioned.
Oh, it's great. Honestly, if you've never been this far north, give it a go. So the first time you do it, it's bonkers. It's less bonkers now, isn't it? We've had the great privilege of being up in Norway, Sweden, Finland, close to midsummer thanks to Hell in World RX, Ulu in this series. Murstad takes it with Turner. They're going to go through. Good drives by both them. Turner will be disappointed not to have converted that to pole.
Set the fastest time though, on laps, so
still there.
Has the pace.
Yeah, but you got to get the start now, hasn't he? Where will he be on the start? I'm trying to figure it out.
Still be on the front row, won't he?
No,
he won't be on the
row 2.
front row because he isn't one.
Yeah.
He'll be. Yeah, he'll be outside row 2 as the best of the second place finishers in the intermediate classification.
Yeah. That's not a bad place to be though, because I think if you're going to be outside on row 2, you know, you're on the inside into turn 2, aren't you? Yeah, might be better than being boxed in on the left side of the grid as you go into that right-hander. You're highly likely to have a car inside you. You'd rather be pole, wouldn't you, put it that way? But if you're not pole, I think where he's ended up inside the second row isn't bad.
He'll be outside second row, won't he?
Will he?
Yeah, because the top the 3 winners.
Semis. So he will be on the other side then. Yeah. She's going to be in the sucky position. I retract all my previous statements. That's a bummer. There's a big Swedish flag over there, look.
It's enormous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good, I like it. Hey, Sandra's just walking past. Sandra Holtgen. Eek Murstad wins from Romet Cerna. Good start after 2-3 jump starts, although they weren't actually jump starts, false triggers. Bit of a shame for Cerna with the pressure on, but nicely done by both those top 2 drivers. Right, this should be fun. Elias Svensson versus Jonathan Ylalami. Then it's Pasi Penttinen and Rasmus Persson, Niklas Jensen and Espen Isak-Setra at the back.
There's some senders in this one, aren't there?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, mate. So get the front 2 rows are mega. Svensson in the white on the right side of your screen, black and purple for Ylalami. Penttinen with the yellow and Persson in the red. Those revs just come up so quick, and first corner will come up quick too. Svensson gets there, Ylalami slots in. Ylalami looks to the inside line, the car gets straightened out in the middle of the corner. Persson going to get a good run inside Pasi Penttinen. So Persson moves up to P3. Penttinen slots across to the inside. Oh, Penttinen goes late on the brakes. That's a great move into the hairpin. Really mega. Came off the brake, just went back on it again, slots up the inside.
Did so well not to just clean out Jonathan Ylalami as well, carrying that entry speed. Penttinen car lifted right off the ground over the jump on the exit of the compression, or the, after the compression, before making that move on an absolute mission. But on a bigger mission is Elias Svensson, who is checking out up front already.
Great job. There's that livery we're talking about as well on the side of Penttinen's car. How I'm properly impressed by that. It's the first time we've seen somebody do it. When you and me walked the track yesterday, we felt that move would be on. Then when we looked at it with the onboard with Ericsson, we were like, well, hang on a minute, actually that run's it's not enough. But in a cross car, it is enough to make that move.
Yeah, you've got so much spatial awareness to dive in there, haven't you, when someone runs that little bit deep.
Is he going to have another crack at it? Look, he's up behind Ylalami this time, not close enough, but closes the gap down. Ylalami doesn't go joker, Penttinen doesn't either. So your top 3 not jokered. Pentinen's looking good here. Ylalami's looking tight. Look at Pentinen's inputs. It's fully lit, isn't it?
He is the most unlikely looking cross car driver you'll ever see, and that's not derogatory. You just look at Pasi and you think, what do you drive? And I don't know.
You'd say supercar.
Supercar maybe. Yeah. But not cross car, and he's absolutely rapid. And he races all the time. Finished championships in European Autocross, RallyX. He absolutely loves it.
Wasn't it him we asked, are you married? And he said no.
And then laughed.
Yeah. So basically, the dude's just having a great time. So I'm just going to race all the time. Hats off to that, definitely. So Svensson.
Are you suggesting that you're not a driver because you are married?
Say again?
Are you suggesting that you're not a driver because you are married?
Suggesting I can't hear you, so something's off with the audio. I'm going to turn the cars down a bit. Thank you, mate. Sorry, really struggling with the wind and the various different things. Making constant little adjustments. So yeah, Svensson, Ylalami, Penttinen. What is the gap between Isak-Setra and Penttinen is 3.5. So only top 2 going through. It's really Ylalami versus Penttinen. Penttinen has dropped back big time on that one.
Svensson's in control, isn't he, up front? Doing a brilliant job.
Ylalami's best lap was a 45.5. What was the difference between last lap was a 46.1? So yeah, 6/10 Penttinen lost on that last lap. Looks like more than that as Svensson goes into the joker.
They've all just lost a pile of time passing Persson, who's been lapped. There is Persson, going to get in the way again for Pasi Penttinen, and has Yulilami's got ahead of Svensson here, Andrew?
Yeah,
because Svensson jokered and lost time behind Persson.
Oh, Svensson's blown up! Oh my God, that's massive. That was a big blow up. He's out of the car. That's the most important thing. There's a lot of flames in there. We need to get a marshal over there as quick as we can. Over the line comes Yulilami. Svensson has blown up big time, but he is getting out of the car. There was a lot of flames there, and that is why you wear the best possible racewear you can, folks. If you're ever lucky enough to do this, do not waste. You know, make sure that's the one thing you spend your money on is good racewear. Red flag, and that's the right thing to do. He's out of the car. That was huge. Wow, that was a spectacular blow
Kalle, our producer, saying that Elias was waving to the crowd once he got out, so that's fantastic. There he is.
That was savage. Now, will they call that? What's the distance? I think they might, you know. We're 4 laps in. No, who hasn't jokered?
Yulilami hasn't jokered.
Yeah, but they have a notional.
Yeah, but they have a joker delta at this stage of the weekend.
Who's that? That's Älvsbyn, etc. Yeah.
But
right,
Persson had a problem, right?
Yeah.
So he was in the middle of the track in the first hairpin.
Yeah.
There's Svensson. And that compromised Svensson's entry into the Joker. And Yulilami got ahead.
He's okay. Oh, I'm very glad he's okay, Hal, because I saw a lot of flames there.
There was a lot of flames inside the cockpit.
That's what I mean. That's what freaked me out. It was, and that will have been quite a frightening experience. Watch Svensson here.
So he's coming through the Joker here on the brakes. There's Yulilami, who's got ahead.
So everything's good at this point, look. I reckon it must happen on this next straight because he's carrying a lot of speed when it goes pop.
Well, it's coming around the next left-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he brakes and runs off the side of the circuit, but keep your eye on this. Oh my goodness. So down to, you're above, right above now. Watch for the flames as something goes bang. We're going to miss it, I think. He's just underneath us now. Vigo's trying to spin round. There it is. Yeah, we missed it. You'll see it from the outside shot better.
Oh, no, there it is.
It has before that. He's travelling at quite a pace when it goes off.
But the flames are still there.
Oh, yeah, no, it's going like mad. He's trying to get out the side of the car, look, holding the door up. And you can see the flames underneath his rear left corner.
That must be a massive engine failure, mustn't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. If we can see the outside replay when you get a moment in the truck. Here it is. So, again, it's the other angle. It's the front left.
I think we'll see it from here,
I think
won't
we will, but the front left was the one I saw during the race. So he goes over the curb a little, but not a lot. So watch in the driver's cabin. Second car, left-hand side of your screen. There, off goes the whatever's gone off at the rear. And there was a spectacular amount of flame. There, that's where it is. But you can, oh, that was enormous. Here it is. This is the angle that we saw the first time. Watch in the background here. Watch for the flames. You don't see it in the same way. I'm sure we saw more in the race. There, that's it, there.
I think they might actually be on the outside, on the far side of the car, but you can see them through the window. I mean, that's not to say they didn't come in.
Oh, mate, and you know the heat from that as well.
But looking at the other angle before, I think the flames have actually come up the side. And of course, most of these cross cars have windows. Okay, they're not fully sealed. But, yeah, that was massive.
So they're not going to run this race again because it's run enough distance. Yulilami hadn't jokered, so he will be given a notional, we think, but he was 4.3 up, Hal, so you'd have to give him, I've
just asked the guys if we can see what happened before he went into, they'll do it on a lap back, won't they? But if we can just see what happened before he went into the Joker, because, yeah, that's where the kerfuffle was with lapping Persson. How's the championship looking for Svensson? He's right up there, I think, in the points.
P2, yeah.
Okay, so this is the corner before, right?
So where's Persson?
Person's in the middle at the front.
Persson, to be fair, should be further offline, in my opinion.
Absolutely he should, yeah, because Svensson's had to go around the outside and lost time. He's compromised his Joker entry there by going around the outside of Persson, who's got a left rear puncture.
Persson maybe doesn't know too. We're not being
got a spotter, Andrew.
Yeah, true. Actually, yes.
And Yulilami has gone up the inside and gained a huge amount there, Yulilami. I mean, it's all immaterial because Svensson's retired anyway.
So it's going to, yes, it's going to be, where's he? Where's... Yes, true. So Penttinen was already off the back because we'd seen Yulilami had broken the toe of Penttinen. He took 6 tenths off him on the lap before. Here comes the car behind us. Elias Svensson's car's come in, and everything looks fine. You know, it's covered in dust from the
is that an oil
from the
tank
extinguisher.
on this side? Just at an angle.
Hard
to tell for our dusty windows.
Hard to tell. Oof, is what we can say about that one. There it is. Look.
I do think you've got a responsibility to. I know.
There are the flames. It does look like it comes through the screen just for a second. That would have been terrifying in the car.
Person, I'm not going to say he's done something totally wrong there, but as when you're being lapped, you do have
stay well on.
You are aware of where you are.
And also, mate, that's good to see.
So that's the JC guys.
They're right behind us.
The etc. guys as well.
Elias, I was going to see if Elias wanted to join us, but I think he's possibly going to need. We'll see if he's okay. If he needs to go medical, Peter, let him go medical. We're just going to see if Svensson will come and join us and talk about it. Let's get this this race underway, which feels a little bit mean, but he is walking right behind the commentary box. If he wants to come and tell us, we will. Yeah, they're checking his face as well, because obviously you have your balaclava open around your eyes. Cool. Wow, that is unbelievable. Jimmy Osterberg, Martin Newgart, Alexander Hume, Ronald Bowdens, Noah Jorgensen and Tamo Tudo. Watch for Bowdens on the outside of row 2, because Bowdens is leading the championship at the moment. Ignore the jump starts for now, because we're not sure. So they've just got a little issue today with the beams, the dust.
It's very
the wind.
windy,
it's
isn't it?
Really hard. Yeah, it's really hard. I think Elias is going to come and join us. Hey, mate, you okay? I don't want to. I'll show you. Yeah, you're not burnt up here. Okay, your eyebrow is a little bit shorter. Oh my God, and your eyelashes too. Put your cans on. Put those on. We'll come to you in a minute. Let's get the start underway. Elias Svensson joins us. He's okay, and that is the most important thing. Wow, mate.
Jump start again. Let's.
Wow. Okay. So they're going to get this sorted. We'll put the lights on in the studio. Elias Svensson joined us in the studio. He's the man who was just in a very fiery retirement. Mate, that looked wild from outside the car. How are you? You okay?
I'm okay, yeah.
Scary?
Yeah.
We're not surprised. Like, we were scared, you know?
Yeah. It happened so quick, so I don't have the time to think, but I'm okay, yeah.
We can see his eyebrows and his eyelashes are singed, both, and that's because you wear a balaclava, but I guess this is open here, yeah?
Yeah. A fire all over the place, so...
Mate, it's a good job you're wearing good racewear. You have some people to thank. Stay with us. Let's have a look at this race together, and you can join us and tell us a bit about this. We're so glad you're okay. That is the most important thing.
Another delay, Andrew, with a jump start.
No, that's fine. Okay. So obviously you don't know what happened yet. It was very quick. Looked like you were high in the RPM, and then bang.
I don't know. The way it happened so quick, so I don't know what happened, but the old engine, maybe. I don't know.
Do you have another?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, because I'm looking at championship standings here, Elias, and we're up in second place in the standings here with 3 points behind Bowdens. Now, you know, this is today is disappointing, but it's on. We're going to have to change that engine overnight, aren't we?
Yeah, it's same in Tierp and Kovala. We had to change the engine.
Okay. For the second day.
Yeah,
so a fair
exactly.
bit of work. Yeah. We're underway here, Osterberg on that front row alongside Martin Ugar. Ugar gets to the inside line. As Alexander Hume is trying to come round from row 2, doing a good job up into P3. Bowdens, I think he's down in P4.
Hume almost got forced really wide through the gravel corner. Osterberg runs really wide on the exit of the hairpin, almost gets sucked up by his teammate, but not quite.
If I were Hume or Bowdens, I might have gone Joker there, Hal, on lap 1, but I mean, you suppose you don't want to get caught up in the traffic behind.
I think Hume was too close to make that call. Bowdens maybe had a little bit more capacity to make that decision, but you can't afford to lose time behind either, can you?
Elias, talk to us about this track in a cross car. It looks like an incredibly fun place to drive.
Fantastic track, it's really fast in the first corner, you know.
That's what the gravel section. What gear are you in there? 4th, 5th?
I think I'm in 5th, but then when I just on the start I just gear down to 4th and then 5th again. So
do you use the change down to 4th to upset the car? Is that how you get it rotated by banging it into 4th?
Going so wide, so it's
So you will be hoping here, Ronald Bowdens is in P4. In terms of the championship, ideally you need Bowden's not to make it, don't you? Because you've not made it through from the semi. So
yeah, but I think I got more points in the
qualifying. Yeah, you'll have had points. I haven't had time to update it.
So
you're leading the championship, you think, from qualifying after qualifying?
After qualifying, I'll lead the championship.
So Bowden's only got 5 points from qualifying, whereas you got 15, so you gained 10.
So he leads by 7. So leading by 7 at this point. So actually, if Bowden's goes out, then it's going to come down how to Eek Merstad. Where did Eek Merstad qualify?
13 points he had.
13, so that's going to put him up. Yeah, so Eek Merstad might take the lead in the standings. But actually, if Bowden's doesn't go through here, you're okay.
Okay. That's good.
That's good. That's good for me. He's having to think about it. Honestly, mate, we are so pleased to see you here and that you're okay. That is the most important thing. I think you should. I think you should go and have a sit down with the team. Honestly, go and see the guys.
I have an engine shift, so yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to change the engine?
Yeah.
You'll have to get involved. Go on, we'll send you off, mate.
Thank you, mate.
We're so glad you're okay. That's the most important thing. Thank you for joining us, Elias Svensson. Wow. I've never seen genuinely mean this. His eyelashes are singed. They are singed. If you've ever burnt the hair on your hand.
Well, his eyelashes on his right side are gone halfway across his eye.
Yeah,
it's extraordinary.
I'm pretty staggered by it, to be honest.
He's so lucky.
He's incredibly lucky. Both his eyebrows are badly singed, and I think I think it's all been a bit of a.
Do you know Johan Kristoffersson always wears a full face helmet, and it's always because of fire.
Is it really?
He always says.
Yeah.
That's why he wears a full face helmet.
Yeah, I get that. I do get that.
I don't actually know what type of helmet. Elias has a Stilo open face, I think, doesn't he? But yeah, I also feel very claustrophobic in a full face helmet, so it's tricky, isn't it? But
it's tricky, mate. Yeah, there's pros and cons for both. There really are. Now I've noticed Stilo's latest ones have a pin where they can remove the front if you need to. There's all sorts of medical reasons people don't like wearing full face ones. You were looking at the battle out front. Osterberg got a little bit wide. Ugar, where is Hume on the inside? He's the only one who can deny either of them, and Hume comes in front, but then up the inside goes Ugar. That is a fantastic bit of racecraft. Now Hume has a look. This is for a place in the final. A little bit of contact between Hume and Ugar. Osterberg is out in front. He hasn't had to deal with this in the background. Who's on the left? Is that somebody else has gone through as well? Bowden's has also gone through. Only the top two are going to go through from this. Osterberg comes around. Ugar has gone from P2 to P4. Alexander Hume has nicked it off him right on the last lap, so Hume takes the checkered flag. Bowden's and Ugar. Bowden's just misses out, which plays into the hands nicely of Svensson. Goodness me.
Helps on the damage limitation front, doesn't it?
Yeah. So who's not made it? Who's Osterberg? I'm looking at the wrongs. Who went through from the previous one, Hal? I've forgotten. Because
Ylälami and Penttinen.
Ylälami and Penttinen went through.
I believe. We haven't seen the results,
actually,
have we? Because they went on countback.
Would they go the lap before, or would they give him the
doesn't matter
Joker?
because it was Ylälami and Penttinen.
Yeah, fine.
They can't penalise. I don't know the rules, so I'm not going to pretend I do, but you can't penalise someone to the point where they finish lower down having not taken the Joker just because they haven't. It's not their fault that the race has been stopped.
No, absolutely. Was that Bowden's? I think it was, bicycling again. Look at this move from Ugar. That is a stunning move up the inside. Now, the only thing I would say about this from Hume is he pushes him out the way.
It's forceful, isn't it?
I think we could see an intervention there, but I say we're not the stewards. Reynis did issues.
Divine intervention.
So best of luck, Reynis. We're calling Reynis a god at this point, or I suppose actually in stewarding terms he pretty much is, isn't he? He gets to decide. So Hume's just come past us, giving us a thumbs up and hit the limiter. What a legend! I love that. Yeah, double thumbs up from his crew as well. They're over here. They're over the moon. Obviously, we understand that, but let's see. Let's see if it stands. That's what it means, Hal. It's just stolen that place, hasn't it? I love that. Ding, da, ding. That's a motocross move, isn't it? Touching the rev limiter in front of the crowd. That's great. Brilliant. Right. Blimey, today's proving interesting, isn't it? What is that? That's cross car. Cross car, that's no good to me. I need supercar lights. There it is. So Anderson on the pole. Darback alongside. It's Tobias Darback on the front row with Lucas Anderson. Then it's Anton Soderholm and Erik Hesler-Berget. Kevin Darback at the back with Nils Christian Haug. Both the Darbacks in this semi together. They were having trouble starting one of the cars. Had to do a lot of work to get it out in time for Q3. He's proper, him behind us, he's properly stoked to be in.
Okay, so Arnie, the legend from Chronomoto, says Joker notional time for 150 Yulilami 1.8 seconds, so he's still the winner of that semi-final.
There we go, and that gives us finally gives us a definitive Joker lap. We were thinking 2.4, weren't we?
For cross-car though.
Yeah, true.
But the problem is, not the problem, but the way the notional Joker is taken is
it's
they
an
take
average, isn't it?
But they
Top
take
5.
4,
or is it 4 random?
4 random. So you could have a tugger, as you know, someone who's not as quick, and their Joker could take 6 seconds, and you could have someone that does a Joker in 1 second, but the average would be like 4.
Yeah.
3.5, whatever. So it's not. So that's the fair way to work out the time.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that's how long it would take.
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Notional Joker was created after Walfridson caught fire in the Joker lab at Estering and Timosyanov hadn't jokered, 2013.
Yeah, correct. Incredibly.
Anderson off the line with Darbach. Anderson gets a brilliant start, going to get the car turned in on row 2. It's Berget up the inside of Soderholm, but then gets a bit too sideways.
Soderholm did brilliantly there to keep the momentum run. Whoa!
Oh, contact between all 3 now. Go on, Hal. Yeah.
Soderholm's wide again. Berget has a lunge up the inside. Darbach's going to Joker. Soderholm looks to the inside of Berget, going back up the hill. A push in the rear. That's a bit of retaliation, isn't it? Because obviously feels hard done by that push wide. We need to see more of what happened there, because initially Berget was going up the inside through the right-hander, and I think Soderholm had done a great job to not keep turning and maintain the momentum around the outside to maintain the position. How he ended up then in a fight with the 3 of them, I don't actually know, so we'll see that after the race. But as it stands, Anderson is on a flyer up front, Darbach's comfortably in second, and this fight really is for 3rd place if things remain as they are for the next few laps.
No semi-finals, of course, for open 2-wheel drive. So that answers that question for us. With a slightly lower entry here. Anderson missed the final at the second of the Kubler encounters, but still led by 9 points.
Had that side-to-side contact, didn't he, with Casper Janssen?
Yes, he did.
Coming down the hill after the first corner.
One day I think this tent's going to blow away with us in it.
I doubt it. It's quite a structure.
Yeah. Actually, no. Look at the size of the concrete block next to you there, Hal. Out the window.
Yeah.
Massive.
Massive.
That's not going anywhere, is it? So Anderson leading from Darbach.
Soderholm still all over the back of Berget, but it's going to come down to Joker strategy, I think. I wonder if Rainis is already looking at that move.
So it's a big old lead for Anderson and Darbach, and if nothing goes, that's what we wanted to see.
Soderholm is Jokering.
So Soderholm goes Joker. So Soderholm gets out of the back of Berget. That's a great move and comes in front of Haug.
And now just needs to nail a lap. Berget will have to respond now, I think, just because you don't really know.
But you felt, didn't you, Soderholm was quicker looking at the facts all over the back of Berget. So in theory, the car in front here, the one with the damage on the front left corner, which was a fair old lunge earlier on in the race. Soderholm's looking good through that long right-hander, and that gap is down to less than what the Joker was already in my book. As they come over the line, it is 1.5. Now, we just had a notional Joker. What was the notional for the 1.8, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So in theory, that's enough. So watch here for Berget going into the Joker.
I don't think.
Doesn't go. So Darbach's gone and Berget hasn't gone. Soderholm's going to try and close that gap down. I think Berget probably should have just gone for that, because Soderholm is looking really tidy.
He's looking very, very good indeed. But
Top 3 going through.
There's if you can maintain the gap, there's sense to staying out as well, isn't there? Because you could find some more pace. Soderholm might make a mistake in the chase. It's so easy for me to make spotting suggestions from up here, but Soderholm had a 1.5 second gap last time around, and he's actually pulled 2 tenths on Berget.
So Berget's made a good decision. Hal was right, staying out. Anderson goes Joker. Will Berget go as well? Last lap. So watch for Berget in the background. This is for the final place in the final. Darbach's going through. Berget comes over the crest. Inside Soderholm. Soderholm gets stuck into the side of Berget. They both almost half spin. Berget will hold on. So that is a bit of argy-bargy for what went on earlier on in the race. Soderholm needed one more good lap, didn't he, to try and just keep that gap where he wanted it. I'm going to stay.
He didn't have a good lap there, did he? Because he lost 2 tenths.
No, that's he needed one good lap. That's what I'm saying. Needed another one and didn't. He found one, didn't find the other. Unfortunately, had his sights on the target in front. That is the target crossing the line. Birgit qualifies with Tobias Darbach and Lucas Anderson, but there is a contact in that, and I'll be interested to see if Rainers Vintage gets involved.
Will get a big enough penalty from the first lap to.
And Soderholm's out.
Yeah, never got going again after that contact.
That's always tricky.
It's so easy to say here when we're just observing, but the better judgment would have been to try and affect that overtake without the contact, and then let the stewards deal with what you were frustrated by earlier on. And he might not be bothered by what happened earlier on, but I'd suggest by the attitude of the car that he's a bit frustrated at Soderholm. This is why I thought he was brilliant. Look, he'd been forced out wide and carried the momentum.
Birgit had hit there in turn 1, had hit Darbach in front, yeah? So now Birgit's on the inside. Where does Birgit have another go?
Here.
Late from there in turn 1?
Well, in the first hairpin, yeah, we've missed that in the replay package, so we need to see it again.
Yeah, if we can, that'd be great. We'll see. But yeah, you can see the damage on Birgit's front left was from that part, and then Soderholm's come in.
That's quite hard contact side to side in the Lights car. I'm surprised Birgit got away with that as well. I think that's broken the front suspension on Soderholm's, hasn't it?
This is the result as it stands, and of course the thing here, I suppose the question is, do you give him a 5-second penalty?
But it doesn't make any difference.
Well, no, but because top three go through. Put Kevin through. That's what I mean. Do you penalise Birgit and put Kevin through? We'll see if we can bring up that replay. DNF for Soderholm. It's a shame for Soderholm.
They're just trying to get that replay for us. Back in Stockholm. Someone in the YouTube comments says, "Did I miss much?" And the response from someone else is, "You missed some argy-bargy."
That's about right. Oh, it was just me and Hal we went to switch the lights on, but they were on already, so
now they're off.
So the lights are on, and nobody's home with me and him at least. So Soderholm's just come back in. Not sure if it was on a rope or on a tow or whatever, but just come past the commentary position now. And we're waiting to see whether or not we can take another look. We can at that pass. So watch Birgit here. Is this the one?
No, it's
way earlier.
Yeah, it's this
here,
one.
Here. This is it. So look how far back he is on Soderholm. Birgit in the white car, Soderholm in the blue. Okay, Birgit comes in. I'm not sure about that.
I think you could argue he's not making any attempt to make the corner.
Yeah, I think that's a penalty personally. But there we go. No, look, you guys at home will understand the position me and Hal are in. We try to be nice to everyone because we are nice. We try and present both sides of every argument, which is why it was lovely when Ollie Eriksson came in earlier and spoke to us. Yeah, we'd seen the one camera angle, it said one thing. We'd seen the other camera angle, it said something else. Ollie agreed himself. The other camera looked one way. So we try and present both sides. We always have a crack at trying to guess roughly what the answer is going to be from the stewards.
And we're usually wrong?
Yeah, quite often wrong. But we have to have a go. If you have a commentator with no opinion, it's not much fun. So I hope you appreciate that we at least commit to something, even if we are wrong. It's better to be committed and wrong. Was it you said earlier, how fully committed?
With no knowledge.
With no knowledge. That's us. That's the second time today we've been able to use that. Olofsson from Casper Janssen, Julian Munier, Lars-Erik Haug and Ida Tornholt. Good start for both those on the front row. Casper Janssen not quite got enough on Olofsson. Munier gets into P3 in the background there. That is Ida Tornholt being passed by Lars-Erik Haug. Ida pushed out into the very loose stuff. Olofsson keeping the nice and tidy. Oh, and there, as I say, that gets too wide. Casper Janssen, I almost thought he might go Joker, but he'll know about the traffic behind and it's not the right time.
Sometimes a race has got procession written all over it, and I felt going into the first hairpin, I thought Olofsson and Janssen are wily enough not to get tied up with each other, and then with all due respect, the pace drops off a bit towards the back of the field relative to the people fighting for the championship. Munier is in the middle of that, really. Been very impressive this year so far in his first season.
Well, Janssen is was on 96, Olofsson 79, and Munier 78. So Munier, that's championship points. Obviously, after qualifying, that will have changed a bit, but not by much.
Having said that, Janssen's all over the back of Olofsson, who again runs wide at the hairpin.
Joker, and he doesn't even need to joker.
He hasn't got it done yet, though, has he? Because Olofsson's going to come back up the inside of him into the left-hander.
Fair enough.
absolutely fair enough. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Casper won't be
Simon's
happy about
wild though, isn't he? Losing quite a lot of time by getting too sideways, I'd say, whereas you can see Jansen's nice, neat and tidy style, which is sometimes remarkable given how
Sendy was.
Sendy, you have to be in Nitrocross as well in some of the, you know, Glen Helen, Phoenix and the big commitment tracks.
Well, do you remember when he first joined and he was so Sendy, and we said about that, and he tidied it up massively, but actually he hasn't had the results where there's more pavement, more tarmac that there is over here in Europe. He's been better on the tracks where the Sendiness works.
Well, I think that's why he struggled in RallyX last year, because he was sort of
smashed it in Nitrocross. It did well in the FC1 as well when he stepped up to the headline category. I think he's
Olsen choking from the lead here. Sent in by his sister Sandra Holcomb, comes around the outside of Mounier, contact!
I reckon that'll be damaged surely, and he's certainly going to lose this one now. Doesn't matter what happens, Jansen's going to get him. Is it all right? Rear left seat seems to be, that was heavy contact. I'm surprised if there's no damage on that. Nah, rear right smoking, is that off or not? Here is Mounier's front suspension gone. Car drives over its own rib almost, so the front right will be hanging off Mounier's car, and that's just played into Jansen's hands big time.
But Mounier's, there's 2 laps to go. It'll be remarkable if he gets this to the finish. This will be an Andreas Backrad-Estering type situation, won't it, if he manages to get into the final with the wheel hanging off underneath the car.
Casper Jansen goes Joker with absolutely no pressure. They'll be on the radio to him saying there's been a bit of contact behind you. You are clear, clear, clear. Into the Joker
Mounier still has to take the Joker. Still going.
Look at that front right. That is it. That's game over, surely.
Yeah, spun now.
Yeah, rear end caught that. Just going through the Joker, big compression. How whatever was just hanging on by half a bolt is no longer hanging on. So Mounier looks like will have dropped down. There it is, parked at the side of the road.
He kept going for a fair while, didn't he? Fair play to him.
I'm impressed. Good lad. Good lad.
And Ida Tornholt now is up to 3rd. And set to make it through to the final, which would be fantastic for her.
First time this year, if Tornholt makes it.
She was in the final last year in somewhere, I think. Where was
she
that?
Was Kubala.
Was it Kubala?
Second event at Kubala, she made it once. So going to make it again this time round. But last lap, Casper Jansen out in front. There is Tornholt with Howard behind, so Mounier's car parked at the side of the road. Here comes Casper Jansen.
I wonder what the strategy behind jokering Olofsson from the lead was at that stage.
Somebody's cooking something very nice in this paddock. We're quite near the kitchen area, aren't we? And it just smells great. I might have to head off in a minute. Jansen takes it from Olofsson. Ida Tornholt does hold on, so Tornholt holds on for P3. He's going to go through to the final. So I'm not going to lie, not the most exciting semi-finals we've ever had so far.
Well, that was all right.
Bits of contact, so it's good stories, but not such great racing. Mounier's car is going to need recovering. Right, let's have another look at this then. Just let me have a look at this for a second. What side of the grid is pole? Thinking out loud.
Left when you're on it. Stage left.
Yeah, okay.
So Olofsson runs wide here several times in the hairpin.
Yeah.
But the most interesting element of the strategy was Olofsson jokering from the lead. I think it's going to be now. This is when Jansen gets around the outside of it. Also inside here, but going to try and go around the outside for the left-hander. And Simon stands his ground, which is totally fair. Jansen's not all the way through. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
But I think if I were Jansen, I might have gone Joker. You know your level with him.
Yeah, but he can't be annoyed by that.
No, of course.
This is Olofsson in the Joker from the lead.
Here comes
and now
Mounier.
he's going to come. Mounier is always going to come a bit wide to try and defend the position. Bosch.
No, I don't. I think Olofsson needed to give him a little bit more space there. Mounier's turned left the whole way through.
Yeah, Mounier's done nothing wrong at all there.
Yeah.
And been unlucky, but Sandra will have known, or not. I'm not blaming Sandra, but they'll know the gaps. The spotters know the gaps. The driver doesn't know the gaps. You can't see them. Simon maybe ought to have given him more room to just fight for another day, because Mounier still had to take the Joker, and you know you're quicker than Mounier anyway.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting strategy, isn't it? I'm fascinated by the decisions people make. I love seeing the dirt come out of the wheel. That's cool,
there's a couple of kilos of dirt in there, aren't there? And he gets on the bar and turns it in, and it just spits it all out. Casper Jansen doing a great job. Jansen P2 in the standings will be going through. Where did Anderson finish, mate? I'm trying to...
Smashed it.
Yeah, so it's going to be Anderson versus Janssen, the championship front runners on the front row. Anderson out-qualified Janssen by 4 points. 3, sorry. So he would be leading by 12 coming into the semis. They've both just got 6, so that doesn't change. So 12 points between them. Anderson stretching it a bit. Casper Janssen really needs to stem that flow if he can. Right. So Val, you can see, is missing from the back of the grid. We both went down there and saw him. How when I saw him, he'd come back from tech, and they said the cage was okay, but he said too much damage for him to want to continue. I said, are you going to use the spare car? And all his mechanics laughed. And he said no. So he says he's out for the weekend, was what he told me. But I would suggest from the attitude of his mechanics that they might try to persuade him overnight to use the other car, but we'll see. You think done for the weekend?
It's his decision, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's his car, yeah.
What's tech? Scrutineering?
Yeah. Scrutineering, exactly. So he said they passed
America.
I thought you said they passed the technical check, is what he said to me. Hal doesn't like it when he uses American terms.
Well, we speak English.
That's fine, I called it tech. It's fine, he had a technical check, that's what he said to me.
It's like when Toppy came back from doing GRC and everything was... He was stoked on everything.
I like stoked, it's a good word. I'm going to develop a mid-Atlantic drawl soon, just to annoy you a bit more, Rich. Oman on the front row versus Tam. And then Toren. And Martinovs, and it's Tam and Oman down to turn 1. Wouldn't we love to see a win at home in Sweden for Mats Oman? I certainly would. Great start by him. Oh, as I say, they've dropped it big time. Oman's dropped it off the side of the road. He's in the ditch. So Oman's car is off the side of the road. That is proper commentator's curse. Oh, Matt, what a nightmare.
Andrew, what a nightmare.
Yeah, he got a bad bump. And if you're aware of, say, the steering system that he uses, Hal, if he gets too sideways, he cannot wind the lock on quickly enough to catch it.
Yeah, that's exactly when it's most difficult to drive in that situation.
What a shame.
Now, these three need to drive with their heads, don't they? Because if any of these don't make the final for anything other than a technical failure, then you're a fool, aren't you?
Yeah. So yeah, that's it now. Sorry, did you say tech there, Hal? Oh, no. Technical, sorry.
Technical, yeah.
Anyway, what do you want to talk about for the next 4 minutes?
Scrutineering. The process of scrutineering. And the scrutineers checking a crash car.
Yeah, technically checking it.
Has Matt's got going again? I think he has.
Unfortunately, mate, he's a long way down. He is.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't crossed the start
but
finish line.
But there's so much reflection on the screen, and he's got a black car. It's hard to see in the shadows. Look at the light, though. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Well, it'd be like that when you're trying to get asleep later, mate. Aren't you taking this roll of black tape home to tape up the blind in your window?
Yep.
Yeah. So Maiko Tam then. Right, let's have a look at standings and so on.
So this is Maiko Tam won't be in the AM final later because he's a pro driver by virtue of being the
AM champion
reigning AM champion.
Jens Wahl isn't here. Kristoffersen's not here. It's Terpainen and Martinsen at the top. That's the Pro-Am
both of whom are in the next semi.
4 drive open. Is that this? No, that's Q3. I don't have semi-grids for Super 4 drive open. Trying to see who's on the front row in the other one.
Well, you've got the intermediate standings, so you can see that it's Martin Enland and Kevin Eriksson.
There you go. So what I'm looking for...
The next semi-final will be quite dramatic, isn't it? Because it's Martin Enland, Kevin Eriksson, Joni Terpainen, Oliver Eriksson, and Philip Martinson. That's going to be a tough one. Whereas for these boys...
Yeah, so that's what I was interested in. So Terpainen and Martinson are actually the top 2 in the pro standings.
But they've now got to beat an on-form Martin Enland and the Eriksson brothers.
In the FC2s, as long as they don't crash into each other at the Joker merge. So yeah, so this one should be not a foregone conclusion, that's not fair. See, Toren can wait here. That's the section where I don't think Martinovs has got the confidence. Through that crest dip, he just doesn't pitch it in. Which, yeah, I'm not criticising him for it. Okay, that's not the greatest thing ever, Philip. What did we say? Insert comments on YouTube, people. What did you think about that? Come on, lads.
I mean, Philip was going to get ahead anyway because he was much quicker than Martinovs and lost the time. God, the Polo's had some damage to the front, hasn't it, today? Yeah. I mean, the first bit of it wasn't his fault at all because the Eriksson boys have filled the track and they had to go through the ditch on the outside.
I'm going to chill for a minute, Hal. I'm just going to drink some water. I'm hot and dehydrated. Excuse me for a minute.
Martinson has got going again and will complete the race. This is Tam on the final lap. Turenne may as well, well, I say Turenne may as well turn the ALS off now and drive to the end, but I can promise you, when you're driving a supercar, the last thing you want to do is turn the ALS off and double drive about.
It's a no, isn't it?
Well, that's actually really hard to drive with no ALS.
Tam takes it. Easy win. Toran's going to come through in P2. Not sure whether or not he gets told off what happened with Martinovs. At the end of the day, he'd jokered already, and he would have got Martinovs. But yeah, as I say, not the greatest piece of racecraft we've ever seen. And Martinovs is out there somewhere in the Peugeot. This is a 308, hilariously, Hal, on the entry list.
Someone sent a poo emoji on the
That's
YouTube
about
comments.
My thoughts. If you hadn't realised the fact that I had to take a drink break halfway through. Yeah, Josh, you're bang
there's
on the money, mate.
There's loads and loads of comments. There's lots of people chastising you for giving Matt's the commentator's curse, which I'll
I'm
back
gutted,
everybody
mate.
up.
I'm gutted because I just said here, wouldn't we love to see? But so
let's have a look at what happens.
He has a lever. I think it's the dip into the jump, and the car just gets too sideways. And unfortunately, Matt's steering. There it is. He can't get back from that. He can't turn the wheel quickly enough. He gets on the brake and then has to commit to the brake because he knows he's going off. Luckily, the bank stops him, which is what it's supposed to do. But gutted. Sorry, everyone, particularly Matt. So will Matt be in the Pro-Am final?
Yeah.
Yes, so he has another chance to go. I don't think the car's damaged. I don't think
no,
it's
but he wants to win the Pro
road.
final, doesn't he? Because that means winning the event.
Yeah. Tomorrow. But from TQ, he'll be disappointed. So if you're wondering, they will obviously have checked that Matt Soman is okay, but Matt won't get out the car. They're recovering in the car, and he'll come back to the paddock unless JC have sent somebody out there to pick him up. Look at that, what a day. Look at that, people are properly getting their tan on. I have to say, I'm going to have an amazing back of legs, shorts down tan.
Burn.
Yeah, there is that. You went for the old suntan. How's having a banana? Went for the old suntan lotion, didn't you? That's disgusting, honestly. He hates it when I eat in front of him. He's just done the worst example possible. Mate, no comment. You might as well keep that switched off because you ain't going to eat that in the next minute. Get chewing. Gone. If you swallowed that, oh my God.
So I can down a pint of water.
We're in serious danger of incriminating, aren't we? Is that Doggo? Is that a water bowl for the dog? Yes, it is. Let's wait and see the dog get some water. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. What's the dog getting? Here comes the water. Come on now. Doggo's under. Is there two dogs in there? Or just the one? Here goes the water. Come on, might need a bit more water than that. If you need any water for Doggo, come over here. We got some. Yeah.
Water's very precious.
Oh, Doggo's not bothered, look. Wants to see semi-final too. Callera, one of our producers, says the dog wants a beer.
So some breaking news, Andrew.
Yes.
I'm looking at the results of the light semi-finals.
Go on.
Car 323, Anton Soderholm, DSQ. Didn't make it anyway. Eric Hessler Berget, car 29, DSQ. Reynes is on firing form.
So who's gone through then?
Kevin Darbach. Because
so both the Darbachs are through.
Because Berget had gone through, hadn't he, by making it to the line, having had that second contact with Soderholm.
Is that's the new result, yeah?
Yeah, this is new. So Kevin Darbach's gone through in third.
Yeah, got you. So both the Darbachs and Anderson.
Well, Anderson and Darbach had already gone through.
Yeah, got you. But they're just overall. And then the other one is Janssen. He'd have torn hole P2. So what's happened there?
Olofsson's had a
been given a penalty.
5-second penalty.
So that'll be for the contact that cost Meunier. So Olofsson's been dumped to the back of the grid.
Yeah, Olofsson's on the back.
Reynes is firing out the old penalties, isn't he? Go on, Reynes.
Mr. Black Flag.
Yeah, that's what he's nicknamed. He nicknamed himself that, Mr. Black Flag. Where's that song from the Killers, Mr. Brightside? Because I'm Mr. Black Flag.
Oh, there's a change of result in cross car as well.
Hello, come on, let's have a look at that. What's going on? Hang on, there's a race about to start, Hal. Go on, you have a look at that. Okay. Martin Enland qualified second behind Oman. Oman is out, so can Enland get himself up the front here and try to put himself in the best possible position to take his first win in RallyX in Supercar. Front row with him is Kevin Eriksson. Row 2, we've got Joni Tapainen in the red Fiesta. You can see on the right. On the outside is Oliver Eriksson, and on the back is Philip Martins in the Clio. Yes, Hal?
Alexander Hume disqualified for that move in...
Oh, mate, Hume will be annoyed about that. I don't know if they know yet. There's not exactly jubilation going over there, but they're probably not looking at the online results like we are.
There was lots of celebration, wasn't there?
Yeah, he was stoked, wasn't he? Look, you take a risk, you win some, you lose some. On this occasion, it was taken away. We did think there might be an intervention.
Reynes might have to come for dinner with us tonight and hide.
Yeah, he might have to, mightn't he? He's threatening not to come out there, isn't he? Look at the dog over there. Another one. Quite a hot day to have a doggo out. Mind you, I guess most of the year they're in the snow, aren't they? Are we still waiting for Oman to be recovered? We just asked the question of the... OK, there we go. Reynes Nitish is ready for the start to go again. So Enland versus Eriksson on the front row. Ollie Eriksson has that outside line. Oh, brilliant start by Tapainen on row 2, but Kevin Eriksson shuts the door. And Ollie Eriksson goes late on the brakes, gets in the door at Tapainen, and Enland goes sideways. The Erikssons are in P2 and P3 in the background. Martinson, has got up the inside as well. So Ollie Eriksson avoids the rear end of Kevin's car. Is Ollie going to go Joker on lap 1? I think he might. Ollie Eriksson goes straight to the Joker in the FC2. He comes up over the crest. It's Enland leading from Kevin Eriksson. And then P3, Joni Tapainen, the championship leader.
Perfect for Ollie Eriksson that he was followed into the Joker lap by Martinson. That means he's got clear air now to try and close down his brother and teammate Kevin Eriksson. You can see Kevin in the middle of this sandwich at the front of the field. Ollie leading the pair of cars at the back, and this is all about trying to get ultimate lap time out of the new FC2, which they are working so hard on the development of.
Yeah, we've got 3 events left to get it dialed in, remember. It's heading straight on a boat over to Richmond, ready for round 1 of Nitro Cross in September, where it will be the support category. Looking forward to seeing that, and hopefully going to be a great entry. They've sold something in the region of 15 kits, I think it is now, and most of those look like they might be headed stateside, so we should have a really good support category in Nitro Cross. Enland's going well here, he's plenty sideways, but that car should have a little bit more lap pace in it than the FC2, but then Kevin Eriksson is a World Championship race winner. So he's undoubtedly more experienced in high-power four-wheel drive than Martin Enland is.
Interesting attitude from the FC2 as Ollie Eriksson closes on the back of Tapainen, who I think might have a bit of an issue here. He's on the brakes going up the hill. Is that just to settle the car? Difficult to tell from that camera angle. Kevin Eriksson runs so wide on the exit of the gravel corner. Tapainen has got a problem, I'm sure, because he's not really throwing the car around at all, and this is ending Ollie's chances of getting ahead of Kevin. When Kevin takes the Joker, I'd be getting Kevin in the Joker now if I were spotting for him.
He's done it in the background.
Yeah, so I'm the Joker Kevin now. It's not let Ollie have any more free air.
Well, I think Ollie's going to be close enough if they're not careful, as you say. I mean, Ollie, he was 3 back from Kevin, but he's not. He's not looking like he's 3 back now. Depina with flames from the exhaust, championship leader. There is the exhaust of the FC2, well exposed. The rear right corner's been ripped off Kevin's car. So how far back is Ollie? I don't think he's that far back. Kevin Eriksson coming over the line now. We'll give you the splits as they come in. So Martin Enlund leads. Kevin Eriksson is 3.3 back, but his brother Ollie is just 1.9 behind him. So 2 laps to go. Kevin can either stay out,
He
see
will
if he
stay
can
out, I
edge.
think.
You think you try and edge him a little bit more?
Otherwise he'd have joked already when Ollie already had that time loss.
Where's he gone?
Cheers,
he goes
Kevin.
Joker. He goes Joker. Unlucky Hal. Kevin goes into the Joker. We're both laughing. Ollie looking to that. Oh, now. Look. Oh, come on, lads. That's ridiculous. So they've both been super careful after what happened last time. That is the total opposite. And that is the result of an Andreas Eriksson debrief earlier on. Goodness me, and that's why you don't want to race your brother. That's brilliant, Hal.
That's hilarious.
I mean, it really is,
lads.
isn't it?
Kevin Eriksson just stood on the brakes like Julian Munier, and Julian Munier's got 0 experience at World Championship level or fighting for event wins, but they're both through to the final unless anything changes, so the sensible decision at that.
It is. Oliver in front of Kevin, though, so Oliver goes through in front of Kevin, or will go through on the next lap. I'm impressed by how close Oliver was, considering Topinen was in his way on the previous
Topinen's
lap.
got a puncture, hasn't he, front right, finally seen on our Super Dusty monitor. What a drive this is from Martin Enlund, though. This could be his day of days, couldn't it?
Yeah, Enlund is coming round. He's had what has he been? Spin P3. He's made it through to the final once, actually. Yeah, he's only made it through to the final once.
I remember he's had a huge amount of damage in the car in various semi-finals, hasn't he? And they've chosen to focus on the AM final rather than getting.
Well, he retired in Tierp in the second one. He was disqualified in Kugler in the second one. This time he takes the checker flag. That is a first semi-final win for Martin Enlund. He's going to go through to pole in the final with the absence of Mats Oman. And both the FC2s make the cut as well. So Oliver Eriksson and Kevin Eriksson are into the final. That's brilliant. Someone, Andreas, right, here he is. Let's see if we can get Andreas. Okay, I've got Andreas Eriksson coming back in again for a debrief. We're going to have a little chat with him again this time. Right, Andreas, get your headphones on. So, okay, mate. So now what's the score? After that was very sensible, but
if you see how they drive like they're buying milk now. If they do anything. So to be really honest, we said here, he brakes. Look. He brakes, he waits. I said, if you really do anything now, then you guys, then we go home.
So Dad has told the kids, don't mess it up, and they've gone to buy milk.
To be really here, we are here to test, and we've done a lot of improvements and tests, and I told them, beat the shit out of the cars, not each other.
They did that. Well, they did both.
But we do have problems. We have some, because they crashed each other, they haven't really repaired the car, so they actually crashed each other, and steerings and wheels and everything is offset, so I hope we have some time to fix it, but anyway.
Mate, they're both in the final, but that's hilarious. That's the best interview of the day. Go on, mate, off you go. Thanks very much. So we've got Matt Vincent coming over now to join us from Nova Tyres. I'm going to get him set up with his headset. Here we go, sir. Stick that on. And then we'll stick your microphone on. Here we are. So this is Matthew Vincent. Is it Matthew or Matt officially? It's Matthew on LinkedIn. Well, I'm Andrew. I don't like Andy. What are you?
I'm Matthew.
There we go.
Let's keep it nice.
Matthew Vincent. Now, Matthew, look, full disclosure, you were working for Avon Motorsport. You're now working for Nova, which is the company which has kind of taken over everything. You're the brilliant tyre sponsor of this series, which we're super grateful for because it is a brilliant tyre. It's a great, but I guess you guys are just over the moon that the company's continued.
Absolutely, because I mean, the last year working at Avon, we thought, oh no, it's finished. Yeah. And luckily, the owners of Nova Motorsport decided to take the business on because they saw the potential in it, and obviously the importance for a lot of sports, where we were the only tyre. Yeah, for a lot of cars. I mean,
Hal, you'll know this. How these guys have been the headline supplier for Rallycross for so many different series for so long, as well as some other categories.
Yeah, I mean, the Cooper name is relatively new since Cooper bought into the Avon brand, but an Avon Rallycross tyre has been around, for the a large part of the sport's
Absolutely,
history. But it's not just rallycross, is it? It's hill climb, some circuit race in the UK.
Historics, isn't it? As
Yeah,
well?
lots of
Historic
historics.
is really big, yeah.
And the big deal is that this tyre is a cross-ply construction, isn't it, historically? And
Like the Cooper.
And that
Well,
makes
it
a big
is the-
difference.
Yeah, it is the Cooper. Yeah. It is the Cooper. If you're not familiar, Avon is Cooper.
So
as
for
well.
people at home, if you could explain the difference between a cross-ply tyre, because we talk about cross-ply a lot, and a radial, which is more of a rally tyre.
Yes, I mean, a lot of people think of cross-ply as an old kind of style of tyre, but it's still very much in use in motorsport and a lot of applications. You know, it's very different in the construction, in the way that the plies of the tyre are made up. You know, a radial, the plies are going radial, and the cross-ply, they're going, you know, angles to the beads. And with the radial, you also have a steel breaker pack that gives you a lot flatter contact patch. Now, there's advantages to radials. You know, straight line, a lot of circuit racing. You know, it's a good tyre, but
it's not as good at sliding. And one of the things we like to maintain in rallycross, particularly, is that thing of being able to do. So basically, if you try and do a sideways lap time on a radial tyre, you will lose time. Whereas with a cross-ply tyre, you can get away with a Petter Solberg style of driving a little bit more. We've all seen that the Christopherson style of point and squirt and Ogier, you know, is the way. But there's good slip angle. Well, look at Martin Enland. He's out there sending it everywhere, and we want to see that. So we're grateful.
I mean, the big one is obviously Kevin Eriksson, Estering. We remember that around the outside. I mean, I don't see you doing that on a radial tyre.
No, there you go. Sold. That's it. Job done. Now you're moving the kit. So Melksham in UK is where the factory was. Obviously taken over now. Nova, you're all moving down. Well, the kit is moving to Portugal, and that's been quite challenging in itself. And a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of specialist equipment that's in Melksham that's being moved down. So most of it is there now. So we're kind of pretty close to making these tyres.
Yeah.
I mean, so you know, we're close to doing that, but there's a lot of work involved in that. It's not just pick up the machinery, put it in place, shove a lot of rubber in, and the tyre comes out. There's a lot of work involved in, you know, making sure the product that comes out performs and lasts
in the same,
like the tyre that you've got here.
So we talked earlier about a recipe, but you're saying it's not quite as simple as that, is it?
Yeah, I mean, you've got ingredients that go in your rubber mix. You know, you can copy that quite easily, but a lot of it is dependent on the type of equipment you're making it on. So, you know, even in Melksham or any mixing facility, as the mixer wears internally, you have to adjust the formulation to kind of
I love it, though.
keep the property. So you know, because if you're underfilling or overfilling a mixer, the dispersion goes off, the amount of time it mixes changes.
Oh mate, I love it. See,
fascinating, isn't it?
I've been in motorsport for 25 years, and all of this is new and great. Isn't it brilliant?
Yeah, it's fascinating, and it's just like any element. We were reading, and we both read an article on the plane on the way about AI technology in MotoGP, and it's each element in motor racing has its really niche specific details that you need to focus on, and the tyre construction is fascinating. Explain to people what the strategy is. It's no secret that the tyres being used in RallyX at the moment are leftover Coopers ostensibly that you're carrying forward while you set up production. What's the plan for Nova and the Rallycross tyre?
So I mean, the initial things, we're going to carry on making that tyre essentially as is with the compound. So I mean, there's a lot of work we're having to do, so we're trying to keep it.
And that's the tyre that has previously been used in RallyX, French Championship, World and European in the last few years.
With varying different compounds. So there's different compounds. You know, the French is using a much harder compound than we're using here, and there's soft options as well. So I mean, we're going to kind of keep it simple to start with, but going, you know, Rallycross is an important pillar of our business. So, you know, we identified Rallycross, hill climb and historic racing as the three kind of key pillars of the business, which for me is brilliant because I love Rallycross.
It doesn't say that on his LinkedIn profile, but that's the reality. That's brilliant. You know what? We sat down, and we won't talk numbers, but we sat down when we heard what was going to happen with Cooper and Avon. We did the maths, Hal, didn't we, on just the top tier series and the number of tyres, and we had a few guesses at figures, and I'm sure we were out, and we were like, look, if somebody doesn't take this business on, they're mad. So I think it's quite a strong business. I guess there'll be some compromise. You're going to have to. Some people are going to have to wait a bit longer, but Rallycross was the main focus because it's the biggest part of the business, or?
It's one of the bigger parts of the business, but it's also one that's very dependent on the ACB 11 tyre. So I mean, and it does help that I'm kind of involved quite senior. I like rallycross.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
But I would say RallyX was a key championship to get. So it was important to us to get that 5-year contract done. And it also puts the pressure on us to get those tyres made.
It does.
And historic racing's it's a captive market, isn't it? At home in the UK, historic racing is, historic motorsport in general, rallycross now with the Little Legend Festival, circuit racing, rallying, the historic side of what we do is growing massively, and that's because not everyone necessarily likes the new technologies that aren't what cars were in the past. So, and those cars need tyres, don't they? And they're not necessarily going to want to run on a radial. Like I'm building a historic supercar. The wheels it uses, you can't get a radial tyre to suit that.
What size are they? How?
They're 15-inch actually. Yeah,
you've never mentioned that before.
but there is a captive market there. There's a desire for a product that can suit these quite niche disciplines, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, and we say cross-supply, but even in radial, there's a lot of, in historic markets, a lot of tyres that you can't, nobody else makes in these unique sizes. And I know last year there was lots of people panicking when they heard that Avon was shutting down. They wouldn't be, kind of panic buying as many tyres as they could, because they just wouldn't have tyres to run on the car. So
you guys made the TT sidecar tyre as well, didn't you?
Yeah, we did lots. Yeah, you name it, we've probably made it. Historic F1.
But it's having been at the TT this year, it's quite not disruptive. That's not the right word. But they were talking about how the new tyre, the ride height changes because of the tyre donuts effectively as the RPM goes up, and everyone's rethinking about a 37.73 mile lap. What they're going to do. It affects everything from the settings on the car through to length of races. It's brilliant. We're so glad you're doing it.
So am I.
So where are you at? Most of the kit's down there. How far are you into the process of going cool? We sorted, and I know that might be 2 years away. But where are you at?
Well, no, I mean, obviously we need to be supplying tyres into championships next year. So last year Cooper or Avon we're making stock to cover this year, which Nova purchased, and we're supplying into this championship.
Under the
plan was always to be making product, the last quarter of this year, first quarter of next year, to supply these championships. So we're already done rubber mixing trials. We're continuing that in the next couple of weeks, and then we're starting to make the first tyres. We made the last rallycross tyre was made in Melksham. We're hoping one of the first ones will be made in Portugal.
You're still looking for that tyre, aren't you?
Yeah, so the last ever tyre that came out of the Melksham factory was one of the RallyX tyres, the 9.5 20 517. So if anyone's got FIA 166147. That's the last ever tyre.
He's outdone you, mate. He's finally been outdone. That's incredible. So that is the number.
Half the factory took a photo of it, so we all know what the number was.
That's brilliant. I want it.
I'm here kind of looking around. Is it that one? Is it that one?
Are you going to get it back before it's used? Or are you going to get it after it's used? And are you going to turn it into a coffee table?
I don't know if I'd really want it as a coffee table.
Not too stinky.
They kind of make your carpet brown. It's not an ideal situation, but it'd be nice to find it and see that kind of.
It's got to go on the wall, surely. You've got to keep it. I think it's got to be kept. It's got to go to Portugal.
If anybody sees it,
it'd be the sort of thing you'd have in your garage, wouldn't you? And then the grandkids would be like, "Oh, what's that?" Be like, "Oh, well, this tyre," and they'd be like, "Boring."
Not us though. We love it. We love it. Matthew Vincent, thank you so much, mate.
No worries.
Great to see you. And I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of you now.
Yes. Yeah, much more rallycross. Brilliant. I love it.
There we go. See, he loves it. We love it too. Stay with us. We'll be back very shortly for the finals of round 5 for RallyX 2024. See you in a bit. Right, finals time. That was a long break, wasn't it? Stay with us. Didn't even get the kettle on, literally. Crosscar Junior.
Crimea River.
Yeah. Crimea River. Timberlake, wasn't it? I think.
Just Thomas Karai.
Thomas Karai. What have I missed?
Something once happened to Thomas, and Carlo Sullivan said Crimea River.
Ah, very good.
Niche.
Niche, yeah, that is a niche joke, mate. Never mind. Not as niche as our tyre chat. Hope you enjoyed that, guys. Let us know. Man,
I enjoyed that.
Me too. And like I say, been in the sport a long time, but I love it when we get proper insight into something different. So here we go then. Crosscar Junior, Hampus Hagström and Alex Antilla on the front row. Oliver Solly on row 2 in that 195. Pauli Tapine on the outside. So Solly gets a good start. Not as good though as Hagström, come on Andrew, you can't put both his names together. Hampus Hagström. Solly actually drops back into P4. So P2 has got through. And Alex Antilla as well. Here's Solly looking to the inside line. Solly going to try and get past Pirro P2. You know what, I'll take that. It was a bit of a send from a long way in.
Oh, it was a big old send, wasn't it? But it made it work. It's not going to work on the exit.
Pirro's going to come back. Solly going to look to the inside line. Can't get it done there. Now finds it on the exit. That's great stuff. Tapinen in there as well. And rotates the car early this time to get it blocked and get some traction down. Solly's going well here, but that might have handed the advantage to Hagström.
Hagström under a bit of pressure up front from Antilla, but it's not going to be enough, is it? Based on how Hagström's been driving so far today. A brilliant performance so far from the young Swede. Antilla's really come, I was going to say come of age in junior cross car, but really been on form today. Look how wet it is on the inside of the right-hander on the loose surface section. A lot of water down again for the junior drivers.
Solly gets contact and goes round, so Solly runs into the back and goes round, costs time.
Should have
Pirro gets through, yeah.
Should have joked, because you've already compromised the entry. And now he's getting stuck into the side of Pirro again.
They don't have spotters. It was worth noting. If you're new to the series, it is worth noting. They
Gets
don't
up the
have
inside
spotters.
of Pirro through the third of the hairpins. So back up to third position in the race, in a podium position at the moment. But they've cost each other time, and Svedlund, look, is not far away in the background. Hagström eking the gap out front is actually, what's the opposite of eking? Tearing the gap out front. Now nearly 3 seconds up on Antilla. This is a dominant performance today, isn't it, from Hampus Hagström?
P2 Pirro and Solly are still stuck into that fight in the background. Pirro now goes Joker and that releases Solly.
Had Hagström ever been on the podium before this year? I can't remember.
Let me have a look. Last year, no.
No, I don't think he had. So this is an amazing championship run, isn't it? Having, there's a move for position at the back. That was Pirro on Tapine, and I think, was it, Antilla's dropped to fourth behind Svedlund. Svedlund could be on for a second here because he's not far behind Solly, who still needs to joker.
So Hagström with 2 laps to go, and Solly. So Solly hasn't jokered. Solly hasn't jokered. No, he hasn't. So Solly's in a big day.
Yeah, he's been in a big fight with Pirro.
Yeah.
Pirro's obviously lost a lot of time and dropped to the back.
I think Solly might have to wait until the last lap, you know, but is he going to go now? Yes, he does. Right, Oliver Solly trying to hold on from Svedlund. Hagström's gone as well. Through goes 2 cars. Solly with a tiny bit of contact there with Antilla on the exit, will be on the right, and Antilla drives straight through him, so that's a nightmare for both. That's just silly.
Great recovery from Solly. Solly's had quite a lot of instance in this race. I think you know, any race director will be looking at them. But what a drive this is from Carl Svedlund in the JC Race Technique run machine to quietly go about his business and climb up to second. Hagström, though, has absolutely checked out.
Hagström, came in 3 points behind Solly, would have only been, I think it was 1 point behind after qualifying, then the semi-finals we saw. And I think would have taken the lead there because Solly was on row 2, and then Hal, as you said, Solly has had an epic final in not the right ways. Epic kind of Game of Thrones, you know, all sorts of storylines he was not expecting. And it is tough for these kids, it really is. But Oliver Solly and Hampus Hagström
so far this year have both been on the podium at every single event. Solly has won 3 and was second in the first round at Tierp. Hagström won that first one and was second at all 3 of the other rounds. But Hagström is going to take a win here at Höghedens, North Sweden, gets the checker flag, and with it the championship lead for sure at the halfway point, because Oliver Solly is not on the podium. Svedlund gets P2, Tapainen P3, and Thiele and Solly down in P5. P2 Pira crosses the line to round out our finalists here. Great job by Hagström. 5 podiums in a row, 2 wins and 3 second places. Hagström just doing a little cheeky little donut slide. Is he going to have a proper donut? He went for a half slide. I imagine the parents have probably said, you know what, let's wait, do the donuts tomorrow. Great drive. So Hagström P1. Carl Svedlund. This year, Svedlund's best finish was a P4, so that's a P2.
First podium it'll be for Carl.
Yeah. And
JC have done an incredible job of bringing junior drivers through in the last few years. Drivers like Alex Gustafsson, Isaac Rierson.
If you were looking at a career in rallycross right now, you'd be hard pushed to look past JC in terms of a career path when you think about the things they've won, but as you say, how more importantly, the way they develop their drivers. It's both, isn't it?
That's Solly's first spin.
Solly lost a lot of time with all that.
Yeah, he lost loads of time at quite a few different points in the race, but was committed, and I love a committed, enthusiastic drive. Yeah, JC is... There's a few teams you'd look at, but there's not loads, is there?
No. Yes, we've discussed this before, haven't we? There's a number, yeah.
Teams with credible history in bringing young drivers through are not few and far between, but there's not many. OMSE with a lights program, set promotion with everything they've done, and JC Racetech are the standouts for having that ladder.
So looking at that again, and Thiele with the contact on Solly, they could give him a 3-second penalty if they want to swap those around. I'm not saying they will, but he did drive through him, but they might. Yeah, I mean, that's my take on it. So I think you might find Solly in P4 by the time the stewards have looked at that, but it's irrelevant really, because it doesn't make any difference to our top 3, which is...
Depends if Solly gets anything for any of the other moves.
Yeah, true, and true, so you could actually end up equaling it out, couldn't you? But yeah,
which is exactly what Reynes did, Reynes Nitter's race director did with...
he did have a donut, he had a cheeky donut.
On the loose, far
perfect.
less damaging.
You don't want to wind it up too much, good lad. So Hampus Hagström with a big celebration, and rightly so, leads the championship at the halfway point in junior cross car. Hal said earlier on about podiums, I think he's been on the podium once before, and this year he has not been off it. Brilliant.
Kapow.
Kurt Powell. Hagström 139 from Solly on 133.
That's good lap damage limitation for Solly, to be fair, isn't it? To only lose a bit
he was 3 in front and he's 6 behind.
A terribly difficult day, I was going to say, because it's not been easy for him at all, has it? And Hagström's had a blinder.
Turpainen and Kinnunen came here equal on points. They're only 3 points apart. Alex and Thiele has actually closed the gap down to them. Alex was 10 points back, and he's now really only 8 points back. So Antila dragging himself into the fight for third in the standings. But Hagström versus Solly is very much on advantage. Hagström though today. Right. Cross car. This is quite the lineup for the cross car final that's coming your way. On pole, Jimmy Osterberg. Now Osterberg, he hasn't won since 2021. So
it's remarkable, isn't it, given his pace?
Yeah, he will be. I've just been looking back through, and he will be very keen indeed. Eekmerstad has won like a couple of times last year, once this year already. Yulalami has had no wins yet, but has been P3 and P2 at the start of the season. We know how good he is. Romet Cerna has had an incredible increase in pace since he's been the TN11, and he's got a teammate in Pasi Penttinen on the back row. And then on the outside is Ronald Spaldings, who led the championship when we arrived here. This is a brilliant lineup. Don't mess it up in turn 1, lads. We want to see a proper tear up right the way through. Osterberg, the nose rises long off the line. Nick Merstad was alongside on the run to the first corner. Yulilami moves across to the inside line. Cerner sideways in the background. Pasi Penttinen runs out into the dirt. Bowditz drops off to P6. Yulilami's going to try and keep the door shut here. Cerner runs out wide and loses far too much time getting out in the loose stuff. Nick Merstad leads. Yulilami goes for the inside line on Osterberg. So it's Osterberg P2. Nick Merstad up front.
Massive commitment through the first proper corner for Thomas Nick Merstad leading the pack. So easy to get collected. Osterberg carried so much more speed through the compression but ran wide, and that allowed Merstad just to get ahead that little bit. This really should be advantage pace motorsport, shouldn't it, in that they can play the team game here, choose when to joker their drivers, try and mix the strategy up. At the moment they've got no response for Thomas Merstad. Oh, massive two-wheel moment for Jimmy Osterberg through the final corner, lands the car and doesn't do any damage. That's just helped Merstad that little bit more there. Yulilami's got off the inside of Osterberg.
Yeah, Yulilami takes advantage of that. It's such a long straight. If you lose that momentum on the exit, Osterberg's monstering the curves left, right and centre here. Nick Merstad up front. I'm trying to look to see where Cerner is. So Cerner is, they've only just crossed the line. Cerner and Penttinen, I reckon, must have got together, because Cerner ran really wide, Hal, on that dirt section on the run into the hairpin on the first lap. Just a little bit offline. Oh, Osterberg now trying to come back at Yulilami. Yulilami inside line. Osterberg going to carry more speed through the left-hander, keeps the car straighter. Not quite close enough this time. He'll mind the curve, surely.
And this is gifting a race win to Thomas Merstad, isn't it, these two fighting?
Absolutely. I mean, his gap, well, last time round was 1.5. Let's see what it is this time. It's gone up to, come on,
a week or something?
Yeah, a long time. It's not updating, so you're
sorry, I was looking at the timing screen, not what's in front of us. It's 2 or 3 seconds there, though, isn't it? 2.6.
2.6, it says, so it's a very
Osterberg
late
jokers.
update. So Osterberg goes in, he's going to try and edge out Yulilami. Who else is jokered? Just Penttinen. Cerner looks like he's retired. Cerner hasn't shown again on the lap counter, Hal.
And also what we haven't referenced is that Alexander Hume's disqualification from the semi-final actually lifted Bowdins in here. Remember, we were watching the semis with Elias Svensson, who'd retired with that horrendous fire, and he was quite pleased that Bowdins hadn't made it, because that was going to help him in the championship. But that disqualification for Hume has elevated Bowdins. Bowdins in a fight for a podium here. That would be great damage limitation after a difficult day for the Latvian driver. Yeah, it would. There is Osterberg, who's joker. Bowdins has not, just in front. So Osterberg's in a good position here to take that podium back, as Nick Merstad in the lead with 2 laps to go drops into the joker and drops back out. I love that joker lap, and then look at the line from the joker. It's so much easier through that left-hander. Yeah, you can do a really good joker lap there, commit to it and get a great time. Nick Merstad always at the front in cross car, isn't he? He's always right there or thereabouts. Drove in Norway in Supercar last year and was super spectacular. Any driver that steps directly from cross car into a Supercar, we saw Elias Svensson do that at Stranghouse a couple of years ago as well, didn't we? And he was absolutely on the lockbox everywhere. Look at the commitment. He lost the championship by a point, Hal, in 23 to Sebastian Enholm. So Nick Merstad, yeah, right there. I can't remember where he was the year before, but I know he was up there again. And he was he the champ? I'm trying to think if he won the Nitro Cross series when it was over. I can't remember if it was him or Enholm. It was Enholm. It was Enholm, yeah. Well, he was P3 the year before. 2022 was P3. So really, there's only one place extra that Nick Merstad can go, and that is to become the champion. At the minute, he sits in P3, but Svensson went out here with a fire earlier on today, and he's coming through the left-hander on the final lap, down towards the finish line. P6, in the semis, didn't make the final once in Tierp. He won the first round in Kovala. He was third in the second round in Kovala. Nick Merstad is coming on to form and takes another win here. Flicks the car over the line. P2, Yulilami, also pleased with his result. And in P3, Jimmy Osterberg. Was it Bowdins? It was Bowdins. What happened with Osterberg? That is a brilliant performance from Thomas Merstad. Fantastic. So what happened? Osterberg was right with Bowdins, Hal, when Bowdins was supposed to go joker, and I was convinced would hold on to P3. But he hasn't. Bowdins has got him. So Bowdins, as the championship leader, has had a good recovery there as well, and Elias Svensson will be somewhat frustrated by that. But right now, I imagine he's just thinking, you know what, I'm very pleased to be okay. So are we, mate. Nick Merstad's hanging out the side of the car.
You'll be very pleased with that. Just when you know you're coming into a run of form, crowd are applauding in the background. Yeah, they can sit there and suntan themselves for another 7 hours because the sun will stay high enough for it.
My legs can't take another 7 hours of sun.
No, you are looking pretty milky white there, mate. Well, I think mine is okay-ish.
I looked milky white before we started.
Yeah, I know.
Pink now.
Yeah.
And my voice is going.
Pride. This is the Crosscar Junior final. So this is one we saw earlier. Let's have another look at it. We'll have a look at the Crosscar final in a moment. Hal's shaking his head at me because I'm being very pedantic about a cable. He doesn't like it. Now that looks messy. Oh, we could tape it there. We'll tape it there and then wait. That's it. Or Peter's putting it back under wherever the cable on. No, but you see now, no, keep getting caught under the edge, mate. No, yeah, but then Hal can't put his papers under. It's too windy. You see, this is the problem. We need paperweights. Let's get RallyX paperweights. That's
some old gears, some old
transmission gears.
There'll be some in the back of that truck, Peter.
Yeah, Peter's off now to raid the transmission box. He actually genuinely think he might be, which is amazing. Right, I don't know what happened for P3. This was Osterberg leading. No, that's Osterberg chasing Bowden. So was that before they went Joker at the end? Anyway, Merstad gets that checker. Cool, look at the flick, he gave that over the line. That is a man who is very, very confident about the angle at which his crosscar will end up in 5th gear. Good man. We have a flock of crosscars gathering behind us, Hal. Scrutineering.
Otherwise known as Park Ferme.
Well, yeah, but is that where it is, really? I mean, cool if it is. We might end up with open four-wheel drive park behind us.
Well, what's that smell?
I know, the food smells here are outrageous. Elias Spencer, oh wow. Oh my goodness me. Right, so we came here, Bowden's on 95, Elias Svensson on 92. Thomas Eek Merstad was on 81, he was 11 points behind. That win puts him 1 point behind Svensson and Bowden, who are tied at the top at the midway point in the championship. Yulalami is still only 17 points off the back of that battle. That is incredible.
So basically, you may as well just throw the rest of the events away, that we've done, and we're going again.
Go again, yeah. What's that NASCAR thing with all going to the finals? And,
yeah.
So basically, yeah, I mean, but honestly, I mean, I reckon Cerner's maybe coming to form slightly too late. No, with drop scores, maybe not. So I think you've got a top 5 there that are going to be in the mix, but certainly the top 3. 1 point over the top 3 at the midway point in the season. Fantastic. Okay, Pro-Am, you'll remember. Oh my goodness, right, what is that? Is that hot? You'll have to come and have a look in the commentary box in a minute. I've got a bent exhaust, I think. What do you reckon that's off, mate? It's been cut off, look. FC2, maybe? Oliver's FC2. What's Hal got?
I don't know.
Well, Hal's got a hub, but
this is a flange. I think this is off Oliver's car as well.
Yeah, it's a drive hub off that.
Yeah.
Here's my piece of exhaust. I mean, if you want to see it, you're welcome. But I mean, we've got a race to go and do, so maybe not. But there we go. That'll save everything blowing away. Thank you, Peter. You legend. You really. Do you like that, Hal?
Could cut that flange off.
Yeah. You'd do that, wouldn't you? Hal Ridge scavenging parts off FC2s already. What's that?
I've got a floor of an FC1 at home.
Have you?
Yeah.
Mega.
And the first ever prop that broke.
Really?
Yeah.
Where'd you steal those from?
I didn't steal them. They were just
left
being thrown away.
Oh, Lydon? Must have been.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have bought them back in the hand luggage.
Yeah, but there's usually a way to get anything towed. That's why I wanted to try and buy some tyres in Sweden, but no one was up for it.
No, I did see the Instagram story.
I had a really good strategy lined up for that.
Did you?
Yeah, get them to Höghedens next week and then get them to from Höghedens to home, but didn't work.
Unlucky, mate. Maybe someone will still turn up at Höghedens with them. What is it exactly? last chance. We're not going to do this again. We've done it every round
There's
this
a plane.
year.
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh wow! Yeah, it is. Yeah, is it a glider or a plane? Has it got an engine on the front? I guess it must have. I can't see the
Looks
prop. Yes, I
very
can.
small,
Yeah, you can see
doesn't
the
it?
prop. Yeah.
Don't know if that's for me.
Sorry, that landing.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
If you can hear that.
Wow. We're talking Norwegian here. I'm sorry to name and shame, but
golly.
When I broke the drive shaft in the lights car, jumping badly at Holliest 2 or 3 years ago, the impact was nowhere near as big as it was with the runway when we bounced into ARN yesterday morning.
We landed so hard in Stockholm that we took off again.
Literally. I've never been in a big plane that's bounced. And it did. So yeah, that was wild. Okay, Owen and Enlund, Torunen to Pinen, Martinovs, Valer is missing from this. Can Omen make amends from earlier on? He had a disaster when he got the TQ in the Pro category. Now the AM category would like to make amends to Pinen's late on the brakes and early on the throttle. Omen may well be a bit cautious through here. Don't want to jinx him this time, and he is much more cautious. Keeps it tight on the inside. Topinen is with him. And Enlund too. I don't think they'll want a joker just yet because of the cars behind them. They don't this time. Did Enlund go? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't know. But this is tricky for Topinen and Enlund, isn't it? Because Owen's not in the Pro final. He retired from the semis.
Yeah.
Topinen currently leads the Pro points coming here, and Enlund's having a brilliant day and will start on pole in the Pro final later on.
So you'll have had a chat.
But they want to fight for the AM Championship.
Yeah.
So they want to win the event today in Pro. Arguably, they can fight for the Pro Championship this year as well. So you can't afford to get 2 Rallycross Supercar finals stuck in just yet because you need the car again in 20 minutes' time.
I think Topinen certainly as championship leader when we came here, overall championship, not Pro-Am, overall championship leader has got to be a bit careful. I think Enlund can risk that a bit more in the overall, but as you say, an overall win would be a big tick on the old career box, wouldn't it?
And the answer to all this is Matt Omen should win the AM final just to get that done. You boys just fight out a bit and you can go again in the Pro final in a bit.
Or gets it just in front of Torunen. That look at the lines he laid down as well. Enlund is on it. Now he's got to close the gap down. What he needs to hope here is that Omen is holding up Topinen. Topinen might be being too careful behind Omen. Enlund is not being careful, and that's what we like him for. I think Topinen might go in answer to Enlund here. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely, because he's going to lose a bit of time behind Omen. Doesn't want to get caught up in that fight either.
Gap is between them. He's only, what is it, Enlund back.
Have you got the championship points in front of you, Andrew?
Yes, no, not for Pro-Am. Hold on, let me find them.
I've got them here, hang on, 2 seconds.
Yeah, here mate, here, 72 for Topinen, 68 for Enlund.
So there's a good championship fight going on between these two as well, so it's important that they beat each other.
Oh, did he go? It's not marked as gone. We're both looking at paperwork.
He has gone, yeah, 100% he's gone. Yeah, 100% he's been in. The graphic's wrong because lots of people have joked that.
And Topinen's showing us P5, so yeah, those graphics, you can ignore them for now. We'll get that fixed in a minute. So Topinen's come out and responded, nicely done. Enlund, Torunen hasn't been in yet. We'll go off the timing screen instead. As they cross the line, Topinen is in front by 1 second. I don't think they're going to risk it, Hal. I think they both have a championship head on at this point. So what's Omen's gap? Omen's gap is only... He's not going to go joker this time round. It's shown as 0.3. That's not right either. What is going on with timing? It maybe it is 0.3.
No, it's not. It's much more than that.
Omen's just done the fastest lap as well at 44.9. Though that looks... Okay, there's a few things that aren't making sense on timing.
So there's Omen. 1, 2. Yes, he's just over 2 seconds from Topinen. I think Omen's got enough. Caller producers telling me in my ear that they believe Topinen's got a transponder issue and that's messing up with the timing systems.
Interesting, yeah, makes sense.
Making it hard work for the timekeepers. They'll have to be manually doing the timekeeping on that car.
This is it now into the joker for Omen. Watch on the inside for Topinen, and there is Topinen, and it wasn't enough. He was a long way in front. So, say the gap on the last lap round was shown as 1.7. We thought that would that wouldn't be enough. That would be about equal, and it wasn't, was it? So maybe it's 2 in a supercar. So Topinen on the last lap, coming through, going to take this. Let's see, Topinen has had a Pro-Am, won the last Pro-Am in Kovula, and he's going to win this one here in Sweden. Over the line to take the checker flag for a second win in a row in the Pro-Am category. Championship leader takes it. Mats Omen is in the standings as well. Enlund gets P3, so the gap will go up a tiny bit between them.
but that doesn't take into account the qualifying points, so it could be a little bit different. Most importantly, no damage, and they can go through to the final and fight for the Pro Supercar final as well.
Great run from Tapinen there, wasn't it? Yeah. Just quietly went about it. He's made some mistakes today, there's no shame in that. 15-year-old stepping up to Supercar this year, but a very mature drive then.
So let's take a look at the championship standings for Pro-Am in open four-wheel drive. Joni Tapinen leads on 91 points from 87 for Martin Enland. Let's take a look back. It was a gap of 4 points before. It's 4 points now. So with the qualifying performance of the drivers and then the way things went in the final, yeah, they've both got more points, but the gap is exactly the same. It's hotting up for P3 though. Mats Oman brings himself up from 7th in the standings into 4th. Philip Martinson was in P3 and holds on to that. And Philip Toren, where was Philip Toren? He was in P5, remains P5, but it's all a little bit closer, just a couple of points between them. Open two-wheel drive is on the grid. You can see on pole Linus Westman, Simon Tiger alongside championship leader. Then it's Adam Oman and Victor Johansson. Johansson will be hoping for a banger of a start and to try and get round the outside of Tiger, but Tiger we know is a fast starter. They was beaten earlier today by Westman. Then we've got Kenneth Kong and Rasmus Berggren at the back. Ready to race light comes on, there's the green. Tiger looks like he's got good traction, and he has indeed. That front left wheel paws in the air, he drives straight round the outside of Westman. Westman lifts and tries to go to the inside line. Kenneth Kong runs very deep in the background. It's Oman who's in P3 and dropping into P4, Victor Johansson, where he qualified, would have hoped to make a couple of places up. I don't feel Joker on lap 1, if anyone will dare to Joker on lap 1 or not.
Look at the dirt firing off the front of Westman's car coming up the hill. That first corner from Tiger was I'm sick of being behind today and I really want to get to the front of this final, wasn't it? It was very, very decisive.
That car sat down, didn't it, and lifted the wheel up, one hand in the air, coming through.
Goodbye.
See, very nicely done. So on lap 1, we did indeed see Victor Johansson joker. So in the background, he's jokered and dropped in behind Rasmus Berggren.
Whoa!
Kenneth Kong. The curbs are catching a few people out here, aren't they?
And it's a big effort to get the big BMW up on two wheels like that. Westman in the smaller BMWs going with the race leader here, isn't he? Tiger's not having things all his own way, and we know that Tiger isn't unused to the odd reliability problems, so Westman really hoping he can sit in his slipstream and stay close. Oman's in the joke in the background. This isn't a bit to cover off Victor Johansson, which he's done, but he's going to lose a bit of time, I think, behind Berggren.
Tiger then, and what's the gap back to Oman? 1.6 on the previous lap. Well, that was to first, only 0.9 behind. Hard to pass, isn't it, in these big old things? especially with two-wheel drive. You can't come offline like you can in a four-wheel drive and just risk it on the exit, you know, just power your way out of it. You get offline, you got to find traction.
Yeah, it's interesting. And Westman really closes on Tiger under braking there.
But won't go Joker. 3 laps to go, doesn't want to try. Now looks to the inside, trying to make a pass in the left-hander. Tiger won't like that, but he'll know he's there now.
Remember, Westman's got quite a tyre advantage as well, this being his first event, whereas Tiger will be carrying quite a lot of used rubber into this weekend. You get more new tyres on your first round, and then you get less new tyres thereafter, but you can carry old tyres forward. But Tiger's car will be so difficult on tyres. Remember in Finland on the first day, we thought it had an issue, but he was just using up the old tyres. Semi-final, wasn't it?
New ones, yeah. Basically, what is it, 4 new and 4 used, isn't it, if you've been in the series already, or 8 new.
Westman looks to the inside, out of the right-hander, he's going to get it done, going through the compression, gets sideways, forces Tiger wide, he's going to drop it, no!
Gone round, so Westman's gone round, tried the pass,
what
Tiger holds on, that's gutting, isn't it? Yes, no, oh no. Drops a long way down as well, going to cost many positions. In the background, Berggren goes Joker immediately to cover that. He's going to get, no! Victor Johansson up on the curb, straight into reverse. That's how quickly he can get down the box.
I'm especially gutted for Victor.
Get it going, and no, he's gone too far back, and now Westman comes back through. That's a disaster.
Especially gutted for Victor after all the effort he's put into putting this event on.
He was here taking the caps over to the podium 5 minutes before he was going into the final. He's a great bloke, and he's worked hard with the people here to put on a cracking event. I'm sorry for him, I really am. It's the way it goes. There's tomorrow's another day.
Omen, another local driver, now all over the back of Tiger on this final lap. I wonder if Tiger has actually got a problem where he's used his tyres up, because he's not got the pace we would expect. Omen, nephew of Mats Omen. Is he going to go for the lunge that Westman attempted at the top of the hill?
He has had that contact as well, don't forget, with Westman. Not a lot of contact, a little, but I think Tiger's just going to keep the door shut now as he lays down 2 enormous lines. And again on the exit, he's just gunning it early, but not using the road. He's keeping it tight on the apex. He's on the exit.
Omen's dropped back a lot there in those couple of corners, maybe settling for second.
Simon Tiger, 3 wins out of 4 so far. He was 6th in the final in Kuvula when him and Victor Johansson were crawling round together to the finish. But he guns the big BMW over the line to take win number 4 this season. Championship leader has just taken a big advantage over Victor Johansson, because it's Omen and Berggren who take P2 and P3. Victor Johansson was somewhere out there on track. Is he going to get round to the line or not? Everybody passed him out on track. I'm going to get P6 worst case scenario, whether he makes the line or not. Westman comes round. Haven't seen Kenneth Kong. We have seen Kenneth Kong over the line according to timing. And here is Johansson.
Wonder if Victor's lost the engine there and he's driving on the electric motor.
Yeah. Well, he's not on track now, is he? Where's he gone? Somewhere else.
He's probably driving off to give the track guys a bit of
showing us missing a lap. Good lad, Victor.
It would be very good to have Victor Johansson to drive off somewhere else just to get out of the way.
Yeah, it would.
Bit of a breeze.
Just a bit. Right, Simon Tiger did come under a bit of pressure here from Linus Westman. But held on for that 4th victory. Great job by him. Halfway point in the year. Takes another little advantage over Victor Johansson.
Take a look at the standings after that 4th win for Simon Tiger. So he's only missed the one in Kovala last time out. 124, look, he's 25 points ahead of Victor Johansson. Remember, a perfect day is worth 30 points. So, lovely job by him. Rasmus Berggren moves up into P3, just a couple of points ahead of Kenneth Kong. Lucas Gabrielsen in the mix as well. But a 2-horse race for the title, and it's the 2 usual protagonists, Tiger and Johansson. Now here's another man who's only missed 1 win this year, and that is Lucas Andersson. So Andersson on the pole, looking for win number 4. Didn't make it into the final at the last round in Kovala. Kasper Janssen, he's on the outside of him. Janssen's had a couple of P2s.
Something's happened here because Birgit's back in the final.
So there's been a penalty somewhere, yeah?
Well, he was out, wasn't he, because of a penalty.
So who hasn't made it? One of the Darbacks hasn't come. Both the Darbacks were in. So we've got Tobias is here, Kevin Darback is not. Ida Tornholt's on row 2, and then Birgit and Haug at the back. But it's all going to be about the battle at the front for me between Andersson and Kasper Janssen. Kasper Janssen gets a really good start. He's going to go late on the brakes. Andersson will know he's... Oh, contact, and Andersson's off! Spins through the gravel trap. Kasper Janssen was inside him, a little bit of contact, and that is the championship leader's car buried in the gravel trap on the outside of turn 1. Darback has lost a position here to Ida Tornholt's got Tornholt going for the lead! Ida Tornholt into the lead. Kasper Janssen has a problem. Come on, Ida Tornholt!
What a move on the inside. Kasper Janssen's clearly got broken left rear suspension. Birgit's been in and out of the Joker. Darback looks to the side.
Tornholt's made a mistake. Tornholt runs wide and Darback gets straight through. She got out in the dirt, loses the lead. So into the lead now then goes Tobias Darback. This is outrageous. It really is. That just as we said, it's going to be between the front 2.
So Birgit, I think, was disqualified, and then that was changed to a penalty which got him back into the final. Was initially disqualified for those incidents with Anton Soderholm in the semis. Darback now out front. This is the older of the Darback brothers, Tobias, who is super experienced in rallycross. There's
Kasper Janssen is out. He's parking it. That's a disaster.
That's great for the championship.
Yeah, he keeps it alive. Yeah, I know. And where's Olofsson? Didn't make it, of course, did he? So Olofsson hasn't made it. So actually, he's really good for the championship. But then Mounier's not here to take advantage. Tobias Darback, Hal, is the driver with the most to gain here. 78 points coming here. Was 1 point behind Olofsson, equal with Mounier. But he was some 20-odd points behind Kasper Janssen and further back from Lucas Andersson. They were in the final, so he's only going to gain 8, but it could put him into P3 in the standings.
This is all about, for me, Ida Tornholt and Lars-Erik Haug, because how much would both of those drivers love to finish on the podium? Tornholt, who's only made 1 final before from memory, maybe there was one a couple of years ago, but certainly only 1 last year, hasn't been in the final this year. Lars-Erik Haug had that massive accident in Kovala just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, be a nice reward,
and
wouldn't
the
it?
fight is between them for the final podium position. What was the gap between them last time around? 0.6 of a second, and there it is. That's not 0.6 of a second now, is it?
No.
Tornholt, they've both jokered, so Tornholt needs to defend for her life to make it onto the podium.
Come on, Ida, I'd love to see that. I wouldn't mind betting she'd be the first female driver on the podium in lights. It's certainly not GRC there would have been, but where else?
Sandra Holmgren was right up in lights for years.
In this series?
In RallyX, yeah.
How long ago?
Well, RallyX lights has been going since 2014, hasn't it?
So she's okay, fair enough. So maybe not then.
Darback's been in and out of the Joker.
Certainly the first one in a long time.
Michaela Oligotlinski, I think, probably.
Was that RX2?
In lights.
Not here.
In lights with JC.
Where?
When she was doing RX2 and lights. 2014 she did Julius.
Oh mate, it's 10 years ago. It says still 10 years. That's what I'm saying. It's a long time.
It's been a while, yeah.
It's a long time. But also a first ever podium for her. It'd be brilliant.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I know. Not to take anything away at all.
She's still holding on at the minute. Haug is wilder behind her. She's looking
smooth. She's got 1 lap to go. 1 lap. Is it 1 or 2 laps to go?
1 lap to go. Yeah, just switches to last lap.
Birgit's all over Darback. What a comeback that'll be for Birgit, having been disqualified from the semi-final. Obviously got that penalty change to make it through to the final, and then be all over the back of Darback for the win.
So Darbach versus Birgit, and then Tornholt versus Haug. Tornholt and Haug are side by side in the background here. Darbach being careful. Haug is still behind Ida Tornholt. Oh, this is great, isn't it? This is going to be breakthrough results for a number of people. Through that long left-hander, then Darbach has managed to gap Birgit just a little bit on this last lap. Coming up into the lights category, currently sitting just outside of P4.
Got a problem!
No, a problem, loses at the very last second. Oh, that's gutting Birgit. Gets a brilliant result for Birgit. The car was in bits, and Tornholt does get the first podium. Maybe for 10 years, we're not sure. For a female driver.
Good old look at the overtake with 2 corners to go as well, so she's held on brilliantly there, Tornholt.
What happened to Darbach? I literally just looked down to see where he was in the standings. Hal, I'm so glad you interrupted. Otherwise, I'd have been shouting about his win. I wasn't even looking at the screen. That's shades of Ekstrom and Hansen.
That sums up today all over, doesn't it? The amount of drama there's been.
It's been a weird day. Maybe it's because we're so close to the Arctic Circle. That's got to be Birgit's first win, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. It was going to be both of their first wins.
Well, there we go. You wouldn't have thought that, would you? From P4 on the grid. Where was Birgit? Birgit was...
Oh, that contact with Anderson was harsh, wasn't it? That was really unlucky. Twice they've come together in a row now, and almost exactly the same incident where they've touched wheels and Anderson's come off worse. Exactly what happened in Kovala, a very different scenario.
What's your thoughts on the incident?
I think it's a racing incident. They've both been going side by side for the corner, and they've been unlucky with the contact.
I wonder if Janssen got damaged there on the exit with the tiny little nudge from...
Janssen's damage was from the first corner. Yeah.
Goodness me.
How could be gutted? We're only 0.6 of a second off the podium.
Yeah.
And this is Darbach on the last lap, I would have thought.
Mate, look
what's
at
going
this.
on
So
here?
what
Look in the background, Haug's had a big old lock-up.
Look at this. So what
Missed
happens?
a gear or something, because it picks back up again, doesn't it? Great opportunistic driving from Birgit to get round the outside, and a run to the line for both of their potential first victories is that's pretty special, isn't it?
Bonkers. Nothing. What was in it? 0.4 of a second. Tobias Darbach misses out by to Eric Hesler Birgit. Incredible performance. Ida Tornholt getting P3. Lars-Erik Haug getting P4 after a chaotic weekend previously. So yeah, I mean, lots of people there will be pleased with their various results.
And it was Birgit's team running backwards and forwards with parts with Andreas Eriksson earlier on, isn't it? So
they were still working on that when we walked down after, just before the semi-finals. They were still working on it. Lucas Anderson on 129 points. He was only 9 points ahead, and he is now 13 points ahead. So he has edged a little bit further ahead of Kasper Janssen. And Tobias Darbach, as we said, has gone up from P5 into P3, and arguably puts himself in with a shout. He'll need to find a little bit more pace to get fully in the mix with Anderson and Janssen, but today would have been a promising day for him. We've got a couple of cars to scoop up out of the way here, and then I think we have just one final encounter for you. So stay with us. They're picking up the bits of Anderson's car down in turn 1. Front clamshell off the body, we can see from the commentary position. Kasper Janssen's
they'll
car
have lifted
scooped up
the
in one place.
front clam off to tow it.
Yeah.
Out.
Where is it? Is it come back in behind
The
us?
car's on the recovery truck.
That's Kasper.
Is it?
Yeah, that's Kasper from the last corner.
No, I think his car's on the other recovery truck. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, no messing about. 2 big trucks. Go on, lads.
Scoop
Oh,
scoop,
no, there
scoop.
it is. There it is. It's not
They're
on
about
yet.
to scoop it.
Yeah. Scoop or tow? It's a tow,
Either.
isn't it? Either way.
But you can't tow or scoop without with the front on.
Absolutely not. Not unless you want to go and order another one from OMC.
And I'm sure
Andreas,
none of them would like to do that.
Pick them up. Just pick them up. Go on, rip. Oh, the body shell's come off. That's a shame. That's a shame. It is a scoop. On to the scoop. Right, stay with us. Couple of minutes and it's final time. So we have one last race left to go today. Älvsbyn, northern Sweden, Höghedens. And it's been a good fun day. It's been different, let's say that. It has been different. We've had some messages from Jarmo Vos. Their Turner had a technical throttle that was 100% open, had to switch the car off. The first technical problem this year. ECU or maybe an actual rock in the throttle linkage, and Jimmy Osterberger gear error, switched to neutral and lost a bunch of time. So that's a shame for pace, but they are edging their way up through the order, and we do appreciate when the teams get in touch and help us out. Enlund and Tam on the front row. Row 2 is Toren, and Ollie Eriksson, Kevin Eriksson is at the back with Martinovs. Martinovs left on the line. Enlund's got a good start. Tam, though, equal to on the run to the first corner. Oh, Ollie Eriksson comes around the outside there. Kevin Eriksson can't quite find a way through in the background. He would have liked to have got past Toren. Enlund and Tam having a little battle up front. This might open the door for Ollie Eriksson if they're not careful. And Eriksson should be right with them when they come out there. There he is in the background in the FC2. So fairly tidy start from these guys.
Not quite close enough, was he, Eriksson, to have a look there. Enlund looks to the inside again. Philip Trent's gone into the Joker for the first time of asking. That's perfect for the 4 up front, who can now mix up the strategy based on what's going on around them. Enlund just covering the brake through this super fast left-hander. Kevin Eriksson, though, is being dropped off the back of this leading group.
Has he got an issue, or is he's still there? So Ollie Eriksson now piling the pressure onto Enlund. Okay, so Martinovs is still on the grid, so Martinovs not going to take any further partners. House it with Toren already jokered. They can do what they want in terms of strategy. What's your money on? I think Ollie might go.
Yeah, so do I. Enlund carries so much speed over the crest there, gets right up in the air.
Oh, he nearly gets the award. That's nearly the goldenrod, isn't it?
Has the bonnet come up on the front of his car?
Oh, is he punched it? No, is that the lay-down dampers or the stand-up dampers?
Headlight cover.
Yes. Oh, Eriksson and Eriksson. Now that's how you do it, boys. That's a proper one. So Kevin gets in front of Oliver, and that's actually probably not what Oliver would have wanted.
No, he didn't need that, because he's trying to pursue Enlund up front rather than fighting with his brother for the last spot on the podium. Tam was decisive again in the first corner, wasn't he? I actually think second on the grid, if you can make a good launch, is pretty good here, isn't it? There's not much to choose between them.
No, exactly, but you've got to have a banger of a launch, haven't you, to get alongside for the. You want to be inside for that right-hander. Eriksson's look at the slip angle on the cars. Kevin Eriksson, sorry, all the way out into the outside, into the ditch. Is he letting Ollie through?
He is.
I think he is.
Yeah, 100%.
So maybe he does have an issue. Enlund goes Joker. This is try and cover off Ollie Eriksson. Not sure he's going to have enough time. Watch for Eriksson on the bottom row. Can he get in front of Enlund? Not quite. So
much calmer Ollie there on the
yeah.
inside. I think what's happened today so far has probably affected his attitude in the car to that corner.
So he's got to try and find a way past Enlund on the road now, and that has opened up a massive gap for Maiko Tam and a chance for him to joker easily. Eriksson
so good on the brakes, the FC2 car, isn't it?
Yeah. Getting a lovely straight exit. He's trying to get and square it off and carry more speed down the straight, but not this time round.
These two cars have got very different characteristics, haven't they? So it's interesting to see where they're strong. Enlund super sideways through the right hand, just about stays on the track or the gravel trap. Using it as track at this stage of the weekend as the sun doesn't set, but it's certainly low, isn't it?
Yeah, lowish. It'll set in about 7 hours for about 50 minutes. Ollie Eriksson is piling the pressure onto Enlund here. He would love to get through. I wonder if just that one lap behind Kevin would have made the difference. Kevin obviously got something not quite going according to plan. We know him and his brother are very close on pace. Enlund sideways. Need to know weights, don't we? Need to figure out the weight of the FC2 compared to a supercar, maybe tyre usage. You know, there's lots of little things you were saying about the brakes.
On how the chassis dynamics. One's a rear engine, obviously, so the balance of the cars can be very, very different. Not that you know it from
the angles that they're both taking through that corner.
Tam has driven brilliantly in. Tam's slow into the Joker, picks up pace again, maybe just didn't quite get the acceleration he wanted.
Enlund on the inside, Maiko Tam suddenly gets a bit of a wiggle on. This is going to be closer than we thought. Maiko Tam coming round, hasn't had a win in the open category this year.
He's wide coming out of the hairpin. Enlund's going to have a go at him on the rear, coming through the left-hander. There isn't really room there. Is he going to have a dive on the brakes?
Looks up the inside, goes sideways, Enlund's off, Eriksson through the inside line, Maiko Tam holds on, good effort from Enlund, but this time it was too much send. Maiko Tam takes the win, and it's P2 and P3 for the FC2, the Nitrocross Next Evo car, on its racing debut. I'm a bit gutted for Enlund, but also good for him on having a try.
He had to go for it, I think, because
of course.
Tam had been slow into the Joker, then he didn't have the pace of Enland. He'd run wide, and then Enland was right on the rear of him. You're not a racing driver unless you're going for that gap. And now, going down to it, I said, is he going to have a go? You had to try. I think he could have fired Tam off there, and the fair thing to do was to get some rotation in the car and then spin, rather than, you know, fire your way through and take the win. So I think that was fair from Martin. Fair play for having a go, and a massive well done to Maiko Tam.
First win.
Came into this, he's been racing a relatively standard Mitsubishi Evo in the Estonian Championship. Came into this, it's not actually this Fiesta, he's driving a different one this year, but came into the M Sport Fiesta last year and has improved event on event. Okay, he still hasn't got the pace of Johan Kristoffersson, but he is right there in this pack of supercars. Yeah, he really is. To say his best result so far this year was a third in Tjerp, and today he gets a win. I'll tell you what, he'll have been panicking a bit when Enland appeared 100% up the inside in the last corner, won't he? He's been panicking a bit here as well, where Enland gave him a little bit of a wake-up call, just nudging him to the inside that little bit. I think Martin's a very fair driver, isn't he? He was like that in lights. He was a proper fair lights driver, and there's been some absolutely not fair lights drivers in the history of that category. This is later in the race. That's definitely a four-wheel lift, isn't it? This is where Ericsson had a little look to the inside. That was Enland's good attempt at the golden rod for car control. He's so on top of these cars, isn't he? He's really capable of. You know a driver's very good when you get out of shape and then manage to optimise that for it to be a good exit. Carry it on. Minimise the damage again. I've lost it on the way in, straighten it out. You can do it. You use the throttle and the brakes. So Tam was slow into the Joker, and then he's run wide, which we haven't seen there. And this is Enland's lunge down the inside. Tell you what, mate, it wasn't bad, you know. That wasn't bad. But what he hasn't done there is gone in with the nose. He's actually gone in side by side and carried the speed in. So that's a very fair way of trying to affect that overtake. Had he won, that would have been brilliant, and I'm delighted for Tam for taking a win, because he's defended hard there, hasn't he? Tam does take it from Oliver Ericsson and Kevin Ericsson, 5 seconds separating the top three. Martin offs a DNF right at the start, Tour and Joker on lap 1, and Enland with that last-ditch attempt, unfortunately loses out on a potential win and ends up P4. Oh, mate, Enland hasn't had a podium either, Hal, so he's just lost his first ever podium with that, which is a shame in the supercar category. But never mind. Some good sends though, so I'm sure he'll be pretty happy. Well, happy days for us as well. To Painen, I'm not sure about those points, because it was 82 before we came here, and that's showing 95, and he should have more than the points he's got there. So there we go. Hello. Quick maths. How's it going? Lights on, Hal? They are. Just give them a minute. They've been busy. The studio. They've been busy. That was me. I just turned them on about half an hour ago. This is the FC2's crushed exhaust look. Very nice. That's the flange Hal wants to cut off. Little mounting point there. Look, good stuff, eh? That's Hal's. Well, you got a nice C-clip there, mate. Yeah, good nick, isn't it? It's usable, isn't it? You can have that. Can't have done much mileage, can it, considering how old the car is? Well, look how brand new it is. Yeah, exactly. Not much comes off a rallycross car looking like that, tell you. Must admit, what's wrong with the hub then? Have they stripped it or not? The bearing's collapsed, hasn't it? I'd have thought, and it's gone all wibbly wobbly in here. Yeah. Got too hot. I mean, Peter just gone and taken it off the floor. It's probably fine. Yeah, they were like, we need that. They're wondering where it was. Yeah, they want to put it back on. That's it from another day of racing with RallyX 2024. Been mad, hasn't it? It has been mad. We've got to dust everything. Like literally everything here needs dusting, including us. But a good day's racing. They're getting the podium celebrations ready over on the other side. And I think we're about ready to sign off, aren't we, Mr. Ridge? We are. We are. Sun won't set here until after midnight. We've got a waterfall to go and see. There's a lovely big waterfall up here. There we go. Now doing the job for the beautiful area of Älvsbyn. So yeah, do come up if you get the chance. And join us tomorrow. I'm a little bit flabbergasted. There's a very good British word for you. What? I don't know what the wildest thing of the day is. Randy Snittish firing out penalties like a machine gun, and rightly so, because there was some shocking driving standards in certain bits there. There was only one highlight of the day: the Ericsson brothers falling over each other. Well, and then Dad said, and then at the next one, not merging at all. They've gone out to buy milk. I mean, that was hilarious. Somebody please knock those. Don't worry, the social team will do it. We'll have that done by tomorrow. I mean, just. Yeah, it was. That's the. It is. Actually, you know what? FC2 as well. I think FC2 has gone well to get a P2 and a P3. Obviously, still some work to do. Good first full event for them, where they've obviously still had some problems, and they're not going to shy away from that. But they're working on them. They're getting through this new car stuff. They're very brave in bringing a new car and developing it as they race. And Yeah, they're doing a great job.
A massive progress from Tiep to here, so maybe we'll see some more progress overnight. We're at the halfway point in the season. None of these categories are by any means finished, so yeah, make sure you join us tomorrow and for the rest of the year. Like and subscribe, keep your eye on the socials. Pretty sure we'll be on air at a similar time tomorrow, which was about 12:55. See you then.